In a dark, empty cave, water drips from the ceiling into a puddle among the rocks. The man fell to his knees and the man next to him helped him up, asking if he was okay, but the man only mumbled in response. However, the man in the raincoat didn't hit him, and the man fell to the ground and his assistant cursed. The people ahead of him were discussing that he had passed out again, and they had lost count. They were worried that the healer would run out of mana. The man stood up and reassured his companions that everything was fine and they had hope for the Empire. The healer behind him was stunned. The hope of the Empire, he called the hero Burna, who accompanied them. Turning to him, Byrne said that if he had the energy for idle chatter, it wasn't so bad. In the beginning, there were 74 members, and now there are only 43 following Byrne. But it's not that they lost 31 men, it's that only 43 fighters survived. Even though everyone gave it their all, they just couldn't protect 31 comrades. Looking up, Byrne thought that was it, but decided they were ready for this. For they are now in one of the 7 dungeons of vast evil in the core of antiquity. Suddenly, someone called out to Sir Byrne. The knight behind him pointed upward. Looking up, Byrne saw the door. Inside, he was relieved that they had finally made it. It was the end of the core of antiquity, the end point of the adventure after countless sacrifices, a place where an unimaginable amount of treasure is stored, perhaps even the 36 masterpieces of the greatest works. Besides, this is also where the boss lives. As he climbed the stairs, Byrne immediately grabbed his sword. Turning to his comrades, Byrne shouted for everyone to get into position. Tanks and swordsmen should go forward. Mages are responsible for illuminating the terrain as it is necessary to ensure visibility. One of the mages noticed that the noise had stopped. He raised his hand and announced that he would increase the range of vision and that his colleague should be on the lookout. A ball of light flew into the depths and illuminated the creature there. It opened its eyes. Upon seeing this huge monster, Byrne raised his sword higher and then shouted for everyone to run away because it couldn't be destroyed. Skeleton asked while sleeping came a bunch of Eldish, but despite being tired, they fought them honorably. He checked with the monster to see if he had understood correctly, and the monster replied that he had. The monster said it was both people and his own body against him. Looking at Patrick, the monster told him to calm down, and the skeleton asked if he thought he could calm down after such a prank. Poking the monster with his finger, Patrick shouted that he was the boss of the dungeon, and slept until the people from behind the ogre showed up. It seemed to him that all the monster had been smart enough to do was yowl in front of people. Raising his hands, Patrick shouted that the monster had no trivial discipline. Turning around, he asked what Renee thought about it, and he said he didn't even know. Without raising his head, Renee said they stunned people with a single yawn. Raising her head, Renee clutched her face and said she was once again amazed at Mr. Swallow's greatness. Looking at Renee and Swallow, Patrick didn't realize what was even going on. Sitting down on the bench, Patrick thought it was time to get over it. Leaning on his arms, Patrick said this dungeon was over, but Swallow said that if he steamed so hard, his skull would burst. One of the 7 dungeons of immense evil that mankind does not hope to conquer is the core of antiquity. Most dungeon raids end with humans winning. The positions of monsters that should always be ready to block humans. Being able to attack at any moment is completely unfair. In the end, it is the dungeon that becomes weaker as the battle continues. However, in a world where countless dungeons are conquered and appear, it is only natural that as an exception those exist, which mankind cannot conquer. The dungeons of great evil, or rather the 7 dungeons of great evil. They are considered impossible for mankind, and among these infamous dungeons of vast evil, the core of antiquity is the most complex. It is guarded by dozens of non-human beings. It is guarded by dozens of non-human beings and gatekeepers guarding 3 crossroads. Homunculus guarding the red path on the left, the maid with Renee's blade. Skeleton guarding the blue path in the center, the Knight of Doom, Patrick. Exact information about the contaminated path on the right is not yet known. Unidentified tentacles. And this entire impregnable fortress is dominated by a primordial monster appearing in the first chapter of the Imperial mythos, Swallow. After slamming the book shut, the man said, "That's what the book said." Renee said that it was just like Swallow had said after such books had spread. Hugging the book, Renee added that the number of people wanting to enter the dungeon had increased. Patting Swallow said that running a dungeon takes brains too. Being mystical and mysterious is not an option people won't even try. In his opinion, it is necessary to tell a small part of the truth, so that people will think, aha, we know perfectly well how everything works there. So when they saw a book that described the laws of the dungeon, albeit half-fictional, they rushed at it like moths to a flame. Thinking about it, Swallow said he hadn't expected such a crowd. Remembering, he asked how many there were. Renee said 74, but most of their equipment had been destroyed in the fight with the black tentacles, so they were of no use. What's left is worth a pretty penny. Cradling the book, Renee said she could handle them without damaging anything. Swallow only nodded in response and then turned human and walked over to her and stroked her head, saying that Renee could definitely do it. Renee smiled and laughed. Patrick watched them from the darkness. He asked if they were going to have a meeting here or if they were having fun. He didn't know why they were having fun. Then with a sigh, Patrick said they were so sweet he was about to get cavities. And then he added that not only would his teeth rot, but his head as well. He also asked the boss if he was going to change his appearance, he should do it normally because he was stroking Renee with his 6-fingered hand. Patrick thought he was making progress now because the last time he had seen 40 teeth had sent shivers down his spine. Turning to him, Renee showed her fist and told Patrick that the sound of his chin rattling was too loud. Taking the papers, Renee said it was time to get down to business. She spread the papers out on the table and began her story. As her comrades already knew, people were finally starting to invade through the right-of-way. The problem is that Mr. 116 Black Tentacles was seriously injured. The wounds looked pretty critical. Swallow yawned and told her not to worry so much, because tentacle regeneration was much faster than she thought. And Patrick told him that if he's looking for a replacement, he should find two, because he wants to retire too. But Swallow reminded him that Patrick has a lifetime contract, and in any case, from now on, people will only go through the right way. Patrick suggested that perhaps the humans were already forming new squads for the raid. And Renee said that now people are actively using communication magic like telepathy, so the information about the chance may have spread. Slamming the table, Swallow replied that then they would have to plan their strategy accordingly, and they would change strategy. Then he clarified Renee was defending the left red road, and as of today, he decided that she was defending the right path. People will think he's free and go over there, and Renee will show them. When Renee heard that, she clenched her fists and said she would do her best. Also, Swallow decided that the left red path that Renee was defending is now defended by Patrick. In response, Patrick asked why him and Swallow replied that people who found out Renee was standing on the polluted path would take the left path she was defending. Patrick will meet them there. With a clap of his hand, Swallow summarized that this way they could defend themselves against two invasions at once. But suddenly Patrick asked, what if people take the central blue path, what will happen then? At this question, the boss frowned. After a brief silence, Swallow said they'd have to have a date with him then. In Patrick's opinion, that's a sloppy strategy. Renee's eyes lit up, and looking at Swallow, she said it was great. Renee summarized that they had dealt with the urgent matters to a certain extent, and all that was left was to decide what to do with the sword. Swallow turned to her and asked what kind of sword it was. Patrick reminded her that it was the one the raid leader had used. Then Patrick decided that the guys who had invaded this time were strong enough to carry such a sword. Taking the sword, Patrick handed it to Swallow and said it was one of 36 masterpieces, and it's quite popular with the humans. There are masterpieces that are not weapons. This sword is the 14th among humans, and it's called Tanabella. Remembering Swallow said it was 36 shawarmas or masterpieces, and Renee's blade was also one of the 36 masterpieces. Looking at the boss, Patrick asked what they would do, because if they gave the sword to the guys at the entrance, it would be taken by the people again, and they would be in trouble. Patrick thought they should keep the sword. Swallow asked if Patrick had the sword and offered to take it. Patrick's eyes widened at the suggestion and he asked if it was possible, but Swallow nodded approvingly. Laughing, Patrick began to oohing and aahing, saying there was nothing to be done since the boss was so insistent. This is the core of antiquity. It is home to a terrifying Greenwich homunculus with a blade, and a knight of doom who exudes the energy of the dead, and an ancient, huge monster, who, lying on the table, told Patrick that if he got the sword, he should tear up the letter of resignation hidden between his ribs. This dungeon was all about Swallow Renee, the only conscience of the dungeon and the master of telling off the boss Patrick, and the ancient horrible monster Swallow is the epitome of laziness. Taking the new document, Renee asked Swallow how they would distribute the remaining income. Looking at the paper, Swallow suggested they do the usual, that is, take what they can and use the useless as bait. Clapping her hands, Renee cheerfully said that she would take care of the details herself. Suddenly, she remembered that they didn't have monsters capable of using magic weapons and asked if they could sell them magic stones. Hearing this, Swallow asked if he could go to the human village. This sentence startled Patrick, and Renee jumped up, they shrieked, and Swallow asked why they were so surprised. Pointing at Renee, Patrick suggested that she go. Walking up, Swallow asked why. And Patrick replied that he wasn't very good at turning into a human. Agreeing, Swallow relaxed and reminded Renee that the main thing she needed to do on the way was to grab some goodies. Stepping out into the forest, Renee threw on her cloak and noticed that the weather wasn't bad today. Turning around, she told Mr. Swallow that she would be back soon. When she came to the shop, the master took a magnifying glass and examined the stones, and then told her that unfortunately they could not buy such a thing. Peeking out from under the hood, Renee asked why, and the master replied as if... Leaning over, he began to look for something under the counter, asking under his breath where it was. The master put the stone on the counter and explained that it was a B-grade stone, and to buy it, commoners had to work hard for 10 years. And the stones Renee brought were much more expensive and could only be used by mages of the Imperial Palace, or high-level mages. Rubbing his shoulder, he added that the capital's jeweler who had an agreement with the Imperial family and the Wing Mage Tower could also dispose of them. After hearing this, Renee concluded that the capital was too far away and she would have to go to the tower. Taking the bag, Renee thought about how she didn't want to go there, but for Mr. Swallow's sake. Leaving the shop, Renee said goodbye and the master advised her to be careful. Turning his attention to the table, the master saw a stone on it, and picking it up shouted that the girl had forgotten it. Already on the doorstep, Renee looked back and said it was a tip, and thanked the man for the information. Looking after her and holding the stone, the master thought that this girl was strange because she was a human. By late afternoon, Renee was standing outside the tower of the Wing Mages. When she went inside, the mage said she had to meet the head of their guild to sell the stones. As she climbed the stairs, the man said he was taking her to his office and asked her to follow him. Following him, Renee came to the conclusion that at the top was the head of the mage's tower, and such a structure resembled a dungeon. When they entered the room, Renee was greeted by a woman who thanked her for visiting and introduced herself as the head of the Gromitz Amer Guild. She looked at Renee askance and asked who she was. Renee looked at Amer and realized she had a lot of mana. Standing nearby, Amer said that when she was told that a child was looking for her, she thought not to react, but the guards told her about the stones. She asked if Renee had heard of the reputation of Wing Tower, and therefore hoped that the stones she had brought were of high quality and up to standard. Shaking the stones out onto the table, Renee told Amer to check for herself. When I saw what Renee Amer had brought, I realized they were A-grade stones. Taking one of them, she realized that some of them were even of the highest quality. She wondered how a child could have them. Looking up at Renee, Amer wondered who she was and asked where she got them from. Suddenly, she turned her attention to her hair and immediately remembered one thing. Among the 8 great families of the empire, there was one with hereditary silver hair. Then Amer thought she had run away from home and taken the stones. Pulling a face, Amer reflected that there was no other way she could explain the girl's possessions, and if she was an aristocrat, she knew how much they were worth. A man came up to them and began to collect the mugs, while Amer waved her hand and apologized for being rude and said that they would like to purchase all the stones. She offered 50 ounces of gold for each, and for the highest quality stones, they would offer a price of 80 ounces of gold. At that moment, Renee remembered the man saying that to buy stones, people had to work for 10 years. Here she began to count. The average person makes 10 ounces of gold in a year. 10 years is 100 ounces. Renee said you can't cheat. Hearing this, Amer stretched out her hand and hesitated, thinking that the girl seemed to know everything. And then Amer started saying that the guild didn't have enough money to buy them all. Renee responded by telling them to buy as many as they could. Opening the chest of gold coins, Amer said that 2,000 ounces of gold was all they had. She also asked what Renee would say if they exchanged the remaining stones for something valuable. Renee sat looking at the chest of gold. Taking the coin, Renee asked if Amer was sure it would be valuable and warned him it should be easy to sell. With a hand pointing in her direction, Amer said she didn't have to worry about that and asked Renee to follow her, and she would show her the items. As they walked up the stairs, Amer told them that the rules were that no outsiders were allowed in, but that she would make an exception for Renee. When they got upstairs, Amer told them that this was the vault of their tower. The first thing she showed was a 4-carat diamond tiara. Small magic stones are inserted in the middle, making it even more useful for the mage. Next came the living black pearl. If the bearer is near poison, it will make a howling sound. These pearls were created through alchemy. Seeing him and hearing the word alchemy, Renee tensed, and Amer didn't understand her consternation. Closing it, Amer asked Renee if she didn't like it and started telling her that alchemy was an unsanitary science so she could understand her disgust. Pointing to another object, Amer asked what Renee had to say to that. Smiling, Amer told that it is the red stone of love, and they say this diamond makes love come true. Seeing him, Renee opened her mouth. Her eyes lit up at the phrase, love incarnate. If you pour mana into this gemstone in front of the one you like, the spirit dwelling in it will establish eternal love between 2 people. Touching the dome, Renee asked between any 2. Amer gave her the word of the head of the Tower Guild. Seeing the girl's reaction, Amer asked if she liked it, and Renee exclaimed that she was taking the diamond. According to Amer, this stone can be troublesome and can drown the Emperor in the depths of adoration, so it is difficult for her to set a price for such a thing. Renee clenched her teeth and pulled something out from under her cloak, asking what Amer would say to that. Amer's eyes went wide and she asked where Renee got that from. Holding out her blade, Renee said that for all the money she had gotten earlier, and this she needed a diamond. In the library, a young man approached Amer and stretched out his arms and exclaimed how she could give away that diamond, but Amer only asked what of it. The young man was very nervous and said that Amer herself realized what could happen to the girl and so her death was not far away. Taking a magnifying glass and examining the stone, Amer replied that the petite aristocrat herself wanted that diamond. Seeing that the young man was worried, Amer smiled and told him not to worry because she would die anyway once it was released. The unfortunate girl's favorite person must also die so that no evidence remains. One of the 7 dungeons of the great evil Chait Castle. Taking the scissors, the girl said that the tips were badly damaged. With a wave of her scissors, she separated a strand of hair. Renee apologized for coming so suddenly and for bothering her every time. But the master took a new strand and replied that there was nothing wrong with it and added that neighbors should help each other. Elizabeth Bathory is the dungeon boss of Chateau Castle. She said she wouldn't mind seeing the lovely Renee. Smiling, Elizabeth bent one leg, saying that no matter what you do in the end, Renee always looks beautiful. Taking a comb, Elizabeth told me that sometimes she envies that Renee is a homunculus. Leaning over, Elizabeth stroked Renee's face and said that pretty face would never be hurt. Renee responded by saying that Elizabeth also looks very young, and Elizabeth's skin is clearer than hers. Brushing off the veil, Elizabeth replied that she uses so much blood to maintain her splendor. Renee came up and asked what she looked like to Bathory, and Elizabeth replied that Renee certainly did. The most stunning person she's seen lately. Leaning over from behind Rena, Elizabeth stroked her cheek and said that no one would dare refuse such a Rena. Elizabeth stepped back and between words asked who Renee was dressing up for. She wondered if Renee wanted to confess to someone. Taking the diamond, Renee echoed the confession. Turning around, Renee smiled and said cheerfully that she would definitely confess. Hearing the answer, Elizabeth shouted that she was just kidding and asked who. Clutching the diamond with loving eyes, Renee told Mr. Swallow. Elizabeth shuddered. She said Renee has a good sense of humor, and maybe it's because she's a homunculus. Clenching her fists, Renee said this was no joke, and she would confess her feelings to Mr. Swallow today. Slapping her hand to her forehead, Elizabeth asked what Renee liked about him. In her opinion, there wasn't even anything to grab onto. But Renee said he had a lot of good qualities, like being reliable. However, Elizabeth reminded him that he's so lazy that it overrides all his reliability. With her hands folded, Renee confirmed that he's a lazy big guy who eats an obscene amount of food. She also added that he sleeps and snores and has grown a potbelly. Folding her arms, Bathory asked Renee knows all this, but her heart is drawn to this Swallow. Kneeling down, Renee looked down at the floor and said she really liked Swallow. As she approached Renee, Bathory put her hand on her shoulder and wished her luck, but added that she thought Renee deserved better. Turning around, Bathory winked, saying that if Swallow turned Renee down, she was always ready to comfort. Closing her eyes and holding the diamond to her chest, Renee said that she could definitely do anything. Capital of the Riese Empire. Joint Command Center for Dungeon Raids. The man in the shadows said that according to their data, the squad of hero Burn Hishtalt is supposed to be destroyed. His interlocutor swung his hand and asked if the man hadn't said that the squad had easily defeated the gatekeeper. Another man reported that no bodies have been found yet, and how can a man be so sure of such a horrible outcome? Pounding his fist on the table, another one shouted that Burn couldn't have been killed by some monsters. The man in the center of the table was told he was wrong, and the core of antiquity is not a confusing or large dungeon. They think it's supposed to be resolved in 1 day, and they haven't heard anything for 2 days. They thought Burn must be dead by now. The old man said he was. Clenching his fist, he asked the messenger what was wrong with the Hishtalt family's sword. He was silent in response. Then the messenger reported that communication had been lost after the squad penetrated the core of the antiquity. He thinks that unless they go to this dungeon again, they won't be able to retrieve Tanabella's 14th masterpiece. Covering his face with his hands, the man asked how it was, and the man sitting next to him said he should return it soon. The other waved his hands and replied that it was impossible because even Burn's squad couldn't pass the ancient core, and the number of casualties couldn't be increased. According to the next guy, they can't just give up. If Burn fought the boss, it's likely that the boss was seriously injured too. An argument ensued between the advisors. The old man covered his face with his hands and thought that the Imperial family had already lost their favorite hero and one of their masterpieces. If they leave it like this, they will definitely anger the Imperial family and pay for it. But what if Burn couldn't inflict a single wound on the ancient monster boss core of antiquity, and the dungeon was almost unaffected by the raid? Then no matter how hard they try. The old man stood up and said that the ancient core was impossible to conquer. A new man came into the room and said that in his opinion it was quite possible. Seeing him, the old man opened his mouth and asked, stammering, what the Imperial magic community was doing here. It was the Imperial magical community of the Third Eye. The man who entered replied that the old man himself knew from whom they received their orders. Walking along the chairs, the mage informed them that their presence meant it was time for them to pay for their sins. Looking at the advisors, the mage said that it was very stupid to kill a precious hero and leave a masterpiece in the enemy's lair. All the counselors sat with sullen faces that were covered in sweat. Putting a hand on someone's shoulder, he added that they had all screwed up badly, but if they all died, who would lead the many troops? Smiling and straightening up, the mage said that this was why they offered His Majesty the decision to go through the Core of Ancients again. Hearing this, the old man asked how if even Burn couldn't. Waving his arms, the magician answered Nifrim. He said they would use Nifrim. Looking at the mage, the old man reminded him that everything with Nifrim had ended in failure and that he had too many problems. But the magician raised his hands and his head up and said that Nifrim was not a failure but a definite success. Slamming his palm on the table, the mage exclaimed that there was a question here. Why Burn Hishtalt and his squad failed to survive the core of antiquity? Because they are weak? Because they let their guard down? Sitting down on the table, the mage looked at his hand and said, no, 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 no. He thought it was all gone, but then what was it? He felt that Burn and his squad had one glaring flaw. Raising his little finger, the magician said the only one. He said that Burn lacked what Nifrim had. The mage was convinced that this raid was bound to be successful. Swallow yawned and waved his head as if shaking it off. He said he had a bad feeling. He felt as if something terrible was coming. Swallow sneezed as he turned into a monster, thinking he might have an infection. Falling to the floor, Swallow thought he was so lazy even though they don't know when the humans might attack. He thought Patrick would scold him again if Swallow delayed his patrol. He's fear-mongering even though he's made of nothing but bones. Falling asleep, Swallow mumbled that bones instilled fear and then laughed. Barely rising, Swallow exhaled and said he'd rather give up the extra trouble. He remembered that last time the humans invaded through a contaminated pathway, so he would start there. Gatekeeper of the Core of Antiquity, Mr. 116 Tentacles. Swallow looked at the wounds and thought that, although the tentacles were a pity, he could do nothing to help, so he could only wait. The manager of the 5th room of the Anthropophago. Walking through the Anthropophago, Swallow remembered that he regenerates on his own as long as he has a main body. Leaning over the monster's core, Swallow thought the body was fortunately intact, so he decided to leave it alone. As he descended, Swallow approached the cave and thought that the problem was the destruction of rooms 1 through 4. Rubbing his neck, Swallow thought it was something he should discuss with Patrick. With a yawn, Swallow raised his head and decided that he would deal with the rest later, but for now he would rest. Only watch the polluted path in the 5th room, but Swallow thought that was already commendable. As he left, Swallow thought Patrick would understand. He decided that that was the end of it and smiled. Just as suddenly, something flew past his face and slammed into the cave wall. Footsteps sounded nearby, and the girl said that since the humans had decided to desecrate the dungeon with their presence, she wanted to say they weren't getting out of here alive, but she saw Mr. Swallow. It was Renee. Running to him, Renee apologized and said she thought the damn scum of nature had invaded. Looking at her, Swallow said he was just a little scared. And then Swallow noticed that Renee was dressed up. She flirtatiously adjusted her ponytail. Then she said enthusiastically that she was glad that Swallow had noticed everything. Then she asked how Swallow Renee was. Sweat was rolling down his face, and he asked if there was an important event coming up. He figured since she'd taken off her maid's uniform, she might want to quit before Patrick did. But Renee asked if Mr. Swallow could spare her a little time. Walking forward, Renee said this was Renee's secret place. She asked him to sit down while she made tea. Watching Renee pour the tea, Swallow thought just as long as it wasn't a dismissal. Originally only Renee knew about this place, but now Mr. Swallow knows about it. She began to say that it had been 80 years since Swallow had taken her into the dungeon. Renee looked at him and asked if he remembered. Swallow looked down at his mug of tea and said he remembered. 80 years ago, raiding became fashionable and over 1,000 dungeons were destroyed, and the number of people who penetrated the core of antiquity exceeded several thousand. It was at that time that Renee got a nickname and her status increased. Sweat rolled off Swallow's face, and he confirmed that Renee had been through a lot then, and asked how her right eye was. Shyly holding up her dress, Renee said she was happy that Swallow remembered her eye. Folding his arms, Swallow replied that he certainly remembered, and Renee replied that she was glad to be near him. Turning to her, Swallow asked her if she meant she was glad. He understood that such words were said before saying goodbye. Again, Swallow began to worry that it would only be a dismissal. Renee started the story again. And then she said she likes Swallow. That's when Swallow was taken aback, and Renee starts saying again that she likes him, and all these 80 years she's been waiting for this moment. With a wave of his hand, Swallow began to stammer and began to say what to start with. Rubbing his neck, Swallow thanked Renee for her feelings but said they were always at the crossroads of life and death. Renee listened intently as he said that they didn't know when they might be hurt and didn't know when they would die. He asked if Renee wanted either of them to spend the rest of their lives alone. Clutching her dress, Renee replied that she knew it would end this way. She knew she was asking for the impossible. Folding her arms, Renee said that nevertheless she would not be able to keep silent about her feelings until the end of time. But the thought that Swallow would reject Renee's confession and turn his back on her frightened her. Behind her back, Renee held the diamond. Then she got the rock. She said Renee wanted to get Swallow's love any way she could. As she stood up, she toppled the table with great speed, causing Swallow to shriek. Leaning toward him, she screamed that she would accomplish this by any means necessary, even using such dastardly means. With an outstretched hand, Swallow asked her to calm down. Showing the diamond, Renee said that with this, her dream had a chance. Only she said that if you put mana into him as Swallow asked, she was trying to destroy him now. Upon seeing Swallow's original appearance, Renee let the diamond out of her hands in fear. And then he shattered into small pieces. Tears came to Renee's eyes. Looking down, Renee didn't realize what it was. The creature bursting out of the rock began to giggle. Smiling, Patrick told his boss that it was excellent, and added that it was not royal to kick people out. Walking around Swallow, Patrick asked where his conscience was and pretended to look for it. He also added that apparently it was okay to chase Renee away. Patrick said that the dungeon boss couldn't tell Renee from the pathetic niggers and can't even close his mouth from shock. Patrick can't. In response, Swallow asked what he should do. Patrick reminded him that Swallow had created the problem and was looking to him for the answer. Taking the rest of the diamond, Patrick said it wasn't just the boss's fault and crumbled the stone in his hand. Sitting down under Swallow's ear, Patrick added that it did not absolve him of responsibility for what had happened to him. Swallow waved his hand and said what he'd done to him he wouldn't remember. Hovering over Swallow, Patrick shouted, "Maybe he should be reminded then." Swallow turned into a human body and walked over to Renee. Patrick ran from behind them. With an outstretched arm, Patrick shouted to his boss to calm down. He swept Swallow off his feet. Noticing a crying Renee sitting by the rock, Patrick asked what she had done. He was yelling for Renee to wake up and leave him to Patrick and save herself. But Patrick realized that Renee could no longer hear him and would only be in the way. Immediately, Patrick drew his sword and struck the diamond lying on the ground. Then Renee screamed and Patrick apologized, saying he couldn't think of anything better to do. And Swallow saw it and asked now Patrick wants to destroy him. But in response, Patrick only slapped his own hand across his face. And Swallow looked at him suspiciously. Looking at Swallow, Patrick asked he still didn't remember, and the boss grabbed his head. Sitting down next to him, Patrick said he was glad that the boss had admitted guilt right away so he could understand why things had happened the way they did. And Swallow asked if we should look for Renee. Patrick asked, and the boss couldn't think of anything cleverer. Swallow thought Patrick was going to talk him out of it. But Patrick said they really needed Renee, from foraging for food to managing the diet of other monsters. Counseling and complaint resolution in every room, transforming mining into gold from revenue sharing to accounting. It was all on Renee, and Patrick said this dungeon is more critical to Renee's disappearance than the boss. That was when Patrick asked him to find her before it was too late. Swallow just rolled his eyes. He kept saying that the boss should at least kneel on his knees and let him weep with sorrow, which pissed Swallow off more than anything else. He asked me to kiss Renee's feet, but he wanted him back. After saying that, Swallow turned into a man. Holding out his hand, Patrick told Swallow to take it with him, and the boss looked questioningly at the object in his hand. And Patrick explained that it's Demura that helps keep the mana balance. When Swallow took the bracelet, Patrick said that the boss could care less about the details, but should keep in mind that the bracelet was expensive. Patrick didn't know if it would work on Swallow because of his strong reverse mana flow, but he thought it would definitely help him transform. Putting on the bracelet, Swallow said Patrick pisses him off and like he knew this was going to happen, and prepared ahead of time and asked where he got it from. In response, Patrick said he picked it up on the road and asked the boss to use the bracelet for its intended purpose, because the bracelet is quite fragile. Putting on the bracelet, Swallow hummed thoughtfully, saying they would take a look. Showing his palm, Patrick said that's why 5 days. 5 days tops. Patrick asked not to be forgotten. When he left, Swallow said he'd be back with Renee in 5 days. Patrick shouted after him that if he ever found himself near a human village, he should behave normally, because if people recognize him as a monster, nothing good can happen. With a smile, Swallow replied that if anything went wrong, he would just destroy everything. Hearing that, Patrick thought it was more complicated than he thought. Patrick knew that Renee had left Dondu's teeth somewhere, and had brought a magical stone with a demon inside. And because of her prank, she almost died at the hands of her boss. For Patrick, the consequences were obvious. According to Patrick, if the boss finds out about this, the apocalypse will come, and he felt that now was definitely not the time to destroy humanity. Reading the paper, Patrick saw something that shocked him. It said that the raid center was going to pass the core of antiquity in 3 days. At this point, Patrick remembered that he had given Swallow 5 days and they only had 3 days. Lying on the ground, Swallow cursed. It was because he'd moved to the wrong place again for the second time. He remembered Patrick telling him that his mana was unstable and it was best not to use magic. Deciding it was too soon to give up, Swallow decided to try again. Rising, he thought about the coordinates of the village Haston, his arms spread out in different directions. That's where Renee went to sell rocks. And then Swallow disappeared. Sitting on the throne, Melju said that since the humans had managed to get this far only today, she was granting them a glorious doom. The man standing in front of her replied that it was ridiculous and asked where the demon got such confidence from. Glancing at his weapon, the man smiled, smilingly explained that they were the 32nd elite punitive unit ranked by the Empire. Pulling out his sword, he added that they were mercenary warriors of the Golden Dawn Tiger. He asked her to remember that name, for it was they who would topple her from the throne. The mercenary thought they'd be famous all over the continent. When Melju heard that, she called him a pathetic minnow. Rising, Melju announced that she was a demon queen descendant of the 17th generation of Asmodeus. With her arms outstretched, Melju cast the spell Melju de Rimph Agrea. Her eyes turned red in that instant. She said to make the mercenaries proud to know her name and to finally die already. Rushing away, the mercenary said he would bring those same words back to the demon queen. At that moment, Melju put her shield in front of her, and the mercenary realized that ordinary arrows wouldn't do her any good. Behind him, a second squad member shouted for the leader to leave support for him. Taking up her weapon, Melju shouted that the pathetic humans don't know their place. Waving her spear, she screamed for them to be burned alive. Purple flames swirled around them. The leader stayed on his feet and managed to dodge the attack, but the rest of the squad flew back and screamed. As the mercenary raised his sword, the floor began to explode beneath him, causing the man to fall. The mercenary looked up and saw the ice flakes and screamed. He couldn't believe she had time to prepare a new spell. Taking a piece of stone, the mercenary threw it towards Melju, shouting at her, wondering if she thought they would do nothing. However, a piece of ice flew into his back, causing him to fall forward. Pulling out her staff, Melju asked the mercenary what wanted such a quick demise. Ice flew towards the mercenary, however he put up a shield and Melju thought when he had time. Clenching her teeth in frustration, Melju thought she had already destroyed the mage. A mage with a staff stood beside the Nominik and told the leader to continue. Melju's hand lit up and her face grinned. She shouted that the little buggers. Both Melju and the mercenary rushed towards each other. There was a rumble and the leader fell to the ground. However, Melju also took damage by flying backwards. She didn't realize what had happened. Watching the smoke, Melju saw something appear in the clubs. 2 comrades approached the leader and asked if he could stand up with his hands supporting him. The mercenary replied that he was fine. Looking into the shadows, he asked who it was and said he hadn't heard that another squad was joining them. Reaching up, Melju coughed. She bent her knees and held onto the rock behind her. She didn't realize that the support of the squad had come, and she knew that if they were strong enough to destroy the castle, then things were bad. Continuing to stare, Melju wondered who they were. A voice came from the shadows. It was Swallow. Turning to the mercenaries, he asked if they knew where Haston was. When the dust cleared and Melju and the mercenaries saw who was standing there, everyone opened their mouths. Both the leader and Melju shouted with one voice that Swallow had come out of nowhere and was talking nonsense. Then Melju added that since Swallow was human, she advised him to stay away from the Demon Queen. Getting up, Melju wiped her mouth, saying that nothing would change from another mediocrity. Looking at her, Swallow couldn't believe she and the Demon Queen, because her ancestors looked different. While Swallow wondered if it was a generational thing, Melju screamed that the mercenaries were premature embryos, and they would pay for destroying her castle. Someone shouted that they were about to feel what it would be like to be destroyed by embryos. The mercenary looked back and told the leader that support had arrived. Then the leader suggested they all destroy the queen together, but Swallow raised his hand and said stop. No one was paying attention to him anymore. The mercenaries were shouting that they would show him how her magic wouldn't work on them, and Swallow was muttering about Haston. Up ahead, the leader shouted to the others that the support was here and to fight at full strength, and Swallow muttered how he would get there. Attacking opponents, Melju screamed for the lowly humans to feel the pain, and the mercenaries yelled back for her to feel it herself. Sitting down on the court, Swallow rubbed his neck and thought how much he was sick of this. Leaning back, he looked up at the sky and thought he needed to find Renee soon. As he left, he realized that it didn't look like he was going to get a chance to talk. He thought Patrick would be angry if he was late. Behind him, a crowd of mercenaries shouted for him to move too. When he didn't hear a reply, one of the mercenaries suggested that he had pissed himself. When he heard this, Swallow turned around and turned to the monster and told the mercenaries to shut up. By now, Swallow had grabbed the fleeing and screaming mercenaries. There is panic among the squad. When it was over, Swallow became human again and moved toward the exit of the hall. Melju, who was watching this picture, was covered in sweat and her eyes went wide. Swallowing, Swallow opened his mouth and a burp came out. Melju even turned white. Melju leaned slightly towards him and said that Swallow was very strong, and if she had calculated it correctly, he was even superior to her in mana reserves. Her eyes lit up and Melju yelled that she had so many questions and wanted to know more about Swallow. She started circling him, asking who he was and what his name was and what his secret was. But Swallow looked at her in disgust, even wrinkling his nose. Holding out her hand and coughing, Melju said that she would now introduce herself, and she was a great demon queen descendant of the 17th generation of Asmodeus. Bowing, she said her name was Melho de Rimph Agrea. Then she asked what the stranger's name was to her. Swallow clenched his teeth and thought he was really sick of her. Raising his hand, he began to say his name because that's what it takes to get information. However, he didn't have time to finish and lowering his hand decided to stop. If he blows up that fast, word will get out. And Patrick said to be careful, so there's no point in revealing his real name. And so Swallow introduced himself as Ronai. He reminded himself that he was only here to find Renee. He introduced himself as Svald Ronai. He chose that name because he knew a man with a beautiful smile from some town. It didn't sound like much to Swallow, but he couldn't think of anything better. She asked if she could just call him Svald, but that didn't bother Melia at all, and she asked if she could call him Svald. Swallow replied that she could call him whatever she wanted. She started to say that she should thank him for helping her first, even though he'd trashed half her castle along with it. Melju puffed up her cheeks and said that if it hadn't been for Swallow, she probably would have gotten hurt. Swallow replied that he didn't want to help much. Melju smiled and said she owed her a favor and asked what she could do to help. Spreading his arms, Swallow replied that there was something and asked again how to get to Haston. Swallow thought he was in the right place and had saved Melia for a reason. Trailing off, he heard Melju ask what kind of Haston he had in mind. Swallow's inspiration was immediately replaced by disappointment. He realized it wasn't that she didn't know the way. She doesn't even know what Haston is. He wondered if it was so far away that they didn't know about Haston. Then Swallow decided to ask where the nearest town was. Melju echoed the word city. After thinking for a moment, Melju replied that if she wasn't mistaken, Riaz was the closest. Hearing the name of the capital of the empire, Swallow slapped himself in the face. Presenting the map, Swallow calculated that it would take 2 months to get from the capital to Haston on horseback. When Swallow fell to the floor, Melju asked what was wrong and asked if he was worried about something. Swallow replied that he was too far away. Raising a finger, Melju said that since Svaldu needed to go far away from the capital, maybe he could use the teleportation center. Looking at her, Swallow asked again the name of the center because he had never heard of it. And Melju explained that this is an invention created by humans using magic and alchemy. The device creates magic to move through space. Kneeling down, Swallow asked where he was. Melju clarified that he meant the teleportation center. The center is located in Riaz. After reaching the capital, Swallow asked if this was the center of Riazi. Clenching her fists, Melju said that this was the best time to gather information. Swallow's mind immediately began to think that he wouldn't find Renee here, but it wasn't certain that she'd gone to Haston, so he'd have to find out more first. He told Melju that he was looking for a girl with silver hair, and she told him not to worry and that she would help him look for her. Hearing this, Swallow reminded her that she was the mistress of the castle and how she would then leave it unattended. Smiling, Melju asked if he was worried about her. Then she added that she was pleased, but that Swallow could rest easy. Melju's eyes lit up and she reminded him that she was the demon queen, a supreme being born to rule and the castle doesn't matter. After listening to her speak, Swallow asked if this was like an ability of demon kings and she could summon her warriors at any time. Melju stuck out her tongue and said that was it, though she hadn't tried it yet. When Swallow heard that, he was disappointed again. Noticing Melju's reaction, she shouted that if her father could do it, she could do it too. She also reminded him that the castle passed down to her from her father had been destroyed, and there was no point in going back there. Swallow was embarrassed and rubbed his neck and apologized. Melju said that the castle was in a bad position, if truth be told. Opening her arms, Melju shouted that it was hard when the capital of the human empire was right in front of the castle. Stepping forward, Melju added that they had enough sad talk and needed to go gather information. Looking at her back, Swallow thought he seemed to have an extra weight on him. The company entered the tavern and Melju yelled for them to get 2 beers. Watching Melju drink a beer, Swallow said they have a lot more to do, so they forgot here. After emptying the entire mug, Melju regurgitated and said the drink was refreshing. Wiping her mouth, Melju replied that Sval didn't seem to know how human cities worked, and said that the bar was a place where information accumulated. Pointing to the people around, Melju told Sval to look around and listen. All the conversations he's hearing now are a treasure trove of information. She said that all Sval had to do was filter it out. Turning around, Swallow repeated her words about filtering out. Suddenly, he saw a bunch of ads on the wall and people looking at them. Walking over to the bulletin board, Melju spread her arms and exhaled, saying that they were here too. That's the whole spectrum of information she was talking about. Swallow asked if that was what she was talking about, but Melju insisted that it was. Taking one of the sheets in his hands, Swallow read that they were lists of the units participating in the raid. Swallow thought that made sense, since several units had never invaded at the same time. Melju also said that it had to do with the distribution of rewards and called people pathetic for being greedy. In response, Swallow said we're better off, and Melju hesitated, catching on to the word we. Looking at him, Melju wondered if Swallow was also a dungeon monster. Sweat was rolling down Svald's neck at that moment. When Melju approached him, she said that it was really strange because she was the mistress of the boss. But how could a dungeon monster like Svald walk freely outside? Swallow said he was lazy, or rather difficult to explain. Melju said that he had many secrets, but decided not to pester him with any more questions. Suddenly, Swallow saw a sheet on which a blot had been written about his house. As he got closer, Swallow thought, thank goodness the squad list was empty and he still had time. When she saw that Svald was looking at something, Melju wanted to look at it too, but Svalda was blocking it. To calm her down, Swallow took out a sheet and showed it to Meljo. Taking it, she said, wow. Taking the sheet, Melju said that this was one of the 7 dungeons of the vast evil core of ancients. Then Swallow decided to ask if she knew about him, and Melju replied, of course. She began to tell me that the core of antiquity was the greatest of dungeons, the power of which was recognized even by the dumbest of men. Picking up the sheet, she enthusiastically said that this is the goal of all monsters, and among all dungeons, it is the strongest. She also knew it was ruled by the Lord of all things, or the guardian god who punishes the intimidated, an ancient monster standing on top of everything. Folding her hands in a lock, Melju enthusiastically called out the name of the very same Mr. Swallow. Taking the mug, Swallow thought he'd better say he was just a host and not a ruler who suffered from the evil inhabitants. Taking a seat at the table, Melju announced that the core of antiquity was her favorite dungeon. Leaning on her arm, Melju said she wanted to get stronger and maybe if she improved her abilities, she could see Mr. Swallow. Pressing his lips together, Swallow doused himself with sweat, thinking she was looking at him right now. Melju kept saying that being the most powerful could be so wonderful and she wants to be like that no matter what. Of course her father was strong too and he was a worthy demon king. There were just people stronger than him. One of them was Burn, a fairly young hero. Swallow asked if he was the hero who had defeated the Demon King, and summarized that he didn't want to mess with him. Melju said that she didn't want to spend her life running a dungeon like her father. She just wants the monsters attracted by her power to create their own dungeons. Smiling broadly, she said she would get stronger and asked if that wasn't delightful. Smiling back, Swallow thought youth was good, and Melju said it was cool. There was a time when Swallow was so long ago, he can't even remember when. There was a time when he led an army capable of dominating the world. Then Swallow tried to master the world's knowledge more seriously than anyone else. And sometimes he even made friends with people he considered insignificant. And then he got emotional and gave it all away. But in the end, he realized it was all for naught. So right now, Swallow just wants to sleep. That's his purpose in life. The thought ended, and opening his eyes, Swallow saw that Melju was asleep. Then Swallow threw Melja on his shoulder and walked towards the exit. At this time, people were updating the information on the bulletin board. And here on the board hung a new sheet with information about the squad that will go to the dungeon. Lying in her room at the tavern, Melju snored. When she woke up, the first thing she thought of was that her head hurt. Swallow came up to her and asked if she was awake, but Melju replied that she didn't remember what had happened yesterday. Suddenly, Swallow's arm jerked and then he fell to the floor. Melju asked what was wrong and Swallow said he was fine. That's when Swallow realized his eyesight was failing. For some reason, Meljo seemed small. Literally, she started to look like a child. Meljo didn't know what he was talking about. She lunged at him with her fists, screaming that she wasn't petty, and asked if she thought he was being too rude. Getting in Swallow's face, he asked why she'd changed so much. He was startled. Lowering her eyes, Melju replied that she hadn't gotten any younger. The point was that she was in pain. Until yesterday, she was a second version of herself so the pathetic humans wouldn't scoff. And this is her first appearance. A battered Swallow asked her now in her true form. Looking at him, Melju asked what was wrong with his face and assumed he had eaten the night before without her. Grinning and clenching her fists, Melju said that transformation is the magic of projecting one's future. In Melju's opinion, when she grows up, she'll be just as cool as the second version. Pointing a finger at him, Melju asked if Svald understood it, and Svalu said, sort of yes. Hearing the answer, Melju raised her hands up and even blushed, shouting that Svald didn't understand anything. But Swallow replied that she seemed to need new clothes first. Meljo yelled for Svald not to treat her like a little girl. A squad approached Count Hastings' house, shouting for him to open the gates immediately and meet the punitive squad. They came from Ryaz to conquer the ancient core. Meanwhile, back at the house, they were figuring out who sent this document. They replied that it came yesterday on behalf of the Third Eye. Count Etark squeezed the sheet, saying that the Third Eye were the Emperor's bloody mutts. Slamming the table, Etark thought that to raid a dungeon above rank B, you first needed the approval of the ruler of the lands, and they had just decided everything amongst themselves. Clenching his teeth, Etark thought he couldn't even refuse. After all, it was almost an imperial order. Turning to his aide, Etark asked if he thought they would be able to pass the core of antiquity this time. In Etark's opinion, they were too weak to pass the core of antiquity, and he had never heard of the group leader Nifrim. Looking out the window, Etark thought that if they failed, his family would suffer again. He thought maybe he should send a stronger unit first, but Etark knew it would take a trusted group, an assistant that the answer could be right under his nose. Hearing this, Etark thought right under his nose was Wing's tower and decided that Wing would do just fine. Etark also remembered that the tower had gotten high-grade stones from somewhere. It would be naive to assume that this had contributed to the rapid strengthening of the tower. Etark thought if only Swallow was left on the polluted path fighting the hero Burn and his squad. Then Etark said he had to send a commission to Wing Tower right away. He wanted them to be promised huge sums of money and fame. Suddenly there was shouting outside the door and the guards shouted that they couldn't come in here. Etark asked who was there. Bursting into the office, Nifrim asked the man in front of him if he was Count Etark. Etark stood up and asked who they were. Nifrim said his name and told him that he had been calling for a long time, but no one answered and he had to go in himself. Watching Nifrim settle into the chair, Etark asked what he was doing here and added that they had arrived unannounced. But Nifrim replied that the Count had received documents from the imperial family and clarified if there were any arguments according to which they should not be here. Etark frowned and said no. He thought the little one looked like he was about to lunge at him. Near the Nephrim, a child waved his hand and said that they were guests, and asked Etark to smile and bring some goodies like cookies, tea, and chocolate. Turning to the secretary, Etark asked her to hurry up. The assistant nodded. Sitting down across from him, Etark asked what they were doing here. Tea and cookies had just arrived. Nifrim repeated the question of what they were forgetting here, and replied that they needed a raid on the ancient core. Etark replied that it was not even a day after receiving the document, and called them fast. He asked when they were going to move out. And Nifrim replied that they actually wanted to today, but they just made plans and said they would start tomorrow. And Etark asked if they were in too much of a hurry, adding that it was a difficult job and suggested they should still rest. He promised them shelter and a welcome party, but Nifrim replied that he needn't worry because they would first look into Wing Tower. When Etark heard this, he asked why he wanted to see someone he knew. Nifrim replied that it was not. Smiling broadly, he said they wanted to finish everyone off there. This phrase shocked the Earl. He stammered and asked what Nifrim was talking about. Pulling back his hair, Nefirim listened and said that Etark had very weak security and special easily bugged by magic. When Nifrim said that they knew about everything that Etark wanted to send an errand to the tower, folding his arms and resting his head on them, Nifrim reported they had come all this way for the sake of one dungeon to get ahead of them. He thought that the small pawns should be eliminated, and that Etark would benefit from it, because the strongest of them would go to raid the ancient core. In response, Etark apologized for what he had done, and promised no one would be diverted, and they could go on the raid whenever they wished. Taking a cookie and taking a bite, Nefirim sarcastically thanked the generous count. In the cave, meanwhile, Patrick was doing battle. He turned around and said that time was running out. Swallow and Melju continued to walk through the city. Meljo stood in the archway and told Swallow to look over there. When he saw a guard, Swallow asked him how far the teleportation center was. The guard said it was a long way to the center. And Swallow questioned how long it was, and the guard said they were just at the exit at the fourth wall. The teleportation center is right outside the Imperial Palace, and it's far away. Swallow and Meljo have 3 more walls to go through. Then Swallow asked how long it would take. The guard hummed thoughtfully. Showing 2 fingers, the guard said that if he was going to walk, it was about a week. Hearing this, Swallow screamed for a week. Melju screamed too. It was too long. Swallow figured that at this rate, Patrick would run after Renee. Turning to Swallow, Melju asked if they could use flight magic. Gritting his teeth, Swallow replied that he couldn't. Leaning over, he said that if they emitted mana, the humans would get wind of it. But he wasn't sure what would happen if he did. Suddenly, someone came up to them and laughed and said that he could see that the company was in trouble. It was the old man. Scratching the back of his head, he apologized for overhearing and clarified that they were heading for the center. Melju asked who he was, and the old man introduced himself as Choma Belvir's coachman. For some reason, the passerby's name surprised Melja so much that she even opened her mouth. Pointing to the creature behind Chonma, said it was a homunculus obtained through alchemy. He introduced the creature as Chonik, an abandoned 4th-generation homunculus, the result of a project carried out by the Empire. Swallow said, "Wow." And Melju crinkled her nose at the thought that the homunculus looked awful. After stroking it, Chanma told him that the homunculus was strong and obedient and could fly, but that it had been abandoned because it had failed to achieve its original goal. Melju then clarified that's how the homunculus research ended. Chanma replied, "If only." Smiling, he said that the Empire could not leave such a workforce, and even now there were rumors that homunculi were being mass-produced somewhere. With his hands raised, Swallow asked the large-scale process, and if they weren't normally cultured in giant flasks. Chanma didn't understand and asked if he was joking because this was the way the first-generation homunculi were created 150 years ago. Then Swallow thought about the number 150 years since it had been so long since Renee had been born. Approaching the carriage, Melju said that it looked sturdy enough, and he didn't seem to be lying, and asked how long the flight to the teleportation center was. Spreading his fingers, Chanma replied that a flight of 3 hours checking an hour would only take about 4 hours, but the check should be done after each wall. Listening to him, Swallow asked how much the total was. With 2 hands, Chanma replied that it was 8 ounces of gold for the 2 of them. Then Swallow opened his mouth because 8 ounces of gold is 800 ounces of silver, and he had paid 8 ounces of silver for last night, which means it's 100 times more than yesterday. Meljo also read it all and opened her mouth. Turning to Swallow, Melju apologized, saying she didn't have that much. Rummaging through his pockets, Swallow asked if she thought he had it. But suddenly something jingled in one of his pockets. Swallow pulled a piece of paper out of his pocket. There was a note there, "My bumbling boss. Someday you'll thank me." Signed in Patrick's name. In this envelope were 6 gold coins, and so the company boarded the homunculus and took off. Looking at the city, Melju asked Svald who gave him that amount of money. A yawning Swallow who had settled back on the pillows replied that it was his dungeon mate. At first, Melju didn't realize what kind of comrade it was, but she remembered that Svald was a dungeon monster. She then asked how he could move around so freely. Swallow replied that he had been kicked out and asked if she would accept that answer. However, Melju kept up and asked if the friend Svald was looking for had been kicked out as well. Swallow replied that it seemed so. Melju said she was jealous that they cared for each other even after they were kicked out. She would like to have such companions too. And in general, Melho would like a life like that. Someone to take care of and to do the same in return. She thought it was great. Service Rose's Street of Gold and Pleasure. Swallow arrived on the scene and asked now they couldn't use the teleportation center. The man at the entrance replied that it was, and they apologized for the inconvenience. Lowering her eyes, Melju said she didn't expect that and apologized to Swald. And the man said if they were in no hurry, they could be back at 8 p.m. They've suspended the center for the safety of the auction. After the auction, the honored guests will be using the center, so it's likely they'll be allowed to use it from above. Swallow couldn't believe the center was closed, but the man explained that there was a rather valuable item on display, the missing Dondu teeth. Looking over Swallow's shoulder, Melju said the drawing looked good, and Swallow thought it looked familiar. That's when Swallow realized it was Renee and said it was the same one his comrade used. The man asked if he was imagining things, but Swallow said it was exactly like that. He said the thing turns into a huge blade. However, the employee replied that he was not fully aware of the details, but that Swallow was most likely mistaken because Dandu's teeth are alone in their nature. Those words echoed in Swallow's head. He realized it was definitely Renee's weapon. He didn't understand why the humans had Renee's weapons. The thought crept into his head that the humans might have Renee. It seemed that even the bosses of the other dungeons couldn't just touch Renee, and some scum of nature couldn't straighten her out. Renee is strong, and Swallow knew she was a maid with a blade for a reason. Then he began to think Renee had been carrying the blade when she ran away. Remembering that she was dressed in luxurious clothes, Swallow decided there was no place to hide the weapon. Moreover, one of the daggers she threw at Swallow when she thought he was an enemy. Then how many were left in the end? Renee always carried at least 5 blades when confronting people. Patrick is strong enough, but he's no match for a sword. But Renee, what happens if you take the blade from the maid with the blade? At this time, Melju, who was watching Swallow's emotions, tried to call out to him. Bad thoughts overwhelmed Swallow. Renee had died at the hands of humans at the hands of those wretched brats. Swallow couldn't help but reincarnate into his own form, saying that if Renee had died at the hands of humans. When the man saw him, he fell to the floor and screamed. He yelled for Swallow to stay away from him and called him a monster. But Swallow thought maybe he should destroy all humans then. The man's body went limp. Anger overcame him and the shouting of Melju, who was shouting Svald's name he could not hear. Melju yelled for Svald to come to his senses and tugged at his clothes. Trying to pull him back, Melju asked what even happened and asked for answers. Looking at her, Swallow said, asking only once. One of 36 masterpieces, Danu's teeth are the only ones in the whole world. A sadness appeared on Melju's face, and with a shift of her eyebrows, she replied that, as far as she knew, yes. She also asked why he was so angry all of a sudden. Swallow replied that it was an item of a comrade he was looking for, and that he needed to return the weapon. Wrenching her sleeve from Melju's hands, Swallow said she had helped enough and could go. As he left, Swallow replied that he had found a way to get to Haston and could handle it from there. He felt it was best for Melju to get out of here and as quickly as possible. Watching him walk away, Melju cried out, wondering if the one he was looking for was her. Melju started saying that a strong dungeon monster with silver hair that uses Dondu teeth as a weapon. Hearing this, Swallow stopped, and Melju realized that it was about the maid with Renee's blade. She shuddered and lowered her eyes to the floor, saying that she was right. Swallow replied that he didn't need to be provoked. Swallow's eyes lit up and he asked how much more she wanted to know. Raising her head, Melju replied that nothing else was wrong, and she wasn't scared even when Svald spoke in that voice. Her eyes lit up, and she cheerfully replied that she already realized who Svald was. Renee is the gatekeeper protecting the great core of the ancient supreme creature. Melju added that since Swallow calls her comrade, it makes sense to her. After all, we are talking about the great ruler of the core of antiquity, Lord Swallow. Only Swallow wanted to admit to who he was, as Melju exclaimed that Swallow was his subordinate. Laughing, Melju said that she had uncovered Svald and added that she had a very well-developed mind. In her opinion, Svald is thinking about dangerous things right now, so we'll help him, and objections are not accepted. In response, Swallow reminded her that she was a demon queen, and it was only because of such logic that she could walk around wherever she wanted. But Melju replied that being rational, you can't become a demon queen, and what a demon queen says and become logic. When he heard that, Swallow didn't think it was much of an excuse. Seeing his reaction, Melju said that now Svald, who she recognizes, is back. Holding out her hand, Melju said that Svald was very scary, and there were some things coming out of his back. Melju folded her arms across her chest and said that she was glad that Svald was back to normal, and asked him not to worry about anything else because she would be with him. Walking up to him, Melju asked him to promise that he wouldn't speak in such a scary voice again. Auction Dame entrance. Meanwhile, there was only one guard at the back entrance and not a single soul around him. Leaning against the wall, the guard thought why he was here guarding something when suddenly someone said hello to him. He was approached by Melju in her second look in furs and gold, who said that they would like to participate in the auction. The guard stammered and replied that they could pass through, but he had to do a check first and clarified their names. In response, Melju gave her name, adding that she was of the Agrea family, and introduced Svald as a servant. Looking over the list, the guard said that Agrea's name was not on the list. Melju covered her mouth with her hand and said it couldn't be. Turning to Svald, she asked if he had brought the invitation with him. The guard turned blue when he heard the invitation. When Swallow said he had it, the guard said there were no invitations to this auction, but he wasn't allowed to finish. Halfway through the sentence, he got punched right in the nose. Swallow said it was his invitation to the afterlife. The guard remained lying on the ground, and Swallow turned to Melju and said that she had a slightly different look now. She asked Svald that she was afraid of falling in love, and he said she was like a child, which enraged Melia, and she lunged at him with her fists. Chateau, chateau. Renee was crying on her bed, saying that she couldn't go back to the ancient core now. 80 years ago, the forest of Graphinia. Someone told Grandma he was sorry and didn't think people would dare to do such a thing. Placing his hand, he asked that still the forest would recover quickly and be happy. For she repaid them in kind. Mistress of the forest of Graphinia, nicknamed the Witch, the Spirit of the Land of Graphinia. Standing behind her back, Swallow thought that this forest served as a natural fortress around the core of the antiquity, and he should behave honorably in front of her. Looking back, he thought she had dealt with all the people who had committed arson, and decided that her anger should slowly subside. As he approached the cage, Swallow saw a person there and wondered who else she was, and decided that she must have no connection to the arsonists. The longer he watched, the more surprised he thought she was a homunculus, a creature created by humans that isn't human. Then Swallow decided that she should be dealt with too, because there's no good in witnesses. Turning to the homunculus, Swallow said that it was her master's last will, and she could go. For some reason, at that moment, he wanted to do his own thing. Grabbing the cage, he said it didn't mean he'd help her get out of here. Opening the cage, Swallow told her he didn't care if he died in here or out there, but he said the choice was hers, calling her Rello. The girl just stared at the creature in front of her in silence. Turning away, Swallow said that her master was looking for a maid named Rello, and since there were no other maids, it must be her. Swallow's retreat into the depths added that her mercy ends there. Rising up, the homunculus only whispered lowly. Rello was the name of the maid who helped the head of the family she served. It can also be considered a title because it was used to name the most outstanding maid. Rello of this generation was a middle-aged maid. Homunculus, on the other hand, had no right to such treatment. After all, things don't have names. However, she decided. She stepped out of the cage and walked toward the light. Chateau, chateau. Renee was sitting on a rock in front of the castle. Someone called her name. A man approached her from the back saying that he had heard that a squad sent by the Empire was heading to the core of Ancients. When Bathory got closer, Renee replied that she says so, but Renee still can't go back there. Bathory responded by saying she's not asking Renee to come back. Renee's happiness is important to her, but her freedom of choice takes priority. Then she asked if we should burn our bridges right away. Bathory said the two would travel the continent to find Renee. If they find out Renee's been duped by people, what will Patrick do, let alone Swallow? Without waiting for an answer, Bathory said that if Renee really wanted to live in hiding, she should erase her tracks. Forever. In Bathory's opinion, it doesn't have to be done perfectly. When Patrick figures it out, he'll make the right choice, and soon the raid will start, and they'll be busy. Bathory kept saying that if she wanted to end things, now was the time. Renee only whispered to Bathory. Renee got up and said she was going for a walk to get some fresh air. Noticing Bathory said that Renee's right eye had become cloudy and asked if she wanted Bathory to go with her. Looking at Bathory, Renee replied that she shouldn't and thanked her for her concern and clarified where her blades were. Sealing the man into the wall, Swallow held him by the neck and demanded that he tell him everything he knew about Dandu's teeth. Through gritted teeth, the man replied that he was posted from Wing Mage Tower and he really didn't know anything else. When he heard that, Swallow thought it was definitely Haston. When he let the man go, Swallow thanked him for his honesty and said he would keep him alive. When they left, the man rubbed his neck and thought they were crazy and wondered if he was just a security guard. Suddenly, Swallow approached him and said that the guard really wasn't guilty of anything. However, the man just happened to catch his eye. Swallow also asked how people talk when they come onto their property. Here, the guard realized he had a monster in front of him, and Swallow asked if they ever called it a massacre or genocide. But people always only use words like conquer or conquest. Hovering over the guard, Swallow asked if the men felt remorse for killing the monster, and what they had done to deserve their destruction. Swallow thought he was just playing by people's rules, that's all. After all, they're the enemy. Meanwhile, the auction was in full swing. The bid had already reached 7 billion. One of the men said it was kind of boring and asked if she could also place a bet and just dabble a bit. Her companion asked her to come to her senses. A member of the Black Wolf Knight Order Hero Wing Historia waved her hand and said that it was impossible to even joke in front of a comrade. Pathfinder Gareth replied that Wynn should not forget their goal. Wynn replied that she didn't know anything and that it would be over soon, and they went to get some goodies. Raising his hand and showing 3 fingers, the auctioneer informed everyone that the lot would be sold in 3 counts. Someone behind him asked why. Grabbing the auctioneer, Swallow said only he had the right to end the auction. Swallow also asked the others to come buy Dandu teeth. There are only 3 heroes in the Empire. One of them is Burn Hishtalt after he died in the core of antiquity. They were criticized by the public who said he died out of pride. He was a hero whose job it was to protect the people. The anger originally directed at the dead Burn naturally transferred to the remaining 2 heroes, and when one of these 2 had to regain the trust of the people of the Empire. So her fighting spirit was overwhelmed by the screaming instinct of self-preservation. Grabbing Wynn's arm, Gareth told her to stop because she couldn't do that. Clenching her teeth, Gareth said that they couldn't intervene at all. She saw that the monster was very dangerous. Walking up to the column on which the lot stood, Swallow touched the glass dome and said that he didn't believe it, but the blade was real. Even though it looked fake, Renee's footprints were clearly visible. Swallow thought she might have really died at the hands of humans. Taking the blade, Swallow said he thought the whole situation would be difficult to explain to everyone present. After looking at the men, Swallow told them that the weapon had an owner, therefore the weapon must be returned. He was sorry that they were going to give away that kind of money. One of the men pointed his finger at him and asked the guards what they were doing there and ordered them to grab the bastard immediately. In response, Swallow said they wouldn't just let him go, but added that he didn't want to do it himself. A grin appeared on Swallow's face and he said he was going to tear everyone to pieces and run them into the ground with this building. Wynn flew over the crowd screaming, did the monster think they would leave it like that? Wynn swung her fist and aimed it right at Swallow's face. Swinging her fist, Wynn aimed for Swallow's face. The experienced Swallow saw that she had good movement and weapons, but she was too clumsy. As she landed next to him, Wynn missed and flew off to the side. Swallow realized the gloves were all she had. When Win got up, Swallow decided he was just going to break her arms. Meanwhile, Win used her crushing skill and swung her fist again. Swallow thought she was pretty good for a human. Her fist approached the monster, but Swallow intercepted her hand. Then he broke through the wall behind her. From the dust clouds came a voice asking Win she was not so simple. Seeing the silhouette, Win couldn't believe that he was still alive. After all, this technique wouldn't even leave a trace of most dungeon bosses. Normally able to withstand 3 hits, Apocalypse's replica collapsed from 1. As Swallow looked at his hand, Win saw the black liquid and realized he wasn't human, but he wasn't a normal monster either. Swallow laughed and said he was sorry. Someone shouted her name behind Win's back and she turned around. She saw Garrote running towards her, but Win told her to stay back. However, Gareth had already extended her arm and applied the skill, and after that, darkness fell. When Melju entered the building, or rather what was left of it, she asked if Swallow was alright. Swallow said he was fine. With tears in her eyes, Melju asked if she thought he was dead, but Swallow replied with a clenched fist that he was alive and unharmed. That punch. It's not something a normal person can do, and if Win had been hit in the heart, Swallow could have transformed out of fright. Swallow thought that if that had happened, Patrick would have been the one to do it. Raising his head, Swallow looked into the sunset and said he had missed them. He remembered that there were 2 of these flying squirrels, especially the one with the pink hair. While Swallow had been distracted by the blue-haired one, she'd all but evacuated the squirrels. Plus, she put several layers of protective magic on the first one. Swallow smiled and said it was interesting. There was panic in the street, and people were shouting that something had collapsed that way. Someone shouted that there was a man in there. An old man sitting beside Win yelled that she was badly hurt and asked for guards to be called. Win thought she was a hero, but fell at the hands of a monster whose name she didn't even know. She wondered if the auction people and Gareth were okay. Win whispered Gareth's name. Suddenly a voice asked Win if she thought she would hear her name if she called it so quietly. Gareth came up to her and called Win by name. With tears in her eyes, Win said joyfully that Garrote was alive. Kneeling down, Gareth told Miss Win to thank her quickly, and if it weren't for her, preparations for Win's funeral would be well underway. Win was just about to say thank you when she noticed Gareth's hand, but Gareth said not to worry because her life was not in danger. After hugging her, Win started apologizing because it was all her fault, and said that she should be removed from her hero positions. But suddenly Gareth shouted her full name, Win Historia. She asked her to come to her senses because Win was a hero. Holding Win's cheek, she asked her if the hero of the Empire was going to act like a swagger, would people like it? In Gareth's opinion, one hand is a small sacrifice, and she asked if Win knew who her opponent was. She said it was Swallow, the master of the core of antiquity. Looking her in the eye, Win asked what she was talking about. It wasn't funny to her at all. Win didn't understand why such a monster would come here. Frowning, Gareth said that she didn't know the reasons, but it was true. It was definitely him. Black Catastrophe, the ancient monster of Swallow. Gareth saw that at his feet was a pile of Burn Hishtalt's heroes' footprints. Looking at Win, Garrote informed her that the situation was much worse than they thought. The last thing she said was that if things continue like this, the Empire may be over. The frightened Win shouted that since it was really him, they should make even more effort. She shouted that this was the land of men and they had the upper hand. But Gareth replied that it was not a problem they could solve on their own. She knew that Win had felt that fear herself. With a squeeze of her hand, Win Gareth informed that there was no chance of victory now, and she would head to the center of the raid and request reinforcements and inform the Imperial family. Applying the healing skill, Gareth said that in her current state, it would be difficult to teleport 2 people and asked Win to stay here. Gareth couldn't heal Win completely right now and asked her not to hang around and to wait quietly for her. Win jumped up and shouted that the monster could reappear at any moment, but Gareth said to wait anyway. Standing up, Gareth added that one must wait whatever happens. Looking at her, Win asked her to stop. However, Gareth had already disappeared. Meanwhile, Swallow wondered if he should just leave the escapees and go to Haston. There was also the option of catching up with those who were a threat and getting rid of them. While Swallow thought he spun in a circle and Melju looked at him with incomprehension. With a hand on his chest, Swallow thought he'd gotten Dundu's teeth back, and that was the end of it. Still, he had a purpose that must not be forgotten. Figuring he needed to find Renee, or at least her body, Swallow turned around and told Melju to get ready. With her lips pressed together and looking down at the floor, Melju replied, "Okay." Noticing her reaction, Swallow asked what was wrong. Without raising her head, Melju said nothing, but Swallow said the look on her face gave Melju away. Melju said that Svald was very strong, and she knew it when she saw him in the castle. But the more she got to know him, the stronger he was. Clenching her fists, Melju said that even though Swallow calls himself Renee's comrade, he's much more powerful than she is. She asked if she was wrong. Melju was very worried about who Svald was. When he heard that, Swallow just started rubbing his neck. And then he hit her on the head with his fist and called her a fool. And then he asked her again why she was so down. Continuing to hold her head, Swallow replied that he was just Swallow. Swallow smiled and added that once they had sorted it all out, he would tell the truth. Melja seemed fine with that scenario, and Swallow punched her in the shoulder and asked her to clean up the building and show him the power of the Demon Queen. Clad in her second image, Melju replied that she understood. Then she used a reconstruction spell. A huge column of dust rose up. People didn't realize what had happened and assumed it was an explosion. Win, who saw it, realized that this smoke was from the area where the auction was located. People were outraged that this was happening in the very center of the capital. Some were worried about their homes. Win thought they were scum because there were so many people in the capital. Gareth's words about not loitering in the neighborhood came to mind. Suddenly, someone grabbed Win's arm. When she turned around, she saw a small child who said her father was there. Then Win had made up her mind. She told the people around her that everything was fine and they didn't have to worry because she was a hero. Night had fallen. Scrambling out from under the rubble, Swallow shouted her name. He didn't understand what kind of magic it was, and Melju replied that it was Reconstruction Supreme Earth-Shattering Magic. Taking to the air, Melju waved her hand and asked if it was clear. Continuing to lie between sticks and rocks, Swallow asked if she had anything more suitable for the occasion. Putting a hand to Melju's head, she asked if Svald had hinted at using the most powerful spell possible with his request for order. In response, Swallow remained silent, and Melju sat down and said that he needed to explain in detail what she had to do, and he shouldn't complain. It was clear that the situation was heating up. Swallow turned to Melju and asked if she remembered the way to the teleporter. Hearing what she remembered, Swallow ordered her to go and protect him, because people would run there now. He also asked her to get everything she needed ready, and they would go to Haston as soon as he arrived. Watching Svald leave, Melju shouted after him and asked where Haston was. Turning to her, Swallow asked if she knew the coordinates of the ancient core. Melju knew them, of course. As she said, this is her favorite dungeon of all. Swallow added that Haston was the closest village to it. Rubbing her fingers, Melju only knew about the core of antiquity from books. They split up, and Melju shouted after them that she would protect the teleporter. Before he had taken a couple steps, Swallow saw that they had already arrived. He wondered how many of them there were. There was a crowd of people in the shadows. Some belonged to one of the 9 pillars of the Empire, the Rangier Blue Crane Punishment Squad. The man in the center introduced himself as Casper, the squad leader. He asked who Swallow was. Looking at the squad, Swallow saw that they were all dressed like new and thought why they were like that. He even got a little flustered when he sensed an oddly large number of people around the auction house. It was thought that they were soldiers of the same bidder. Swallow leaned in slightly and asked if they wanted to know who he was. He asked if he had to answer. Swallow's eyes lit up and he replied that he was their enemy. Meanwhile, the core of antiquity. Nifrim was told that no one who has entered this cave has ever returned alive. If you die here, your soul will be corrupted and wander the world. His partner asked from various angles if they could go back and assured him it was scary, and kept suggesting they go back. With a snicker, Sylvia replied that if she wanted to, that's why she joked, and added that Nifrim was boring. Taking Nifrim by the sleeve, Sylvia asked if he thought this place was strange. The first room they came through had a pile of monster bodies. The room that followed was clear. Nifrim got the idea that someone had cleaned the place up. He turned to the other man and asked what he thought. The squad started thinking that maybe there was a monster with intelligence nearby. Then they thought the monster should have been cleared out. But there was the question of why monsters would remove the bodies of their kin in the first place. Nifrim turned sharply, waving his hand and shouting to someone to stop taunting him. He thought they were being tricked. His voice echoed off the walls, and someone said that Nifrim's voice was so loud that his bones shook. The 2 eyes in the darkness said that no one was fooling them, and he really did clean the place up because he hated seeing a dirty room. Seeing the eyes, Nifrim turned to Sylvia and ordered the lights to be turned on. Sylvia muttered, "Uh-huh." Extending her arm, Sylvia used the light skill. Patrick said it was very bright, and the guests weren't even called, and they had gotten to such a precious place. Patrick, who was sitting in the shadows, was illuminated by the light and said he was glad to meet him. Upon seeing the skeleton, Nifrim immediately recognized him and asked him if he was the Knight of Doom Patrick. And Patrick said he tried so hard to present himself, but apparently for nothing. Thanks to them, he couldn't even introduce himself properly, but he wasted a whole day. Patrick also asked Miss Enchantress to put her staff away and the warriors to lower their fists. Nifrim raised his sword and shouted that they'd had enough of their idle chatter and flew over to Patrick. Intercepting his hand, Patrick said that Nifrim had no manners at all and wouldn't even let him catch his breath. Continuing to hover over the skeleton, Nifrim used Rain of Ice Spikes. Seeing this, Patrick exhaled. There was an explosion where they were standing. Patrick felt it every time. Fighting alone against a crowd was not for him, but victory would still be his. Nifrim had 2 daggers in his hands. Looking at the sword behind his back, Patrick thought this was a very unexpected development. Clenching his teeth, Nifrim applied the strong body and omen reading skills and 2 others. Reaching for the sword, Patrick asked the secret to amplifying magic and clarified. Wasn't it absurd? He knew it wouldn't last long. He should last about a minute, but Nifrim has applied several rigor skills. Once more, Patrick sighed and thought for a bit, and then he collapsed. Stepping on Patrick, Nifrim asked for a replay of who would win. Lying down, Patrick said that was great, and he never thought magic would put him in a stalemate. Watching him, Sylvia thought that this was the end, and decided that the ancient core wasn't as scary as they say. Patrick saw her too, and the thought occurred to him that he should have gotten rid of that green-haired sorceress first. Nifrim stepped on him and told him to shut up. Patrick screamed. His head sank deeper into the ground. There was rage on Nifrim's face. He wanted to destroy Patrick. He tried to thrust his sword in. Patrick, however, gripped the blade like a pinch of salt with his fingers. It made him laugh. And then Patrick said he was having a lot of fun, and he really got into character this time. Patrick then apologized, adding that he didn't mean to make such a joke. He said that the last few years had been so boring, and Patrick thanked them for playing along. Then Patrick stood up and Nifrim screamed. Then he fell to the ground. Standing up, Nifrim coughed and rubbing his throat asked what had happened. Suddenly, someone said he had finally come to his senses, and Nifrim looked in the direction the sound was coming from. Patrick was standing behind him. He told me that it was over in the few seconds that Nifrim was unconscious. When Nifrim turned around, Patrick pointed with his hand to the side and said it was easier for him to see for himself. Sitting on a rock, Patrick told that of all the people who had met Patrick's Knight of Doom so far, No one had managed to come back alive. Not a single person. Patrick thought that if Nifrim knew his name, he knew it too, but it seemed he was wrong. Sylvia fell at Nifrim's feet and he screamed. Patrick said that the green-haired sorceress was difficult to deal with. Standing up, Patrick reached for his sword and said that no one could think she could use holy magic and his bones still itched. Then Patrick asked the guy in front of him, Nifrim, and told him that the sorceress right before his death shouted his name so loudly. Nifrim was silent in response. Patrick said he'd hoped for a stronger reaction, but there was none at all. He added that Nifrim was so heartless. Raising his sword, Patrick said it was time to question the survivor, and Pimor, stupid as he was, would never have sent 30 men to their deaths. Putting his sword to Nifrim's face, Patrick told him to answer what they were hiding. Since Patrick is a very kind and polite skeleton, he'll give Nifrim a choice. If he answers, he will raise his right hand. If not, he will raise his left. Then Nifrim raised his right hand, and Patrick said that it was a wise decision, and if Nifrim told everything, he would finish him off painlessly. But Nifrim gave him the middle finger. Patrick said he made a fool of him. Pointing the blade at him, Patrick said he respected his choice, and then he would deal with him slowly. As the blade stabbed into Nifrim, Patrick stepped back and said aloud when he was going to clean it all up. He thought it would be easier to clean up this time than the last. Nifrim looked forward out of the corner of his eye to see if Patrick had left or not. He leaned over Sylvia and whispered her name. Then he grinned apologetically at her that he had to survive. Standing behind the wall gave Patrick a chill down to his bones, but he decided that nothing was impossible, and Nifrim thought he eats bodies to become stronger and regenerate, and only human bodies are suitable, and also wondered about the source of his power. Standing in the middle of the cave, Patrick thought that since there were quite a few dead, he would just watch for now. Patrick also wondered where their boss was. He prayed in his mind that Swallow wouldn't do anything strange in strange places. Meanwhile, the boss was standing on an avalanche of fire, and that's when Win came up to him. When Swallow saw her, he asked if she had come to die too. The girl stepped forward and answered that she had not. She made a fist and introduced herself as the hero Win Historia. But Swallow didn't care about her name. He said her morale was impressive, but she couldn't beat him. In a half-turn, Win thought that even if she did, she should still stop him. However, Swallow intercepted her hand and informed her that he would not allow himself to be hit again. Squeezing her hand tighter and tighter, Swallow added that she should try to escape again. Swallow threw her over his shoulder and Win hit the ground. That's when she realized she couldn't win. Blood spurted. Win coughed, but thought about whether she'd bought her any time. It seemed to her that a hero should act according to status. As he lifted her by the arm, Swallow wondered if this was it. The words about her being a hero and the girl's name echoed in his head. Opening her eye, Win thought that she couldn't lose like this, and let the monster into the people of the Empire. With her strength, she swung her fist and screamed. She threw a punch and kept saying she was a hero. But as she whispered that she had to protect innocent people, her hand went limp. Pulling back her hand, Swallow said he congratulated her, and she would not die in vain. Swinging his hand, Swallow said the name Win Historia, and he would remember her name, though he wasn't sure for long. Looking down, Swallow added that as respect for her persistence, he would finish her off painlessly. But suddenly, someone struck him in the neck. When he turned around, he saw people. Rubbing his neck, he thought what kind of peppers they were and asked if they couldn't all come at once and why they were coming one by one. The man stepping forward replied that they had to use drastic methods to save Miss Win and apologized for such rude behavior. Another man asked to introduce himself. He is a member of the knighthood of Edelbrace Black Wolf R. Edelbrace Gull Riviston. He asked Swallow for dialogue. Swallow heard his name and asked how he understood it. R replied that the man under his charge had a special ability that helped recognize him. But Swallow seemed very smug and asked if he knew he was in a bad mood now. However, Swallow said they were wasting his time and if they were going to attack, they should do it faster. Bowing, R said there had been a misunderstanding and they weren't thinking of fighting him. Their goal was to offer him a deal. Reincarnating Swallow asked he looked like he was missing something. In Swallow's opinion, Aru should sober up, and if he mocks him, he will get an extremely painful demise. It seemed to be a gamble for the safety of the Empire, and the original owner of Dondu's teeth was alive. R said he was sure they didn't come all this way just to get a unique weapon, and they would help in any way they could. Taking a step forward, Swallow replied that he had already spoken and didn't need anything. Then Swallow asked if he had taken Dandu's teeth, just out of boredom, and the true purpose was to exterminate humans. Leaning over R, Swallow asked what he would do then. However, R asked if Swallow was going to ruin everything anyway, why didn't he try? Swallow said he didn't mind not sacrificing either. Immediately, Swallow asked him to tell him where the owner of the Zub's Dondu was. Saying, as you commanded, R turned and called out to Gareth. He knew she had met this girl before. As she approached them, she said that in order to find out the location, she needed to examine the tracks, and if he was okay with it, she needed to examine Dondu's teeth. Squeezing her arm, Swallow said that if she did something stupid, she'd lose her arm as a flower. Taking her teeth, Gareth immediately said that she sensed the predominant traces of one person. She saw that the distance was too great to determine the exact location, but this person is west of the Imperial Palace. Realizing that since it was in the west, Swallow decided it was in Haston and interrupted Gareth. It was enough to realize that Renee was alive. Slamming his fist into R's shoulder, Swallow said he owed him a debt and would remember the two of them. R replied that they were honored to help him. Walking away, Swallow told the troop to shoo out of the way and they quickly all parted ways. When Swallow came to Meljo and she leaned on her staff among the bodies and said that Swallow was late. Smiling, she looked up and said, she kept her promise, and defended the teleporter with all her might. Picking up Melia, who asked if it was enough to repay him, Swallow replied quite. Approaching the teleporter, Swallow wondered aloud if he should press this. Swallow then entered Hastings' coordinates and injected mana. Suddenly, the glass cracked. The crack spread and the glass burst and the water inside spilled out. As he watched this, Swallow became nervous and sweat broke out on his face. He didn't realize the teleporter couldn't hold his mana. Swallow looked at the bracelet and remembered that the function of the bracelet was to suppress mana. Then the teleport should work. Then he'll have to turn into a monster, but everyone will know who he is. In Swallow's mind, he thought he'd made enough trouble already, but it was as if Patrick's voice was telling him not to give up. With his decision made, Swallow took off the brass and mentally apologized to Patrick and began the transformation. Turning into a monster, Swallow dialed the coordinates of Haston and Wing Tower again. There was a guard at the entrance of the tower who greeted the visitors. When he saw the man in front of him, he said he needed to confirm his identity. Renee stood in front of him and asked the man if it was possible to use displacement magic here. With a wave of his hand, the guard replied that the tower was covered by a barrier, and therefore could not be entered without confirmation of identity. Suddenly, Renee pulled the blades out of her knuckles with her finger, and the guard got scared, and Renee said he couldn't escape. Blood splattered. Renee walked past the fallen guard. She thought about how when she had first come here, she had thought the tower looked like a dungeon. And sure enough, the tower is the same dungeon but with humans inside. To her, they were just weak monsters. Anyone Renee met on her way, she took their lives. Walking up the stairs, Renee thought she had dealt with everyone starting on the first floor. Now only the top floor of the tower remained for her. Amer's desk was in front of her. When she saw her, she smiled and said that she had thought about who her enemy would be, and had carefully prepared herself, and this was the girl who had come a few days ago. And she clarified Renee was not human, but instead of answering, Renee asked her where Dandu Teeth was. With a wave of her hand, Amer replied that it was her thing now and she didn't have to answer. Amer also added that she was also interested in something. She asked why Renee was still alive. Renee stared back in silence. Renee stood up and drew her blades. Amer smiled and said that such a pretty girl wasn't suited for these weapons. After applying the magical shield glare, Amer asked if Renee was going to attack the head of the guild with her pathetic knives. She wanted to ask what Renee would be able to do with such a weapon, but Renee had already attacked, and the shield shattered into small pieces. At that moment, Amer tensed up as Renee blew away her defensive magic with a single blow. Amer's mind immediately thought of how strong this child, or rather this monster, was. The Mage Tower is built directly above the mana source, so Amer thought she could defeat Renee if she used that flow. Swinging again, Renee asked again about where Dandu Teeth was. Applying the Magic Realm spell, Amer replied that she was sorry, but they weren't here because she had auctioned them off long ago. Touching her staff, Amer noticed that Renee looked very strong. She then raised her staff and announced that this was why she would not be deterred, and she used the Spear of Longinus spell. Several spells went into play at the same time. Splitting Pursuit Acceleration, Attribute Change. All of these spells attacked Renee. Renee looked at the magical strike coming towards her, and Amer yelled for Renee to try and dodge it. And then there was an explosion in the magic tower. Amer's voice sounded in the dust, saying that this is what happens when you pretend to be human. Renee stood in a half-bent state. Magical spears were thrust into her back. It was a top-level magic that even most dungeon bosses wouldn't be able to resist. At the moment when Amer was thinking that Renee wouldn't be able to withstand this blow, Renee had already made an attack, and Amer fell to the floor. She started screaming that she was in pain and didn't realize what was happening to her hands. Renee came up to her and told her that all she did was separate her brushes and a person shouldn't make a fuss over little things. Again, Amer tried to use the spell. She screamed that she didn't want to die and she had to survive. Then she screamed. Tears ran from Amer's eyes. She screamed for someone to save her. The life left her body and Amer fell and Renee put her foot on the body. At that moment, Renee thought it was the end and she erased her tracks as Bathory had advised her. But then there was the question of what Renee should do now, because Renee had nothing left. Walking over to the wall, Renee leaned against it and thought she was tired, but if she fell asleep now, someone came up to Amer and asked the head what had happened, trying to bring her to her senses. Seeing Chaim, Amer whispered that she was in pain, and Chaim asked her to hold on a little longer. But Amar told Chaim to get rid of that girl quickly. Chaim looked at Renee, and she looked back at him angrily. Chaim picked up the stone and told the head to calm down because she had lost too much blood. Showing the stone to her, he asked if she could see it. Amer looked at the stone and replied that she couldn't see. Chaim was amazed that she couldn't see. Then he explained that it was a high-grade magic stone that would allow her to escape from here. But Chaim didn't have enough mana to activate this stone and asked for help with it. Looking at the stone, Renee realized that the same thing was in the stone Amer had given her. She would never forget that terrible energy. Chaim leaned the stone against Amar's face. She thanked him and said she would live. However, she coughed, and then there was a scream. Chaim got up and said that Maher had made too many enemies. He folded his hands behind his back and asked otherwise why Ms. Wren would come here for revenge. Even Amer's family has ordered Chaim to eliminate her if he sees anything suspicious. Looking at Renee, Chaim asked if it wasn't so, miss. Chaim bowed and thanked Renee for doing the work for him. He also asked if he would continue Renee could come after him too. Something happened and Chaim said it would be some kind of insurance to give him some time to escape, and Chaim disappeared in a puff of dust. And then the monster appeared in front of Renee. Renee's first eye went completely blind. And this is not an opponent you can defeat with a wounded body and no proper weapons. But then Renee decided that this was enough for her. Renee believed that here she would pay for her sins. It seemed as if Renee would erase her footprints forever. As she approached the monster, she shouted at it not to let her hands interfere with Mr. Swallow's scent. Stabbing the monster in the eye with her sword, Renee shouted that if they were to die, they would die together. In response, the monster swept Renee off her feet with its tentacle. As she flew away, Renee thought about when Swallow would learn of her death. Will he be sad? There was another explosion in the tower. It was so powerful it blew the tower to pieces. Pulling Renee out of the rubble, Swallow asked if she was okay. Opening her eyes, Renee thought it was just like the first time he'd saved her. When her body and mind were devastated and she saw no meaning to life, Swallow appeared before her. Getting out from under the rubble, Swallow set Renee down on the ground and asked her to wait a bit. Renee didn't understand what Swallow was doing there and even thought it was a hallucination. Swallow turned to the monster Hasten. He said he obviously didn't realize who he'd risked touching. Immediately, Swallow attacked the monster with a powerful blow to its head. As he continued to strike, Swallow told the monster to know his place. The monster began to twist and hissing sounds came out of it. Raising him above him, Swallow spun his opponent around. Then Swallow slammed him to the ground. Walking up to the monster, Swallow grabbed it by the face and tisked, and again he sealed it into the ground with the words, "Abomination." A blue slurry spilled around it. Swallow realized what was happening and said that it was clear why the monster was reviving. Not a minute later, the monster rose again unharmed, and Swallow said that the tower's mana was the source of the monster's power. Smiling, Swallow said that made him feel even better then. Opening his mouth, he swallowed the monster. Coughing, Swallow walked away saying it was crap. He walked over to Rena, who was sitting with her back to them. Sitting back to back, Swallow said he had a lot he wanted to say to her when he met her, but now it was all slipping his mind and he should have written it down on a piece of paper. Rubbing his neck, he asked if Renee had met the green-haired guy and told her he'd finished him off on the way here, but that wasn't a problem. Renee sat in her lap, unresponsive. Swallow raised his head to the sky and said her name. He apologized to Renee for what happened a couple of days ago. Renee had tears in her eyes, and so she replied that Swallow shouldn't apologize, and from her words, Renee doesn't deserve to see Mr. Swallow. In response, Swallow said that the ancient core needed a gatekeeper like Renee and needed her herself. Renee then asked if Swallow resented her. Swallow said no. She also asked if he hated her, but Swallow said he didn't hate her either. Touching his pocket, Swallow said he had something for her, and he pulled out Dandu's teeth with the words, "This is what you left behind." When Renee saw her weapon, she gasped. Taking the weapon, she clutched it to her chest and sat staring at the floor, whimpering. She began to say that Renee was so scared and afraid that Swallow would hate her and leave her. With a slight smile, Swallow replied that there would be no such thing. Swallow held out his hand and motioned for Renee to return to the core of antiquity. With a yawn, Swallow told her that she was a homunculus, and they had met when he was dealing with the burning of the forest of Graphenia. Looking at him, Patrick recommended covering his mouth, and Swallow continued that this time he saw her in the lab. Then Swallow thought it was fate, so he took Renee with him. Looking at Renee, Patrick summarized that there was research in the little body. Plus, in the core of antiquity, so overflowing with evil energy that it's called the realm of darkness, Renee isn't even afraid to be in the boss's room. So she has enough mental and physical ability to handle the pressure. Then Patrick asked what they were going to do with the child. In response, Swallow said let her live here. He thought she was capable, so they'd teach her to fight first. And if she doesn't want to learn, then she can live as she pleases. Besides, she's got experience as a maid, and Swallow offered to make her a cook. Sweat broke out on Patrick's face, and he asked nervously if Swallow was serious and who would take over Renee's training then. With a paw out, Swallow pointed at Patrick and replied that it would be him. When Patrick started to get indignant, Swallow leaned on his arm and asked him not to recoil, reminding him that he was bored with nothing to do. Looking at Renee again, Patrick thought that since she was a homunculus, her abilities must be outstanding, and maybe there was some hatred left in her subconscious. Then Patrick asked his boss what her name was. Already collapsed, Swallow began to remember the name. Suddenly, Renee herself made a sound, and Patrick was surprised that she could talk. She whispered Rello, and Patrick asked if that was the full name and no others, and then suggested that the boss give her a new name. Hearing such a suggestion, Swallow began to think and then asked what her name was Renee. Patrick replied that it was fine and suggested calling her Renee Rello, and looked at his boss to see that he was already asleep. Getting down on one knee in front of Renee, Patrick said, "Well." Renee looked at him questioningly. With his fingers, Patrick lifted the corners of Renee's lips, saying that they would teach her to smile first. When Swallow and Renee returned to the core of antiquity, Patrick asked what they were grinning about. He asked what they'd done in haste and if the ground shaking had gotten to him, and Swallow said there were always exceptions. Pointing to Melia, who was lying in Swallow's hand, Patrick asked if she was an exception too. Swallow replied that it was a long story. After Swallow had put Melja on the ground, Patrick asked if he had kidnapped the child. Swallow clarified that he looked like someone who could do such a thing. So Patrick asked where Renee was that the boss was supposed to bring back, and why he'd brought a child here. Swallow hesitated and turned to Patrick. Swallow said he met Renee in the human village. Hearing this, Patrick asked if she was hurt. Swallow replied that she looked exhausted. Frowning, Swallow revealed that perhaps they had been restraining Renee all along. Moving closer, Patrick said no. Waving his hands, Patrick asked, saying that the boss didn't work out. Covering his face with his hands, Swallow cried, and Patrick asked what he was getting dramatic about. Looking up, Swallow replied that Patrick would now wear the maid's costume and run the dungeon, and Patrick handed him a paper. It was a resignation letter. Patrick then asked what they would do next. Collapsing to the floor, Swallow replied that next they would wait, and maybe she would come back again. Laughing, Patrick replied that he understood. He knew that when the boss was in such a state, it was best to leave him alone. Turning around, Patrick started to walk away, thinking that Swallow was having a hard and sad time right now, but time would pass. Suddenly, Patrick saw a silhouette in the exit archway and informed his boss that she had arrived. Then Swallow asked who had come, and Patrick said it was the man the boss had been waiting for the most. Smiling, Renee asked if Mr. Swallow had eaten, and if not, she could make lunch. Abruptly, Patrick turned to Swallow and exclaimed, "Isn't he the boss?" Swallow raised his head and mumbled questioningly. And then Patrick saw but couldn't believe he'd seriously given her the eye and wondered if he'd done it deliberately. Then Swallow told Rena that her eye was bad, and if she could see well, she would probably see the stone right away. Watching Renee cover her eye with her hand, Swallow said that if she kept those feelings, and that she would love him forever. Reaching out, Swallow began to pull his eye out, saying that next time. Stretching out his eyes, Swallow asked next time to bring him a real love stone. A blushing Renee smiled and said that now she would be for real with Mr. Swallow. A drop of water fell from the ceiling of the cave onto Meljo's forehead, causing her to wrinkle in her sleep. Rising up, she rubbed her eyes and thought about where she was and what had even happened. Suddenly, she saw the armed Patrick in front of her and she even hiccuped in fright. Clutching the blanket, Meljo asked if she had died and was now in hell. Patrick said that was complete nonsense. He told me that it was the ancient core. When Meljo heard that, she cried out. Shoving her finger at him, Meljo shouted that he was not a Reaper, but Mr. Patrick. He replied that she was a quick thinker. Patrick turned around, wondering how much longer he would sleep. Meljo looked at him questioningly. Kicking Swallow, Patrick told him to get up. Swallow said he was sleeping so well, and why did he wake him up? He yawned and noticed that Meljo was awake. When he saw him, Meljo was covered in sweat and shouted that he was the Lord of all things, the ruler of the ancient core, an ancient monster standing on top of everyone and everything Mr. Swallow. She fell at his feet. Placing a hand on her chest, she apologized and asked permission to introduce herself. Meljo said she was the Demon Queen, a descendant of Asmodeus. While Swallow listened to all this, he covered his mouth with his hand and chuckled, then waved and replied that he already knew. Meljo was startled that he knew her name. A trembling Meljo wondered if Svald had told him. Looking around, Meljo asked where he was. She remembered exactly how he took Dondu's teeth and went to punish people. And so Swallow told her that he was the one. Meljo even opened her mouth to ask what he had just said. Swallow's hand told him that Swallow was him. Meljo exclaimed, even turning blue. She screamed that she had been acting so lewdly in front of Mr. Swallow all this time. Raising his head, Patrick turned to Swallow and said he wanted to ask something about Meljo's words. And Patrick asked what she meant when she said punish people if the boss would please explain himself to him. Then Swallow asked Patrick to come with him. Patrick agreed and went. The forest of Graphenia is the border of Hostin. As she walked through the grass, she remembered being told not to come here, but nothing happened. Plucking a weed, she said there were many good herbs and mushrooms in this forest. Suddenly, she heard a thump, and turning around, she saw a man fall behind her. As she got closer, she saw the man and wondered if he was hurt badly and asked if he was okay. The man only mumbled in response. Crouching down, the girl started rummaging through her bag, shouting that now she would give him healing herbs. When she handed him some berries, the man stood up and lunged at her. The lantern behind her was covered with drops of blood. The man stood up and coughed. Coming out of the forest, the man walked toward the fortress and said he had to go. A dungeon is a battlefield, and there are certain principles that must be adhered to in order to survive. One of them is the minimum of tension. Renee yelled that if Meljo was calling herself Demon Queen, she should be quieter. Putting her finger to her mouth, Renee asked how many times she had to repeat that there should be silence in Mr. Swallow's room. Pointing her finger at herself, Meljo shouted that she didn't want to and refused because she was a dungeon monster. They bumped foreheads and Meljo shouted that she was not just the Demon Queen, but their guest and she needed to speak to Lord Swallow. And Renee yelled that it was his bedtime. Turning to another image, Meljo replied that that was why she was needed while Swallow was sound asleep. She would snuggle up to him, giving him her warmth, but Mrs. Renee was too stubborn for that. Meljo shouted at her, pointing her finger at her for acting like a grandmother. These words made Renee furious and her nostrils even flared up. She wondered if Meljo had just called her grandmother. Meljo rushed to run and Renee raised her hand and rushed to catch up with her, screaming that she would finish her off. A shivering Swallow told Patrick that they were too noisy and she couldn't sleep. Patrick said he shouldn't be outraged right now. He said there was a commotion outside. When Swallow heard that, he stood up and looked around, asking if he was that serious. Then Patrick said that a large number of troops had been deployed in Riaz to strengthen the defense, and that the villages were being emptied because of the monsters. Squeezing the paper, Patrick said that the ruler of Haston had also passed away, so now the village was in distress. However, in 3 weeks of searching, of all the human newspapers Patrick had found, there were only 3 articles related to Haston. Looking at his boss, Patrick asked if he understood what that meant. Swallow, who had already turned away, waved his paw and said no. With burning eyes, Patrick exclaimed if Swallow ever thought before answering and asked if he really should quit. Swallow yawned and asked Patrick what he thought. He sat down on a chair beside him and said that there was little information and that it was too early to draw conclusions. Looking down at the floor, Patrick said that the situation was that Haston was cut off from the outside world like that. Because it was Swallow who destroyed the village, and Patrick asked if the boss remembered how much he had destroyed. Swallow wondered. Patrick also said it's not good to get news from a destroyed settlement. The ancient core needs Haston. Watching only him, one could know when and in what size the next punitive detachment would come. Patrick thought he should get there as soon as possible, and if he delayed any longer, who knows what might happen. Swallow lay down and wished him luck. At that moment, Swallow thought to let Patrick say that he would go alone, and after his words, Patrick turned around and said that he would try to get back sooner. Resting his head on his hands, Swallow wondered if Patrick would just leave and then he could get some sleep. Patrick turned around and said that he was thinking that it would be unwise for him to go alone, and it would be good if someone would go with him. Abruptly, Swallow jumped up, seeing Renee bring his weapon over Meljo's head, and then he shouted to Patrick to wait. Looking at him, Melju asked what was wrong. She was the #1 candidate. Swallow knew that Melju was dangerous, and she was literally a walking bomb, and if she used the same spell she used in the capital, there would be nothing left of Haston. Renee also approached him and asked if she could go. She was candidate #2. And Swallow thought that Renee was even more dangerous, and it was better for her to sit still. So he asks her not to go anywhere and to stay here. Falling to his knees, Patrick said that since they didn't know how long it would take, and why didn't the boss go with him? When Swallow heard that, he thought that he was already caught in his net and there was no escape and no way out. A thought came into Swallow's head and he told him that it just so happened that last time he had destroyed Demur's bracelet so he couldn't transform. Then Patrick awed and said that really without him, Swallow couldn't go with him. When he thought he had succeeded, Swallow was glad that he was free and could sleep now. Turning human, Swallow said his demise would be agonizing. Standing behind him, Patrick replied that the boss had even cursed him, but what a pity that this body had already died. Also, Patrick added that he was the first to say that without the bracelet, Demura couldn't go. Folding his arms, Patrick asked, didn't Swallow mean that if he had been, went with him that second? As they approached the gates of the fortress, Patrick announced that they had arrived and immediately noticed the mess Swallow had made. They went inside and Patrick told them that there were 4 simple methods to determine how active a village was. Walking through the empty streets of the city, Patrick told them that the first was the busyness of the market. Swallow asked if there was no one here they could come back. The second is how much smoke is coming out of the chimneys of the houses, and that's worth checking before dinner, and now it's too late. The third is how many mercenaries and squads are in the errand center, but it has nothing to do with Haston, so they move on. Finally, the last factor is the inns and taverns. Patrick stood behind Swallow and put his hand on his head. Opening the tavern door, Patrick told him not to expect too much. Swallow had already started asking if there were any seats available. Opening the doors fully, Patrick and Swallow saw that the tavern was completely destroyed. Then Patrick said it was very bad. This village is almost abandoned. On a mountain of lifeless bodies stood a man in the rain saying that they had made a lot of effort. He said that beyond Haston lies the enemy's heartland, the capital of the Riaz Empire. Because of the Black Catastrophe, the people are weaker than ever, so now is the best time to destroy the empire. Swallow ran his finger across the table and found dust. Patrick said that Haston must have been completely abandoned. Suddenly, a man came out from another floor and asked who he was and introduced himself as the owner of the place. Behind his back, a trembling hand held a weapon, and the host asked what business they had come for. Raising his hands, Patrick told that he was a knight from Patarian's punitive unit Black Psmas coming from Netranza. Patrick knew that perhaps the man thought they might be invaders. Releasing the weapon, the man exclaimed that since they were guests, he apologized. Coming down, the host said he had no food for his guests, and it was unlikely they would be able to find any in the entire village. Folding his arms, Patrick hummed and asked if it was because of the Black Catastrophe. The master scratched the back of his head and said that if they knew, they should understand. The owner also added that he apologized because there were no rooms ready for occupancy and asked him to understand. Putting up his hand, Patrick hummed thoughtfully again, thinking that in this situation, even the price of water would be more expensive than a night's lodging. Holding something out, Patrick asked his host to take it. When he caught the object, the host asked what he was talking about. Opening his palm, the host saw a single gold coin, and Patrick asked what he thought of the finished rooms. After bowing, the host waved his hand and announced that the guests could go upstairs. Watching them go up, the host asked Patrick who the man behind him was. Patrick turned around and told him it was his slave. At that moment, Swallow tried to pull him back, but Patrick put his hand on his back and said that even though he was a slave, he was helping him a lot, so he should treat his slave accordingly. As he entered the room, Swallow spread his hands and remarked that the place wasn't too bad. Plumping into the pillows, he immediately announced that this bed was his, and it was much better than the one in Riaz. Putting something in a drawer, Patrick said it was a nice room, and Swallow asked if he had to call him a slave. And Patrick replied that he might be comfortable in those clothes, but they were too shabby and made him look like a beggar. That's why it's better to be treated that way. He said that you never know who will react to a commoner, but if he is with his master, no one will touch him so easily. And Patrick also told his boss if he didn't want to move as little as possible. Clutching a pillow, Swallow shouted that in his next life, he was sure to be a rock. Sliding the drawer in, Patrick asked the boss to obey him since he was such a wise master. Heading for the exit, Patrick said that he would be out for a while and that the boss could rest. Swallow said he wouldn't advise him to overwork on his first day. Patrick, who had climbed through the window, turned around and told the boss that he didn't have to worry because there were places where he could move freely at night. After the Black Catastrophe struck Haston, the Imperial family expressed their anger over the attack, and someone had to take responsibility for the failed attempts to conquer the ancient core. Looking at the city beneath him, Patrick said that leaving behind such craters was an art form. But before the Emperor's hand touched this place, Count Etark, ruler of Haston, died. Patrick wondered who was running the place now. Obviously, the Emperor's wrath will be directed at their family. However, it is not known whether Count Etark's successors inherited the position. Putting on his helmet, Patrick decided it was worth it to go and see the new ruler. As Patrick approached the castle, he saw 2 guards and shuddered because the guards were stronger than he thought. Peeking out from around the corner, Patrick pondered that he could take their lives or stun them. But as the sun rose, the commotion would rise. Passing by, Patrick decided that it was better not to hurry, and besides, there was a place that caught his attention. Apparently humans can't feel him, but Patrick isn't human. Upon entering the building, Patrick immediately smelled the strong odor of the dead. Lying on the bed, Swallow thought it was better to sleep in the cooler dungeon, but it wasn't bad here either. Someone knocked on the door and Swallow wondered if he would ever get a good night's sleep here. Outside the door, someone asked Sir Knight if he was in the room. Opening the door, Swallow said the host was out for a night walk, and the host asked if he wanted to have dinner because he had prepared a meal for them. The man said that as an innkeeper, he couldn't let his guests starve, and besides, the knight had paid him generously. The host remembered that he hadn't even introduced himself and informed him that his name was Novin Hedeker, and he could just call him Novin. They went out into the corridor, and Novin said he hoped Svald wouldn't be disappointed when he came down, because there weren't many supplies and little to cook with. He went on to say that all this was obvious because it was a catastrophe, and many of the inhabitants immediately went crazy when they saw it with their own eyes. After that, the Count ended his own life. Then the traffic in Haston was blocked, and now behind the wall lay the bodies of people who had died of starvation. Novin didn't know what business they had come here for, but he thought it would be better for them to get out of here, and he would be leaving the village soon. In response, Swallow only hummed as he descended the stairs, and Novin said he must be well aware of that. As they descended the stairs, a red-haired girl climbed into their room through the window. Standing in front of the beds, she thought the village was in such a state, and he was here to stop and assumed the knight was not from around here. Besides, it was the most expensive room in the hotel, and the girl realized that her guest was rich. Looking at her things, she decided she would take anything of value, but all she saw was a worn cloak. She picked it up and wrinkled her nose because the rags stank. She didn't realize that a rich man hadn't moved in here. Holding the cloak in her hand, she thought she would have something to wrap it in. When she opened the chest, she saw that it was empty, and that surprised her very much. Clenching her teeth, the girl couldn't believe that it could be possible for him to carry all of his belongings with him. As she approached the drawer, she began to examine it. When she opened the drawer where Patrick had put something, she saw an object. Overjoyed at the find, she said aloud that he couldn't have taken everything with him. Patrick returned to the room and found Swallow lying on the bed. He said he had gone to see the governor's castle. Taking off his helmet, Patrick said he wanted to take a look at the new ruler, but the guards were stronger than he expected, so he decided to return without results. Sitting down on the bed, Patrick asked if the boss had figured it out, and Swallow asked who he was asking the question to. Patrick asked out of courtesy. Staring at the ceiling, Svalek said that the connection to the outside worlds in Haston had been cut off, and that he didn't know much else besides this inn. Suddenly, Patrick shrieked into the mouth of my bones, and Swallow asked what was wrong. But Patrick was shocked that the boss was doing something. Watching Swallow cover his head with a pillow, Patrick said that the connection to the outside world had been cut off, and suggested we find out more about it tomorrow. Turning to the window, Patrick said they should be closed because he'd only opened one window, and now both were open and they could be robbed. Pulling back his soul, Swallow asked what Patrick was even talking about because he hadn't opened the windows. Laughing, Patrick asked him not to make jokes like that because the window wouldn't open by itself. Swallow said it could be a thief or a ghost. Suddenly, Swallow jumped up and realized that his cloak was missing and that Renee had actually made it. Patrick opened the drawer and said he was missing and asked if Swallow had seen the thing he'd put in the dresser. Turning to him, Swallow asked what had been stolen from Patrick. Looking at Swallow, Patrick blanched and then told him it was his ribs. Meanwhile, the thief was running through the streets of the city with the stolen goods. When she turned around, she exhaled because no one was chasing her. When she entered the house, someone greeted her and called her by name. Rosalina. The man standing in front of her asked where she had wandered in the middle of the night. He had already told her not to go out when it was dark, but Rosalind replied that she was not going out for no reason but for his sake. Leaning over her, the man began weaving his finger and asking for them. She was wasting her miles, for which made her even more hungry. Rosalind responded by asking to be heard. Another man came out and asked Toth not to push her. Turning around, Toth asked he woke up, and Rosalina exclaimed, the head opening her mouth. The head carrying the chair said that thieves shouldn't be afraid of the dark, and he wasn't angry about it. Rosalind's mistake was to leave without telling anyone. Sweat beaded on her face, and she pressed her lips together. The head also said that she was doing what she wanted to do in an already dire situation, and asked her to think about what harm she was doing before acting. Sitting down in a chair, the head said that this was no longer a home where Rosalina would be warmly welcome. She replied that she would be more careful. The head thought she understood and asked what she had come with. Putting the cloak on the floor, Rosalina unfolded it and asked to take a look at the find. The head asked if she had stolen it. Rosalina replied that yes, because she wanted to contribute too. The head asked where she had stolen it from, and Rosalina said from the hotel. Waving her hand, Rosalind said that there was such a nice room and this thing was lying in the dresser and it was clean. She thought it was an heirloom, covering his mouth with his hand and his eyes. The head sadly said Rosalina's name. He explained that these were human ribs. When Rosalind heard that, she exclaimed that she didn't know that. He thought she'd climbed into someone's grave. Rosalina screamed, "No!" Taking the rib, the head said that she had certainly not desecrated the grave, for if she had, Rosalind would not have bragged to them. Looking at the bones, the head assumed that either someone had an unusual hobby, or they were used for magic. He couldn't believe that someone was collecting human ribs. The head replied that the world is full of trash who do that. In his opinion, if they belonged to a necromancer or someone who studied black magic, the situation would become more dangerous. Everything was too suspicious for the head, and the clothes looked so much like a beggar's rags. Picking up the cloak, the head saw that this rag was made of the highest quality material. Something jingled in his pocket, and the head thought how absent-minded Rosalina was that she hadn't even checked her pockets. He took a bundle out of his pocket and saw gold coins in it. Rosalind opened her mouth and asked how much was in it. When Thoth also spoke and the head shouted that they were fools, and now was not the time to rejoice. Suddenly, someone said that they were quite hard to find. Here the head realized that the guest left in the most expensive hotel room of the ruined village, and he should have been more careful. Human ribs, clothes made of high-quality material, and lots of gold. They had touched something they shouldn't have touched. Patrick said hello to the gentleman thieves and told them they were here for their things. He kept saying he was glad they'd found them. When Patrick saw the cloak in his hand, he thought it must be safe and sound. At that moment, Swallow exhaled and thought he would live. Patrick asked if that was the cloak Renee had given him. Then Patrick thought that if Swallow broke her heart again, he didn't even know what would happen. It was a relief to him. Extending his arm with his cloak, the head said for no one to move. This is when Patrick realized they had this man in charge, and the head asked how they found them. But Patrick replied who knows, and added that maybe the thing itself wanted desperately to find an owner. With a yawn, Swallow said he was tired and wanted to get back quickly. Patrick replied that this time he would put up with the boss's complaints. Turning to the head, Patrick said that the head thief picked the wrong things to steal and asked if he wasn't going to return them. The head then asked where's the guarantee that they will leave if they get their stuff back. Patrick hummed thoughtfully in response. And the head thought that it was strange even if Rosalind had left traces of them too quickly to be found now. He thought it was something only monsters could do. Watching Rosalina hugging the bones, the head thought it might be black magic, and he decided to ask the people in front of him, those who live in darkness. Patrick answered that it was indeed dark in the cave. The head concluded that they were definitely sulfur mages and said that these bones seemed to be important to them. Patrick replied that it was his body, so of course it was. Smiling, the head replied that they were as important as the rest of his body. But Patrick said that they were just a part of his body and asked him to stop wasting time. Suddenly, the head snatched up the bones and threw them into the sky. Patrick looked up. At that moment, the head turned to Rosalind and Thoth and said that they needed to rescue those who couldn't move on their own first. Meanwhile, Patrick rushed to catch the bones that were about to fall to the ground. Before they touched the ground, Patrick stretched out his arms and caught his ribs. At that time, a man holding a weapon in his hands jumped out of the darkness at him. Then he hit Patrick on the head and the skull hit the ground, and the stones scattered in different directions. Burning eyes looked at the man from the helmet, and the man was surprised that the enemy didn't flinch. Swallow, who was not paying attention to anything, thought Patrick had been hit with a stone, and decided that everything was bad here and right. At this time, a man ran towards him from behind and tried to stab his sword into his back, but the blade broke into pieces. Then Swallow turned around and punched his opponent in the face. As he lifted him up by the throat, Swallow switched that they had normal weapons as well. Turning to Patrick, Swallow asked his master what he should do with the man. Patrick replied that he thought these games could stop. The man started to pull away, and Swallow told him to hold still. Then Swallow asked if he wanted to let them live. Patrick said he was just offering to take them all out at once. Opponent Patrick tried to escape, but Patrick grabbed him by the neck. Swallow said he was so tired he couldn't calculate his strength properly. Patrick then shoved the fugitive into the ground. The man screamed, and Patrick told Swallow he had to try harder. As she sipped her tea, Renee wondered if Swallow was all right, since it had been half a day since he'd left. Renee asked him again. Nothing had happened to him, and she didn't even know if she could enjoy her vacation like that, because Swallow must be starving there. In response, Melju asked her not to worry so much, for there was no way that the magnificent creature would miss a meal. And Renee agreed that they might be too worried and asked if Swallow and Patrick could get into trouble, right? As Swallow picked up his cloak, Patrick summarized that they had been a bit of a hassle. Looking at the chapter, Patrick said that the man was able to distract him, and that was amazing. He also thought that they should clean up the place as soon as possible, because there was no time. Turning around, Patrick saw Swallow lying down and yelled for him to stop lying down, and the boss patted the ground flat and told Patrick to lie down too. Someone came out to them and apologized. It was Rosalina. Sweat was dripping down her face, and she said that she had committed the theft. Falling to her knees and crying, Rosalind began to scream that the others had nothing to do with it, and asked them to finish her off better. Thoth came up to her and grabbed her arm and yelled at her to get up, because they wouldn't be left alone and let go anyway. Swallow, lying on the ground, said they finally got it. He ordered Patrick to sort it out, but he had already gone at them, so he replied that it would be done. Thoth stepped forward with his hand over Rosalind's, and he drew his dagger and said that if Patrick came near, he would kill him. At this moment, Rosalina took the wooden cross hanging on her chest and clenched her teeth. Suddenly, a more mature girl appeared in her place, and the cross went from wooden to gorgeous gold. The opponents began to run past, and Patrick followed Rosalina's eyes and asked where she got that cross. A cross in the shape of an upside-down phoenix and the mana emanating from it. It's tracking mana. Rosalind fell to her knees and stammered and began to explain, and Patrick wondered why he would install magic to spy on the poor. Turning to Swallow, Patrick told him that someone was watching the residents of Haston. He said that when the girl started praying, the cross leaked mana tracking, which means it activates in certain situations. If you know the terms, you can find out what the one who gave that cross is up to. Swallow replied that Haston wasn't even famous for magic, and last time there was a magic stone and now some kind of cross with mana. Turning away, Patrick said he needed to get people on his side first and asked for help. Swallow asked how he was going to do it. Replying that it was easy, Patrick pointed to his head and told him that a brilliant plan had just been hatched here. Looking at the people around him, Patrick said they were apologizing because they didn't do it because they stole things. Waving his hands, Patrick said that they were following the Imperial order to leave no trace of the fight behind. When he heard that, Tot was astonished, and Patrick raised his finger and said that they were actually members of a secret organization directly subordinate to the Emperor. He called this organization the Runo Knights of the Shadow Mist. Rosalina and Toth listened to him in surprise, and Patrick kept saying that people could be sure that they didn't want to hurt them now. In response, people asked what the Knights were doing here. There was an answer to that too. Patrick reported that they were here to save the village. He said that they kept them alive by violating Imperial orders because they needed information, all to get to the bottom of the situation faster and request financial support for Houston. Trailing off, Patrick asked what they thought and if they wanted to rebuild the village together, and they needed the people's help. Of course, people started talking about how it was a knight reporting directly to the Emperor and they came to save Haston, so the king hasn't forgotten them. An offer was made to help the knight to end such a life sooner. Approaching Swallow, Patrick told him that people are so easily manipulated and only slightly as tolerant of self-justification as the lower class. When Swallow asked if they could go back now, Patrick said that this was just the beginning, and he was noticing a lot of suspicious things by the minute. Looking at Patrick Swallow, he thought he appreciated his efforts, but he had more work to do. Collapsing to the ground, Swallow grabbed his hood, saying he realized what it meant when they say the enemy is always behind you. But Patrick turned around and said that the boss had to get up, and since the situation had turned out this way, he would have to work too. And Swallow asked if Patrick was so enthusiastic today that he could do it all himself. But Patrick had already decided that he would follow their head of state, who was still mistrustful of them, and Swallow should try to get closer to the humans. Hearing this, Swallow even turned blue and asked him if he needed to get closer to them as a human. Raising a finger, Patrick informed that there was nothing to be done, and if you take a knight in armor and a beggar-like boss, which one of them would be closer to the people. Swallow then asked him about being called a beggar, but Patrick replied that it was just for the sake of example and he should just befriend them before he returned. And Swallow reflected that people sleep most of the day, and even those who are awake still walk around sleepy, and most of the time they're slacking off. According to Swallow, people never have the desire to do anything, and so Swallow must be on his usual behavior. When Patrick heard that, he said he didn't know what Swallow was thinking since he gave it away, but it wouldn't be that easy. Leaning over him, Patrick added that the boss had to remember to find out about the church that gave the girl the cross and needed to pull the information. Just in case, Patrick added that people are cautious, so Swallow should be more patient. When Swallow came to the people, they began to ask him if he was a knight from the mists of Runo, and if he was serving the Emperor, he was from Riaz. They wondered if milk and honey really flowed there. They also asked if the knight was wearing armor, why Swallow was dressed like that. Someone suggested that it was a disguise and that they didn't walk like that in normal life. Swallow sat down on the barrel and covered his ears with his hands. Rolling his eyes, Swallow thought they were annoying and wouldn't even let him catch his breath. He wanted to eat them all. Swallow turned around and smiled at them, thinking that all he had to do was get close to the humans. The little boy tugged at his sleeve. With eager eyes, the child asked if Swallow had ever met Sir Byrne and Miss Ween. Swallow replied that he had not, and asked who they were. He thought he'd heard those names somewhere. Suddenly, Rosalind came up to them, apologizing in advance. She bowed her head and apologized for stealing things. And Swallow replied that it was no big deal because they got them back anyway. Then Thoth came up and introduced himself, saying that he was in charge in the absence of the head, and the head had ordered him to help in any way he could. Toth also specified that they had come to rescue Haston. Swallow confirmed his words. Then Toth said that since they wanted to know about the situation in the settlement, it would be easier to see for themselves. He added that if it was all right with Swallow, he could show him around right now. Sweat beaded on Swallow's face, and he didn't understand why now. Looking at the crowd of people, Swallow realized that if he stayed here, he would be bombarded with questions again. And he replied to Toth that it was a reasonable offer and stood up. He said that they would first look at the houses. Noticing that the streets were completely empty, Swallow asked where all the people were. When he got to the house, Toth said that when he opened that door, Swallow would understand. After Toth opened the door, Swallow saw two lifeless bodies inside. Toth said they had died of starvation. There isn't even food left in the area to steal, and the survivors don't even know when they will die. Swallow had a question from the beginning. When there is not enough food in the settlements, the inhabitants direct their anger at the ruler. Enraged, they grab their guns. Word black disaster during famine. But why do the people of Haston die so helplessly from lack of food? Looking out the window, Toth said it had been about a month since the black catastrophe had caught up with them. Toth also wondered why the village was so quiet and why they hadn't taken up hoes and pitchforks. Looking at Swallow, Toth asked, "Isn't Sir Knight interested to know that?" Laying her head on the table, Melju said that she really wanted to go to Haston with Mr. Swallow because the dungeon was boring. In response, Renee said that they shouldn't think that way because Mr. Swallow had entrusted them with the protection of the dungeon. To her, it was proof that Mr. Swallow trusted them, but she thought he only trusted Renee, not Meljo. Melju stood up, leaned on the table, and said that it was all right, and didn't understand why she hadn't recognized Mr. Swallow's intent at once. Renee took the tea and said that they had to stay alert at all times. You'll never know when people might invade. And Melju said that she checks for trespassers whenever possible, and she did 10 minutes ago, but now she's going to check again. Suddenly, Melju informed Rena that they were light on their feet, and someone had invaded the dungeon. Since only one eye responded, it's likely the intruder is alone. Renee stood up and told Melju that they needed to get ready. At that moment, Meljo shouted that it was coming. The one who entered the room asked why they were so excited. Renee opened her mouth when she saw him enter, and Melju noticed this and asked what was wrong. Elizabeth Bathory, the dungeon boss of the vast evil dungeon castle. Chaithy entered the room. She asked how Renee was doing. In response, Renee apologized and said that she couldn't give her anything else, and if she had announced her visit in advance, she would have prepared something. But Bathory replied that it was all right and not to worry about it because she had shown up unannounced. Sitting down at the table, Bathory leaned on her arm and said that if Renee was going to offer her something, she wouldn't mind tasting Renee's blood. Renee hesitated and said that she couldn't give that, but Bathory asked who the new girl was. When Meljo heard that, she asked if she was interested in her. Spreading her arms, Melju began to speak since Bathory insists. She is the Demon Queen, the supreme being that rules over monsters. Renee stood up and gasped because she had forgotten to introduce Melja and told her that he was the boss of Chait Castle. Sweating, Melju turned to Rena and whispered that if she stayed here, she could meet all the dungeon bosses. Grabbing her cheeks, Renee said that Melju was saying such ridiculous things, and how could she be so brazen as to claim that she would stay here to live? Raising her glass, Bathory asked if Melju was not part of the ancient core. Melju replied that she wasn't yet. A man came up to her and poured a drink into her glass. When Bathory saw him, she asked where the jerk and Patrick had gone. When the man turned around again, the flying mush Renee reported that they had been gone for some time. Hearing that, Bathory frowned and wondered why they felt the need to leave now. Noticing her reaction, Renee asked what had happened, and Bathory told her that the villages around Chaitha Castle had been destroyed. They were literally covered in blood, which means people had died. But there were no bodies, they were all gone. Bathory knew that humans could not have done such a thing, and the traces of blood on the ground led in a certain direction, as if forming a path. Let this one lead to Haston. Bathory asked what it might mean. After listening to the story, Melju realized to make all the bodies disappear at once and asked if it was undead. Sipping from her glass, Bathory replied that it was likely, but that few were capable of such a thing. Most undead are unintelligent. Only the higher species with the special title of Elder are intelligent. If the army of the dead was moving in the same direction, it must have been led by someone. Bathory thought it was the Lord of the Lost, the immortal King Erebos. The name Erebos startled Melia so much that she even covered her mouth with her hands. There's no more physical evidence of that, but they still have to notify the jerk. Bathory asked if they had someone to deliver the message. Lowering her head, Renee replied that the dungeon was empty. Bathory asked if there was another method of communication. Clenching her fists, Renee said she didn't doubt the boss. But Bathory was worried and thought it was still necessary to report it somehow. Clenching her fist, Melju shouted that she would have to take matters into her own hands, and there was nothing she could do about it. It all started with the Black Catastrophe. He said that shortly after it hit Haston, someone set fire to the fields. The rapidly spreading fire quickly destroyed the ripe crop, leaving only ashes. At the same time, bad rumors began to spread. All crops in the places where the Black Catastrophe took place are contaminated, and if you touch them, you can catch a painful disease. And so Haston became a cursed land. Then a rumor spread that even the Emperor had given up on Haston, and then the people became desperate. But even in this despair, there was a small ray of hope. A wealthy couple of commoners decided to take care of the inhabitants. They had enough crops that fortunately had not been damaged by the fire, so they opened their stores and began to distribute the food to the inhabitants. Around this couple, a group of people began to form who decided to work together for survival. However, at a time when everyone had faith in a better world, the couple were found dead in their home. Someone had massacred them. Somebody wanted more food. After that, the village lost all trust in each other. And without trust, no one would band together. People just locked themselves in their homes, hoping that their leftovers would not be taken away, and ended up dying. Thanks to rumors that the grain was contaminated, no one touched it, and the people in the alleys managed not to starve to death. After hearing the story, Swallow asked if, contrary to the rumors, they had not been poisoned. As he left the house, he said no, not yet. Swallow wondered how the grain could be contaminated if he hadn't even touched it. Someone must have spread it with malicious intent. After that home, Toth and Swallow moved on. At first, many thought that Haston could quickly overcome this calamity. Coming to the cemetery where a huge mountain of lifeless bodies lay, Toth stood opposite and said that it was the result of such complacency. If you leave the bodies outside, they start decomposing because of the insects, so they started digging holes and stacking the bodies like this. Covering his face with a rag, Toth said that the families of the dead still regretted their loss. Though the problem was more that no one had volunteered to burn them yet. Turning away, Swallow asked Toth if he could do it himself, and Toth said that he hadn't said before, but the dead couple had a daughter. Then Swallow asked what was wrong with her, and Toth told him that Rosalind's parents were also lying there. As he passed by the gate, Swallow noticed the guards and asked if they still guarded the place. He said that the guards were on a double shift. It's not that they're protecting him, but rather controlling him, and Swallow didn't realize that in a situation like this. They seem to be doing it on the orders of the ruler. As expected, the ruler is too suspicious. In such cases, a face-to-face meeting is the best way to clarify matters. You can't figure out his hidden agenda by conventional methods. Showing an object that looked like an egg, Patrick exclaimed that was why he had stolen the harpy's egg. Since they lived as a family, they would come for it. After knocking Patrick on the head, he said it was a brilliant plan and he was a genius. Patrick wished he could say that. Tilting his head and looking at the egg, he whined. Patrick didn't expect them to have such a large family of harpies. The man hanging in the noose tried to say the word no. A girl stood under the man with a candle and said, "Brother." Looking at his sister, the man called her name and told Lara she had to live. Waking up, the girl screamed and even jumped up. She sat down on the bed and began to exhale and covered her face with her hands. The girl standing next to her asked Mistress if she was having another nightmare. Lara answered with a gasp. Looking at the maid, Lara replied that everything was fine. This girl is the ruler of Hastin, Lara Sinivier Itark. When Lara stepped on the floor, the maid asked if Mistress was going to sleep anymore. Lara said she would get some fresh air. It's been a few weeks since she inherited the position. Lara still vividly remembers the day her brother died. The family has fled with all their possessions and Huston still can't get it right. Lara has only one way to survive in this situation. Looking off into the distance, Lara thought about what she had to get the old Haston back. Sitting on the throne, Lara told the man standing in front of her that he had whitewashed her salvation. She kept saying that he promised to protect her and her land. The man said he did. Waving her hand toward the window, Lara yelled for him to look out the window and asked if this was the salvation he was talking about. The man replied that he had not broken his promise and soon all the problems faced by the residents of Haston would be solved and asked not to be alarmed. Looking at him, Lara thought that this man never reveals the details of his plans, but now she had no choice but to trust. And the man kept saying that everything was going according to plan and asked the lady to just go on with her comfortable life. The man assured Lara that all her worries would soon disappear. Leaning on his arm, Lara agreed and told him she would trust him and wait a little longer. A maid entered the hall and informed Lara that she had news to report regarding the safety of the lands. She said that according to the guard's report, there was an attack from the north gate by a family of harpies, but a knight suddenly appeared and repelled them. Hearing this, Lara was surprised and asked if he had done it alone and clarified who the knight was and who he served. The maid said that the guards had asked him the same questions, but he had remained silent. Lara wanted to meet him in person and asked where he was now. The maid nodded and replied that he was led to the castle reception room. Suddenly, the man turned to the lady. He asked her to think carefully about her decision. After all, it is possible that this knight is a criminal in disguise. And Lara replied that the fact that he was suspicious did not invalidate his merit in saving Haston. It's natural for a ruler to pay attention to such a thing. And so Patrick bowed, saying that the traveling knight had the honor of greeting the ruler of Haston. Sitting on one knee, Patrick said that the road had not been easy and he was exhausted, but standing before the ruler, he felt rewarded for his labor. Folding her arms, Lara replied that he had protected Haston with his bravery and valor. She would like to thank him on behalf of the whole village. Patrick replied that he was honored. As he looked at her, he thought that Lara didn't look much like the ruler, and judging by her age, she was the younger sister of the dead man. Then Lara asked what kind of family Patrick served. At that moment, there was silence. Coughing after an awkward pause, Lara asked what his name was, but Patrick said he couldn't tell her his name and asked her to understand. Then Lara said it looked like he had something to hide, and asked if she asked him to take off his helmet, would he also refuse? Patrick said that his face was disfigured with battle scars and half of his skin had been peeled off, making him look unpleasant. He added that if the ruler wished, he would obey, but Lara raised her hand and replied that they would leave it at that. And Lara asked what he wanted, and Patrick replied that he would like to be fed. He knew what was most valuable in Haston now. Lara replied that she was ready to provide it for Patrick, and asked him to prepare everything. Patrick thanked the governor for his generosity. When Patrick heard the answer, he realized that since she answered without any hesitation, it meant that there was plenty of food in the castle. But then why did the ruler allow the village to get to this state? Plus, since Patrick was undead, he could feel the energy. Patrick felt a strange closeness from this man. Without getting up, Patrick asked if he could ask one question. Lara asked what it was. Patrick replied that something had been bothering him for some time. Turning to the man, Patrick asked who he was. Back in town, Patrick told Swallow everything. The boss said he thought the ruler wouldn't just watch it in silence. And Patrick told him that when he said he asked out of curiosity, she let him go. Swallow thought Patrick had gotten off easy and asked Patrick if he felt something close to him, and if it might be undead. Patrick replied that it wasn't definite. This aura is sometimes emitted by necromancers, and similar energy is emitted by black mages, but it depends on how much they absorbed it. Then Swallow clarified when he was going to check it out and said that if he were in his place, he would have killed them all. But Patrick disagreed. After Patrick asked what the boss had found out, and Swallow told him that the locals believed that all the grains grown were contaminated with some kind of disease. And you can't get close to that thief Rosalina because she keeps running away. After listening, Patrick said that it would be great to have mind control magic, and maybe they should have brought Melia with them. Taking out the sack, Patrick added that it didn't mean they didn't have other ways and asked to look at the food he had been handed. Seeing the food, Swallow said he was just getting peckish, but Patrick reported that they would win Rosalind's favor. Swallow approached Rosalind with a bag of food and handed her a bite. She shrank back against the wall, and Swallow asked why she was so frightened. Holding out the food, Swallow told her to take it because he was sharing it with her. Rosalind smiled and took the gift, exclaiming that it was a wafer given by the bishop. When Swallow heard this, he asked what else this bishop was. He didn't understand, because Patrick had given it to him. Walking along the path, Rosalina said she was glad that there was a believer like her, because no one around her believed in him. Rosalind exhaled and added that it was strange that everyone was so stupid, and all they had to do was believe. Looking at Swallow, Rosalina asked if he agreed, and Swallow said, well, sort of. As they approached the cave, Rosalina announced that they had arrived, and always when she comes here, she gets creepy. They started down into the cave, and Rosalind warned that it was so dark, and Sir Knight should not stumble. The catastrophe that descended on Haston is a test given to men for their evil deeds. The man at the center says he is an all-powerful creature, and all of them who have found faith in him are chosen and honorable men. The people in the pews shouted that it was so. Rosalind asked Sir Knight to sit down. The bishop said they should always remember the gifts they received from him. And today the bishop announced that he would again share the daily bread that he had sent down to them. Listening to this speech, Swallow thought it was nothing out of the ordinary, just brainwashing. Nearby, Rosalina, who was sitting next to her, giggled and rejoiced that they had come fortunately, and it was Eucharistic liturgy time. Rosalind explained that it was when the bishop gave them the wafer. Looking at the bishop, Swallow understood. The same stuff Patrick got from the governor is given to him by the bishop. There was some question as to why it was in the castle. Leaning over to Swallow, Rosalind covered her mouth with her hand and said she would only tell it to him when the bishop saved haste and the faithful would find happiness. Cradling the cross, Rosalind said they would grow closer to him and receive a more noble gift, so the bishop told her. Then Swallow asked what the other gift was. Rosalind's eyes grew wide and she answered that it might be meat. The bishop came up to them and noticed that Rosalind had also come today. She flinched when she saw him. Handing her a prosphora, the bishop asked her to take today's gift, and Rosalind thanked him. As he approached Swallow, the bishop remarked that this was the first time he had met him and hoped he would continue to come there. Taking the prosphora, Swallow said he would look into it. Suddenly, Swallow felt something. Screaming, Swallow dropped the wafer and punched the bishop. He realized the man was trying to study him. The mana the bishops used may not be visible to humans, but not to Swallow. Leaning over to Bishop, Swallow said he didn't care what he did to them. And Swallow advised him not to even put his nose in his body. That's when the bishop realized he wasn't human. Looking at them, Rosalind asked what was going on, and Swallow replied that he was just thanking the bishop from the bottom of his heart for the food. As they parted, Rosalind thanked Sir Knight and bowed to him, and Swallow waved her off. Swallow knew that after everything he had seen, he didn't even need proof. In isolated haste, a bishop appears with his pseudo-religion, who brainwashes and monitors people using unknown mana. Then there's that guy next to the ruler who reeks of undead aura. Even Swallow has a hard time noticing how organized it all seems. Melju's eyes lit up and she shouted that, as expected, Great Master Swallow understood everything. Grimacing, Swallow swallowed the lump in his throat. Melju asked what was wrong. Swallow said that there were more annoying things. Melju said she was curious to see what kind of mess Mr. Swallow made. Looking at the city of Meljo, I noticed that there is a good view from here. Swallow, who was sitting next to her, said she wasn't here for curiosity's sake and asked why she was here. And Melju told me that Lady Bathory had visited the dungeon and asked me to tell her that the undead were moving on Haston. Melju reported that Bathory had told her that she had found near Chaitha Castle and strange footprints that lead to Haston. Also, Meljo reported that Erebos is likely behind it. In response, Swallow said that the Erebos version does fit and clarified that it was just a guess. Taking her staff, Melju said she had been thinking about it. When the undead attack a village, it's typical for them to come outnumbered. Then Swallow must have asked. And Melju said it wasn't like the current Haston could stand up to her in any way. Swinging her weapon, Melju asked how Swallow thought why they didn't invade in a similar manner after all. She thrust her spear into the roof and said that if her guesses were correct, they would probably use then mana. Melju used the inferior magic of mana detection, and she hit the bullseye. The bishop stood in front of a mountain of lifeless bodies in the middle of the cemetery. Kneeling down, the bishop placed his palms on the ground. The bishop is actually the gatekeeper of the dungeon of the vast evil earth of rotting bodies, Lich Simon Magus. The image of Erebos appeared before him and said that it was he, his faithful servant Simon Magus. Stretching his arms forward, Simon addressed Erebos, the lord of all the dead. Simon said he came to give him a final report before he arrived in Haston. Erebos replied that he would not forget his hard work, and Simon said that he was only doing his duty for a great cause. After listening, Erebos asked what Simon wanted to report. Simon said that an intruder had suddenly intervened, and Erebos said that Ukmel had told him about the same problem and asked if this intruder also wore armor and emitted an undead aura. Simon replied that he didn't feel the aura of the undead, and he wasn't wearing armor either, but he felt a deep darkness inside him. Looking at Erebos, Simon asked if he had any guesses. Erebos said that he would not get involved. According to Erebos, whoever is out there to conquer the Empire must first take Haston. He reminded us to always be careful. Bowing, Simon said that Erebos had entrusted him with this great task, and he regretted not being able to fully accomplish it. Erebos also said that Umel had requested reinforcements to the castle, so he sent Masham to the underground dungeon and asked if Simon needed reinforcements. But Simon replied that everything was fine and he would report back if necessary. Erebos scattered with a multitude of crows, informing that he was leaving it up to Simon. Getting up, Simon thought that soon the undead would rule everything on Earth. He thought whoever got in their way couldn't stop them, unless it was that monster. Continuing to lie down, Svalo asked Melju and where the one who cast the spell was. And Melju replied that she couldn't say, but most wizards use mana flows right on the surface to keep the magic going. Rubbing his head, Swallow said that if he was to be supported, then the mage himself must be nearby. Melju said that wasn't always the case. Also, Melju said that it was only her guess, but was it for the magic with its supporting guide to encompass all of Haston? A conductor that is able to forcibly direct the flow of mana cannot just be taken and buried in the ground. The most likely place to hide it is over there. For Melju, that structure is most suspicious. Swallow thought of the ruler's castle. Again, this is only a guess, and Melju isn't 100% sure of it. Swallow yawned. Swallow stood up and said that Patrick should be on the other side and asked if Melju was busy right now. She said she wasn't. Then Swallow suggested we go to the castle. Melju turned blue and shook when she heard this suggestion. Smiling, Swallow added that it was time for them to tear apart one of the 7 dungeons of evil. Entering one of the houses, Patrick thought this place was the most suspicious. The smell of rotting bodies coming from downstairs was even stronger than before. That odor was suspicious, Besides, a dungeon was useless at a time like this. Patrick heard a sound coming from inside, and then the monster appeared in front of Patrick. Looking at the ogre with the axe, Patrick thought it was no wonder there was such a mosquito odor. Examining the weapon, Patrick thought he hadn't seen a cleaver in a while. Poshelf Patrick said that he asked for forgiveness for distracting him from his work and asked who the master of this ogre was. The orc looked at Patrick and threw a punch, but Patrick deflected it. It was clear to Patrick that this blow was a match for the ogre's physique. Clutching his tea sack, Patrick said he couldn't be hit with such a slow attack. As the ogre tried to wrestle the weapon from Patrick's hands, he asked the monster that he couldn't even pull with 2 hands and added that he was disappointed. If the ogre is openly doing such things in the castle dungeon, then the ruler and that man are in cahoots. As it was, Patrick had no more reason to act covertly. Now that Patrick's convinced and the ogre can be disposed of, suddenly someone appeared behind Patrick's back and knocked the helmet off his head. Turning around, he saw Dullahan himself standing in front of him and asked what he was up to. Turning to Dullahan, Patrick asked who ordered him to guard the place. However, Dullahan wasn't going to respond and threw a punch at Patrick. Patrick saw the weapon in his opponent's hands and recognized it as the Sword of Evil. This sword corrodes enemy weapons, making combat difficult, and Dullahan himself is quite powerful. Patrick realized that this didn't sound like Dullahan. Patrick asked if they could talk peacefully as fellow undead. However, the monster continued to deal blow after blow to the enemy. What Patrick saw was a sentient older undead refusing to dialogue. Still, Patrick needs to find out what the monster is here for. Deciding that the ruler knew everything, Patrick used the inferior magic of the sliding panel. Patrick then struck with the words weak sword, powerful dissection. Patrick looked at his opponent and said that since he wasn't a fan of tweaking, they wouldn't drag this out. He decided they'd get right to the point. Patrick grabbed his sword and said he'd borrow the weapon since Dullahan didn't use it anyway. Swinging Patrick pierced Dullahan in half. The sword was heavy, but it had a perfect axis. When Lara got up, she said she was cold and pulled up the blanket. Suddenly, someone asked if she had slept well. Raising her head, Lara saw Knight Patrick in front of her and gasped. Clutching the blanket, Lara started screaming how dare he barge in on her in the middle of the night, and screamed, "This is disrespectful." And Patrick replied that he was here on business, and it was obvious. Lara continued to yell. But Patrick clarified she called herself Lara, and then Patrick said he was giving the ruler Lara 5 minutes. Pointing his sword at her, he asked her to bring him the man who had been with her earlier. Bowing his head, Patrick apologized for calling them to the table late, but during the walk he picked this up. Some object Patrick threw on the table in front of Lara, and she recoiled with her lips pressed together. Looking up at Patrick, Lara asked what it was, and Patrick asked if she really didn't know. It's Dullahan's helmet. And Patrick began to speak, first calling her ruler, but then addressed her by the name Lara Sinavir Etark. And then Wig asked why she was in cahoots with the undead. When Lara heard that, she was stunned. The man next to her was silent, and Lara asked what undead he was talking about. Patrick said he was disappointed and clarified that she was faking it until the end. Patrick also said that if she's not pretending, then she really doesn't know who she's dealing with. But then she's an incompetent ruler. The man next to him said that this knight was not worth listening to anymore. He asked to call the guards and tie him up. And Patrick said he personally killed Dullahan in an underground dungeon. Lara asked if he was talking about the dungeon under her castle. Pulling out his sword, Patrick told her that her prison was strewn with bodies and asked for permission to tell her something else. Pointing to the man next to him, Patrick informed him that he too was undead. Lara exclaimed that she didn't believe his words and that he was showing up out of the blue and thought she would believe this nonsense. She screamed that this man promised her he'd save Haston, and by accusing him, Patrick is jeopardizing Huston's safety. Exhaling, Patrick clarified she meant to say she knew who was threatening Haston's safety. A man broke into the conversation and asked them all to calm down and pointed out what Patrick had said earlier about Dullahan, but he wasn't so easy to meet. Patrick exclaimed that he was a bit surprised by this too, and he hadn't thought to see such a high-level undead in a dungeon like this. Although he is an elder undead who should have his own personality, surprisingly, he was silent, and he fought kind of unnaturally. So after Patrick destroyed his soul, he did a little research. Taking a piece of armor, Patrick shouted that there was a magical mind control circle engraved on the inside of it. Also the name of the owner of the armor. Dullahan's name is Masham. That was the name of the deputy commander of the Mashami and Hart Brothers punitive unit, which had been formed 30 years ago to suppress the undead. They said he was a very skilled knight. However, after the raid, he suddenly disappeared. There was a question. Who was the evil tendril they were about to suppress? When Lara asked who it was, Patrick clenched his sword and said he would ask differently. And Patrick thought it would be great if Lara answered him personally this time. Putting his sword to the throat of the man next to him, Patrick asked where the evil undead Erebos Sir was now deceased. Hearing this, Lara said that she didn't quite understand, and isn't that the name of the boss of one of the evil dungeons? Then the man laughed. Lara looked at him and screamed that he was telling her he would save her land. Smiling, the man looked back and said he did. He also said there's been a slight change of plan, but it can't be helped. Showing his hand from beneath his cloak, he added that it would no longer be possible to accomplish this peacefully. Before he could do anything, however, Patrick separated his arm with a swing of his sword. Patrick's eyes burned, and he said they'd both better not make any sudden movements. Seeing her assistant standing calmly without a body part and no pool of blood, Lara fell off the couch and called him undead. Taking off his hood, the man introduced himself and said his name was Uhmel. He told Lara that he would kill her and all the people in the village by turning them into the undead. In his opinion, for the living like her to receive such an undeserved honor would be a true salvation. He turned undead and said that the fulfillment of the will of the servant of the doom of the Lord of the Lost Erebos. Patrick said with a gasp that he couldn't even imagine such a thing, because usually the undead attack with numerical superiority. Watching the enemy move towards him, Patrick said that he had not expected such a planned and organized invasion. Hummel said he caught her eye the first time he met her, and the fact that he exceeded his expectations by defeating Masham was very admirable. In response, Patrick said it was the first time he'd ever seen a member of the same species praised for massacring an ally. Hummel went on to say that he was increasingly intrigued by Patrick's identity as an undead, so why doesn't he serve Erebos? Of course, this was heard by Lara, who whispered that he too was undead. Striking himself on the head with his sword, Patrick thought that, in terms of future land management and cooperation, they needed a ruler. He didn't want to take Lara's life. Patrick's whole mood soured. Again, Patrick swung his sword and Ukmel's other hand fell to the floor. Putting a sword to Ukmel's throat, Patrick said that from now on he must always obey his instructions. Then Hummel asked Patrick if he thought hustling would work against the undead. Patrick replied that of course not, but that Hummel had something to lose, and Patrick said that if the enemy had been aware of the situation, he would have known that the companion he came with was much stronger. Patrick thought it might ruin the plans of the enemies. Hummel replied that it was interesting, but noted that the humans would suffer too. But Patrick said he didn't want to upset him, but they're not on the side of the humans, so he should just explain what they're doing here. Of course, Patrick asked and told what Boss Erebos was up to. The enemy was silent. Opening his mouth, Ukmel said he would answer Patrick's questions. He asked if Patrick knew how the older undead were created. Laughing, Patrick asked him to dispense with the questions and just tell him. And Ukmel kept telling me that an ordinary human or fae became an elder undead. It takes an exceptional event or a large amount of hate. A creature whose strength is enough to single-handedly slay dozens or hundreds of zombies is called an elder undead. And Erebos is an all-powerful creature who can create such undead with his magic alone. Now Patrick understood why they isolated Haston and created a religion. Ukmel confirmed that to create the dread undead, you need a person whose body is still alive but whose soul is weak. Haston is the perfect place for such a gathering. Through isolation, they drove the people to greater hunger, crushing their spirits. But what will finally break people according to the undead is the religion they have created. Patrick seemed to realize that he had asked what the pile of bodies in the underground prison was for. Ukmel said it was to mass-produce the older undead. They were going to destroy the Empire, and Ukmel reported it. If the Empire falls and most of the people become undead, the next targets of Erebos, who has gained immense power, will be the dungeons of huge evil. Finishing, Ukmel said that the truth always comes late, and then Ukmel used the ultimate magic-spreading black curse. Attacking Patrick, Ukmel asked him what he thought without hands he couldn't use magic and added that it was stupid. Patrick laughed and said he was good. Ukmel also asked Patrick, but he was hoping he'd tell him the whole story. He believed there was no creature that could go against Mr. Erebos. The only one capable of this is an ancient monster, dormant for years after the migrations. Hummel screamed that nothing would stop their plans. Squeezing his hand, Patrick asked if he could ask one question. Patrick's hand clenched on his arm and Patrick asked if he could ask him a question. Patrick said that if we summarize everything that Ukmel said, then it turns out that no matter what the plans are, if an ancient monster appears, then both Ukmel and Erebos will be finished. Ukmel asked what kind of nonsense that was. At that moment, Patrick pierced Ukmel with his sword. There was an explosion in the castle. When the fervor dissipated, Patrick saw Swallow sitting on a rock in front of him, and said that indeed he had shown up at just the right moment. Covering her mouth from the dust, Lara thought about the pain in her head. Tears came to her eyes. In front of her, she could see Melia Rising, who said it was a fragile building, and Swallow, who was sitting on top of the wreckage. Turning to Swallow, Patrick said it was indeed the right time. Then Patrick asked if there was much that Swallow had been able to find out about, and he said almost everything. Swallow tried to attack, but he waved his hand and stopped the attack, telling him not to get his hopes up. There was an explosion nearby, and Melju screamed, asking what it was. An attempted attack was made by Ukmel, but Swallow captured him by piercing him with stakes. Suddenly, Ukmel realized to whom such power belonged, and his eyes opened wide. Here, Patrick smiled and said that he didn't seem to say that his companion was much stronger than Ukmel thought. Looking at the monster, Swallow asked who it was. Ukmel thought that according to his information, the ancient monster shouldn't be here, so why would it be here? But it wasn't just that bothered Ukmel, it was the fact that he couldn't feel the energy of the crystal above. Looking at Melja, Ukmel thought that this girl was a demon queen, judging by her mana amount. He felt he needed to stall until he could get this information to Mr. Erebos. He kept wondering what the other monster was doing here. Coughing, Ukmel said sure as he had heard that they had disappeared after the invasion of Riaz. But he was attacked and there was another explosion in the room. Ukmel collapsed and coughed. Then Ukmel said they were already too late. Melju pointed her staff at him and said that he was talking too much. Swallow noticed that Ukmel was stubborn and that's probably why he was undead. Melju turned to look at him. Standing up, Ukmel opened his arms and ordered them to bow. Ukmel reported that their lord had arrived on this land. Patrick turned to Swallow, but he said he could see everything. Looking ahead, Swallow said he clearly made for a spectacular appearance. Suddenly, the man playing rocks looked up and turned to his companions, asking if they thought the sky was strange. The sky was turning black. There was a very strong wind. Rosalind ran down the alley. Someone called out to her and Rosalind turned around. He was standing in front of her and she asked if he was awake. He said he should be the one to ask because she always runs away at night and asked where she was. In response, Rosalina said that she got restless and went out for some fresh air, so Jabeth A was walking around the square. Covering her mouth with her hand, Rosalina remembered that this was a contaminated neighborhood and no one went there. She realized that Thoth would get very angry again, so she whispered a slow of apology. After listening, Thoth said that Rosalind was incorrigible. She was a little taken aback because he wasn't angry. Then Thoth reported that the head and the others had conferred and decided that tomorrow night they would all leave Haston. Leaving, Thoth said he didn't know what Rosalina thought of those nights, but the chapter didn't trust them. He asked to follow him so he could explain things to her on the way. So they came to the cemetery and stopped in front of a mountain of bodies. Covering his face with a rag, Thoth thought that at the bottom of the pit lay Rosalind's parents. He said that if Rosalina leaves Haston, she won't be able to come back here for a while. Of course, she had the right to do as she wished and just had to listen to her heart. Rosalind was silent in response. She looked down and said she didn't quite understand why the head was so eager to leave the village, since Haston would be saved and they couldn't wait. Looking at the girl, Thoth replied that he had nothing against her religion and it was entirely her choice. But did she want to wait for salvation that might not come? He kept saying it wasn't just the God she believed in that could save her. She could be saved by her own actions. Rosalind echoed Thoth's words about transgressions and clenched her fist. She looked at him and said he was right. He held out her torch and asked if she could do it, and Rosalind said she would try. She went to the bodies and tilted the torch toward them, but suddenly someone reached out and grabbed her. The man said he was thinking about who was loitering here at this hour. The man looked at him and asked where he had come from. It was the bishop who leaned over to ask Rosalind what she was doing in such a place. He grabbed her arm and Rosalina started to lash out and yell what he was doing. Suddenly, Thoth noticed that the bishop's clothes were on fire and shouted about it. Then Thoth said he'd better let Rosalind go. The fire continued to spread. And then Thoth smelled a strange odor that was already familiar to him. Looking at the bishop, Rosalind kept yelling that he needed to put out the fire. She let go of the torch herself and fell on Thoth. Thoth fell under her weight. And the bishop was completely seized and just stood there without making a sound. And then they saw the bishop's real face. Simon turned undead. Clenching his teeth, Thoth shouted that it was undead, and Rosalina also opened her mouth, exclaiming, "Bishop!" Simon ordered the men to be silent, saying that silence was a song in honor of his arrival. Thoth and Rosalina screamed as the dead men behind Simon's back started to get up. Shaking Rosalind, Thoth shouted that they had to run. The dead men rushed after them. They managed to run to the nearest house, and then Thoth piled various pieces of furniture on the door, thinking it would delay them. Suddenly, Rosalind collapsed, breathing heavily, and said she could go no further. Thoth looked at her and said she had to. He thought the house was better than the street, but the first floor was not dangerous. Since Rosalind's legs wouldn't hold her up, she told Todd about it, and she knelt down so she could get on his back. When Rosalind climbed on Thoth's back, he went to the stairs to the second floor, and Rosalind said that he was also very tired, and thanked him. Near the house stood a crowd of dead men who stared at the shadow of the two in the window. Pressing his lips together, Thoth wondered if they could both survive, and if they couldn't then. After they reached the second floor, Rosalina noticed that there was a strong stench, and asked if it was from there. When they entered the room, they saw the bodies. When they closed the door, they sat down, and Rosalina asked if they were safe now. Rising Thoth said it was still just as dangerous here, and asked to stay calm if he wanted to survive. Looking at the body frozen with the weapon in his hands, Thoth took off his scarf and walked over to him. Rosalind, huddled in a corner, asked Thoth what he was doing, and Thoth took the dead man's weapon. When Thoth brandished his weapon and blood spurted, Rosalind tearfully covered her face with her hands. Picking up Rosalind's cross, Thoth said that even though he hadn't told her this, he felt uneasy every time he saw it. He asked Rosalind to henceforth believe what was truly trustworthy. Thoth turned around and saw the dead men in front of him and said that they must have broken through the door. So Rosalina asked what to do and Thoth asked what else was left. Rosalina thought she should find some weapons too. When Thoth went forward, Rosalind held out her hand to him and asked where he was going. Turning to her, Thoth smiled. He went to the door and Rosalind stood up, asking him to wait. Then Thoth closed the door, locking Rosalind in the room. He hung his blood-stained handkerchief on the knob. If you do that, they won't be able to find the Rosalina by scent. Knocking on the door, Rosalind asked what he's doing and asked Thoth not to leave because she's scared. Leaving, Thoth asked how long she would have to rely on others and told Rosalina to stop making trouble. Standing with weapon in hand and watching his opponents approach him, Thoth told Rosalind that whatever she heard, she should not react. Frowning, Thoth told Rosalind not to dare make a sound or do anything stupid. Rosalind, standing outside the door, put her hand over her mouth. He smiled and said that for once she had listened to him. The dead men were already close. Clutching his spear, Thoth ran toward them, and the last thing he said was to apologize to Rosalind for being too hard on her. Clenching her teeth in tears, Rosalind rolled down the door to the floor. After a while, a wooden cross and Thoth's broken weapon lay on the floor near where the dead men stood. Simon floated in the air and his army stood below him. Simon raised his hand. He ordered the entire army to advance. The dead knights rushed into battle. They were confronted by armed men. They thought it was because of the new ruler that the sky had turned an ominous bloody color. The people thought it strange that the ruler had not appeared in public for weeks. Suddenly, a man appeared in front of them who was breathing heavily and shaking. He whispered that it was dangerous. People looked at him and asked what had happened to him and who had hurt him. The healer went forward, telling the men to let him examine the man. People asked if he was the healer from Mage Tower. He replied that he was a trainee at Wing Tower. The wounded man whispered something about the undead, but they didn't really hear him. The healer, using a spell, reported that he was not bleeding. Then the healer realized that this blood did not belong to this man. When one of the men looked closer, he said that there was someone else coming. The man next to him said that everyone who was able to move had long ago gathered to see who was there. Suddenly, the wounded man screamed undead. The people were frightened and asked him to calm down, and he kept yelling that the undead were coming that way. And then the men saw the zombies in front of them. This monster immediately rushed towards the injured man who was lying on the ground. Suddenly, a knight on a horse appeared from somewhere and took the monster's head off with his sword. Turning around, the knight shouted that the undead were not as strong as they seemed. Looking at the men, the knight said they could choose to flee or stay and fight together. The men came forward saying that they were former trainees of the Wing Mage Tower and that they were not in the tower on the day the Black Disaster struck. So they wanted to help now. Someone else in the crowd raised his hand and said that he too would fight. People started raising their hands and shouting that they too would fight. Then the knight ordered the men to stand forward, those who had the strength to hold weapons, and the rest tried to build a line of defense. The people shouted that they would defend Haston to the end. At that moment, the zombies were already approaching them. The knight shouted that they were here. Turning to the trainees, the knight ordered them to prepare to use magic, and the trainees began to use spells. The knight gave the command ply and the mages cast a spell. Everything was enveloped in blue light. There was an explosion in the building, and the head approaching the house wondered what was going on there. He also wondered where Toth and Rosalind had gone at a time like this. Turning the corner, the head saw Rosalind sitting on the doorstep. The girl was either unconscious or asleep. The head ran up to her and shouted her name. Opening her eyes, Rosalina addressed him ex officio. The head pulled off his jacket and asked what had happened. Rosalind began to tell him that Thoth had told her to stay where she was. The head asked where Toth was. Crying, Rosalind said that Thoth had told her to keep her head down, but she had come here anyway because she was so scared. That's when the head realized what had happened to Toth, and he asked if Toth would blame Rosalind for his death. And he himself answered that Toth would never have done such a thing, and therefore Rosalind should not speak because of me. But thanks to Toth, and thanks to him, she is alive now. Suddenly, Rosalina remembered that there was an undead different from the others. The head put his hand on her shoulder and said they needed help. Gritting his teeth, the head asked what Rosalina was talking about, and she said they needed the help of those knights. Hearing this, Toth said that they were probably in the ruler's castle. Suddenly, the head pulled out a vial, and Rosalina asked what it was, and he said she didn't even have the strength to stand up right now, so she needed to drink it. The man stood up and said that he was the head and thought it must be safer inside the castle than here. Smiling, he looked at Rosalina and said that he could not leave his comrades while they fought. Mentally, the head told Toth that he would not allow Rosalind, whom he had saved in exchange for his life, to be put in danger again. Patrick looked out the window and said that it was a mess and that Swallow should take a look at it. Meljo also noticed that there was a real battle going on. The lying swallow raised his hand and asked why he should look at them if it didn't concern them. Patrick countered that it was their business. Also, Patrick noticed that people seem to be winning and things aren't going so badly for them, and Swallow asked how long they could hold out. Patrick replied with a snort that it wouldn't be long. They had enough weapons, but they would get tired quickly. Patrick also said that if you believe Okmel's words, there must be elders among the ordinary undead. Anyway, according to Patrick, Erebos is prepared for everything quite seriously, and he thinks they should do the same. Smiling Swallow replied that there was something they needed to do before that. Watching the boss get up, Patrick asked what to do and added that he didn't favor Swallow's actions beforehand. But Swallow reminded him that Patrick himself had wanted him to keep it up. Walking up to Lara, Swallow said your name. She lowered her eyes and said her name was Lara Sinavir Itark. Taking a seat next to him, Swallow said he only remembered Lara and introduced himself as well. Leaning even closer, Swallow took her face and asked if Lara wanted to live. Looking at him, Patrick asked what was wrong with the boss. In Patrick's opinion, Lara should be taken out of his life. Continuing to sit across from him, Swallow said that he had wanted to do that at first, but that he had changed his mind. Patrick asked what the boss wanted to do. Patrick thought Haston was beyond saving. Swallow asked Patrick to think if the undead were the reason they were halfway to surrendering Haston. And Swallow said that if all the undead in the village disappeared and the ruler was at their disposal, they wouldn't have to surrender Haston. At first, Patrick wanted to say it was stupid, but he decided it was worth considering, using the ruler instead of dealing with her. Then Patrick asked if people could keep their mouths shut. MLJU agreed, saying that people who learned the truth would never keep it a secret. Looking at Lara, Swallow said it seems like she has a reason to live. The very fact that she wouldn't take her eyes off Swallow despite her fear proved it. Even Swallow's true form had no effect on Lara. With the boss, Patrick agreed, saying that it was surprising that she was just an ordinary person. All the heroes Swallow had met were special by nature. They possessed a talent that could not be acquired by mere diligence. The ruler has so much mental fortitude that she didn't lose her mind even at the sight of Swallow. And so Lara, drenched in sweat, replied that she must live. Swallow threw back his head. He asked Patrick if such a person would turn down an opportunity to avoid death. Patrick asked if he was going to trust the thinking. Rubbing his chin, Swallow added that his intuition was also in play. Meljo's eyes lit up. Once again, she had expected nothing from Mr. Swallow. When Patrick heard that, he thought it didn't sound very reliable and said that if the boss had decided so, how could he object? Patrick turned away and said that if their plan went to hell, they'd clean up the mess themselves. Turning to Lara, Swallow said she understood and asked her to choose. If she just told them to save her, they'd deal with it. And Lara asked what would happen after that. Swallow said it was simple and that they would drive out the undead, but until Haston recovered, Patrick would try to help. When Patrick heard that, he shouted what a setup this was. Swallow pouted. Lara asked what she should do in return. Swallow asked for time to think about it and specified that he should choose something simple. And Swallow said that Lara could just give them everything. When Lara heard that, she opened her mouth and asked what. But Swallow said she needed everything she had. Then Lara began to think that if she refused, she would die, either at the hands of these monsters or at the hands of the undead. On the other hand, If she agrees, she'll survive, but she'll lose everything. Thoughts popped into her head that if it hadn't happened, her brother would have killed himself. And if her brother hadn't died, she'd be the ruler of Haston. If she wasn't the ruler of Haston, she'd be in this situation. Patrick said it was time to call it a day and asked where the sword was. Suddenly, there was a stomping sound outside the door, and Swallow turned to see what was coming. Melju tensed and asked if she needed to do anything, and added that she could block the door with magic. However, Swallow asked simply to open the door. Melju indicated that she understood and waved her spear. It was Rosalina, who was already heavy-breathed, but smiled at the fact that the knights were really here and immediately asked for help. Leaning over, Rosalina leaned on her knees and said that the village had been invaded by the undead, and everyone was fighting hard, but there were too many of them. She asked for help and said that Toth was dead, and the head said he would wait for her. Over and over, Rosalind repeated that she was asking for help, reminding them that they had said they would save Haston. Suddenly, she looked up and saw Patrick, which made her scream because he was running without a helmet. Pointing to himself, Patrick confirmed that he was a skeleton, and said that the decision-making power was now in the hands of another man. Looking to the side, Rosalina saw Lara and clarified the other person. Continuing to sit on the floor, Lara asked if the residents were dying, and Patrick said that if you think about it, now was the time when they should be exterminated, and asked if he could ask for her help. Melju replied that of course, adding that she was curious herself. Suddenly something appeared in front of them. She ordered the mini-monster to stay on its path and fly straight, so everyone in the castle could see everyone in the city. Melju said that there were ghouls there too, and she couldn't stand them. And Patrick said it's not going to be easy for people to get out of there alive. Watching the screen, Rosalina cried and clenched her teeth because people were asking the monster to stop and just take a life. She screamed, asking why they were inactive when they had the chance to fight back, and asked again to save them. Swallow turned around. No one answered her, and again Rosalina shouted that people were dying and that the government had done something about it. Lara's mouth fell open as she listened. Rosalina asked if Lara had done anything, and Lara turned to Swallow. She asked him to save the people. She also began to weep and asked him to save everyone who was still in the Haston. And so the trio headed for the exit, and Swallow responded well. He didn't think the case was particularly difficult after all. Falling to the ground, the man looked at the undead in front of him and wondered aloud who had said the undead were weak. He didn't think everyone would die so easily. Watching the monster lunge at him, the man thought he was done for. At the last moment, Melju stepped on the monster's head and stomped on it, saying it was gross. Lifting her foot and watching the residue drip to the ground, Melju yelled that all she wanted to do was land on the roof. Watching as the zombies rushed at her to attack, Melju said they were too noisy. She cast a spell and pink flames enveloped the streets of the city. Looking at his savior, the man smiled and thought she was an angel. When Melju heard him, she turned around and wrinkled her nose and asked what the hell the pathetic brat was yapping about. She kicked the man and he flew back, and Melju told him to get the hell out of here if he wanted to live. The man hiccuped and ran away. Melju asked how the damn man had dared to confuse her with an angel. Raising her head, Melju looked at the castle and thought that she never would have said before that she would help people. Suddenly, Simon appeared in front of her and said with a sigh that she was not a human, but a monster. Turning to look at him, Melju listened as he said that she was also in human form with so much mana. He knew she was either a demon queen or a dragon, but asked why on earth she was on the side of the humans. Melju responded by saying that she does what she wants, and undead like him have no right to interrogate the queen. Simon laughed and said that he would know the truth when he ripped her flesh off. He thought she was stupid for being too sure of her own strength. Extending his hand, Simon asked why she shouldn't give up her humanity and become undead, since she would definitely become a strong species. Melju frowned and said she didn't know what he was saying, but she could tell he was the same chatty undead she'd met before. Simon laughed and said that he was one of those who served the great Lord of the Lost. He drew his weapon with the words darkness out of 10 evils. Simon also asked if Meljo thought he was going to lose to some demon queen. Monsters began to appear between buildings and in the streets. Meljo said she had no idea what Simon was talking about. Meljo also added that his opponent was not her. Swallow's eyes appeared behind Simon. Grabbing Simon's Swallow, he said, "You're a lousy guy." Simon looked back. Pulling Simon to him, Swallow reminded him that he had said he remembered him. By the time Simon realized who it was too late. Swallow punched Simon in the face, and then Swallow threw Simon into the building. There was a crash, and the wall shattered. Clenching his fist, Swallow smiled and said that it felt very good. Looking at his opponent, Swallow thought that if his guess was correct, he was the gatekeeper of the undead army, which meant he was the gatekeeper of one of the 7 dungeons. Calling out to Simon, Swallow said that he could not die after such a thing, and ordered him to get up. Melju approached Swallow and said that it looked like Swallow had a grudge against him, and asked if he knew Simon. With a grimace on his face, Swallow told him that a few hours ago, this git had tried to study him by injecting his mana without his permission. Swallow also said that the situation won't be resolved if they just stand there, and asked what Melju Erebos thought of the village. Pointing upwards, Melju replied that probably not, because this barrier is designed to lock those inside. Melju thinks the caster is probably out there, but she has no idea what he's up to, and unfortunately her powers aren't likely to be enough to dispel him. Also, Swallow asked if Melju could take on all the change. Turning around, Melju asked if he was talking about that undead thing behind her back. And Swallow confirmed, explaining that he wanted to minimize the loss of life. The village is almost extinct and needs people to keep it going. Smiling, Melju said that if that was all it was, she might not be perfect, but she could handle it. Stroking her head, Swallow replied that he would clean up a bit and go straight to meet Erebos. As he left, Melju asked how long it would take, and Swallow said 15 minutes, maybe 20. Pulling out her spear, Melju said that since it was only 20 minutes, she could hold out. Swallow replied that it was reassuring. She flew upward, and Melju told Swallow to be careful. Turning to Simon, Swallow decided that now he needed to finish the job here. Simon whispered that he allowed it. Lifting his head, Simon asked Swallow he ancient monster. And Swallow said it was close but not quite true, and Simon asked who the hell he was. Jokingly, Swallow asked if he was Patrick's slave, but Simon said that was nonsense. At this time, Simon was casting a spell and saying that Swallow didn't think he would just lie there like a fool doing nothing. Suddenly, Swallow flew back and Simon spoke that he who had taken the great Mr. Erebos' share of the Great Lord's debt had never failed him. When Swallow fell, Simon exhaled and said he had to go to Gopod and Erebos. However, Swallow got to his feet saying that Simon was starting to piss him off more and more. Looking at his opponent, Simon swore because it was indeed the boss of the ancient core Swallow. For Simon, this is getting dangerous. Running away, Simon decided that he had to go to Mr. Erebos as quickly as possible. He tried to escape as fast as he could, but Swallow had already opened his maw. And then the ancient monster's teeth closed and the undead disappeared somewhere in the depths of its stomach. Suddenly, Swallow looked back and noticed that he had missed and Simon was already opening the portal. He called Simon a jumpy bastard, but he was already gone. Swallow's eyes followed him, clucking because he'd tried to eat him in one sitting. Scratching the back of his head, Swallow decided he didn't want to bother looking for him, but he couldn't let the enemy go. Here, Swallow remembered how he had told Melj that it would only take 15 minutes. Watching the area where Melju fights the undead walk with stilts, Swallow began to worry about her. Raising his hand and applying the spell, Swallow decided he wasn't going to waste any time. He knew that bastard must have run to Mommy, and Ra is Erebos, which must be outside the village. He would have to move to the castle walls, that's what Swallow thought. Standing behind Simon's back, Swallow decided that he would just hit the side where the bug had fled and be done with it. And so Swallow blew and there was a huge ditch in the middle of the city. But Swallow thought the town didn't look much different. Walking down the hole, Swallow thought he heard Patrick's voice, but thought he heard it. Walking on, Swallow covered his ears. Looking around, he suddenly saw bones. He thought it was a dead man, and then he wondered if the undead could even be called a dead man. Swallow lifted him up by the hair and told him that he was the reason the village was a mess and whether he was going to fix it. As he dragged Simon along the ground, Swallow kept saying that if he were alive, he would be able to reproach him for his injustice. And so Swallow reached the barrier. He remembered that Melju had told him that her strength was not enough to break it down. Touching Swallow thought this barrier was pretty good, but the question was whether he could hit it. Suddenly, Swallow's hand went through that barrier and he was even surprised. But when he pulled his hand back up to his face, it was as if it had been melted by hot glass. Looking at Simon, Swallow thought he could get through the glass, as long as Demura holds out. Otherwise, if it breaks and Swallow transforms, Patrick will scold him for sure. But if anything went wrong, Swallow thought he'd blame it on Simon. Swallow looked around and saw only a few zombies. It was a good thing there were no people around. But Swallow went in the opposite direction, dragging Simon with him. After moving a decent distance away, Swallow turned around to accelerate. Swallow turned into a dragon and flew towards the barrier. The battle between the undead and Melju was still going on behind him. When Swallow hit the barrier, it was like it exploded, and then he landed among the undead. Swallow walked by and said the place was crawling with them. The monsters were stretching their arms towards Swallow and all accompanied by snarling. Where Swallow was standing, a pillar of light struck the sky. The monsters that were nearby were thrown back by the shockwave. In Swallow's opinion, the hospitality here is abysmal. However, the undead tried to attack him again. Standing in front of the supreme undead, Swallow remarked that this was the way to go at once. Two glowing eyes could be seen in the forest. Swallow held out his hand and threw Simon to the ground, saying it was a gift. Looking at Erebos, Swallow said he thought they had something to talk about. He asked like an ancient monster if he thought it was right for humans to oppress multiple races. Swallow was silent, and Erebos said that humans are pathetically arrogant and selfish. Even with reasonably good living conditions, they invade all the time. In response, Swallow told Erebos to cut the crap and get straight to the point. Then Erebos said the humans must disappear, and Swallow's power is more than enough to destroy the Empire. Erebos thought it was completely impossible because of the impregnable fortress in the form of Riese, until the black catastrophe descended upon him. Erebos only asked Swallow to say that he was going to exterminate the humans. In that case, all the monsters would already be ready to give their lives. Scratching the back of his head, Swallow grunted and said it was too many words. He asked her to stop stalling and tell him what Erebos wanted. Erebos responded by saying that if Swallow hadn't stood by, many monsters wouldn't have had to die. And the monsters could have destroyed the vile humans. Swallow asked if he understood correctly that what Erebos had done here was on his conscience. Erebos confirmed that this whole thing started with Swallow, so Swallow said he was denied. Swallow said that Erebos wanted to tell him not to stop them from exterminating humans. Hearing this, Erebos said he was sorry and cast a spell. A seal appeared in the sky and Erebos ordered the monster to appear. Watching someone's paw show in the sky, Swallow asked what it was. A rotting tapir appeared from the portal. When he saw it, Swallow took off the bracelet Patrick had given him. Immediately, the monster rushed to attack Swallow, who was standing literally underneath him, and the ground flew apart. In the city of Melju, everyone kept fighting the monsters, and they kept coming and coming. With her spear, Melju would set undead on fire, and they would burn before attacking her. Watching them blaze, Melju said that they were so boringly lined up that she had to spend a lot of energy on them. Raising her head, Melju thought that the barrier that covered the sky was created by magic of even divine level. She remembered Swallow saying he'd gone to meet with Erebos and figured it hadn't been 3 minutes before he'd said it and left. Suddenly, someone appeared behind Melju's back, breathing heavily. She looked back. It was the head. He held onto his wound and turned to Meljo as a sorceress to ask if everyone else was safe. Pointing her hand toward Melju said that if he meant other people, they were burning right there, right now. The head was already seeing poorly and asked the enchantress if she was a comrade of those knights. Falling to the ground, the head began to explain that one dressed in huge armor, the other in black like a beggar or a wanderer. Lovingly, Melju repeated the word comrade and said as if she could be one. Fainting, the head heard Melju say that she was just an errand girl and not even close to their greatness. And the head thought that since she knew those knights, it was help. And thank the gods, Rosalina got there just in time. Kneeling on his knees, the head thought that at least Toth's death had not been in vain, and perhaps Haston could be saved. Taking his hand away from the wound, the head told Meljo that he would soon become undead as well. Melju replied that she already knew. The head said that if it was not too much trouble for her, she could fulfill one request. He managed to open his eyes fully and saw Melju's full form, and realized she wasn't human. He saw Melju coming toward him and thought his request no longer mattered. And the head said that if there was a weapon nearby, could Melju bring it? So Melju stuck a spear in the ground in front of the head. She said he was a true warrior. As Melju flew into the air, she saw that there was a massacre going on in the distance, and she could feel an ominous energy emanating from there. The monster made trees and earth fly upwards as soon as it stepped on them. Watching the battle between Swallow and the monster, Erebos thought he expected nothing less. In his opinion, this strength is truly worthy of the greatness of an ancient monster. Against the opponent, Swallow used the divine magic Fangs of Evil. This is the strongest spell among divine magic that can decide the outcome of a battle. Erebos knew that not even an ancient monster could survive it. Watching Swallow being tormented, Erebos thought he would finally destroy the ancient monster and turn the entire continent undead. He's decided he's a superior creature that truly rules the zombies. Speaking to Swallow, he said that the end of his 1,000-year wanderings would be doom, which Swallow must accept with honor. There was an explosion at the scene of the battle. Swallow thought it hurt like hell. Erebos was approached by Swallow and told that he no longer had the strength to continue enduring this pain, so he had had enough. At this point, Erebos tensed up. He was caught by the phrase "continue to endure." Then he decided to use a spell against Swallow and the trees flew up. Glancing at the objects in the air, Swallow asked, "Is this Erebos' strongest spell?" When Erebos realized that Swallow had purposely allowed himself to be attacked to find out how dangerous Bewage magic was, he clenched his fist. At this point, Erebos realized that he had no chance of winning and it was better to retreat now. He was too hasty. He decided he needed to increase the distance and run away. Standing up on the ground, Swallow called out to Erebos, reminding him that he was talking to him. Swallow asked Erebos to stop fussing, and if he had something more helpful, let him use it. But Erebos was silent, and Swallow asked why he was quiet. And Swallow realized that he really had nothing stronger. The monster tried to attack him by firing 2 lasers into the sky, and Swallow asked if the attacks would be more varied. Suddenly, Erebos cast a spell and chains enveloped Swallow's body. With a gasp, Swallow thought he couldn't stand that kind of magic and cast a spell as well. A monster appeared above Swallow. He realized that the monster was also from the Divine series, but Swallow crushed the monster. A slurry spread on the ground, and Swallow turned to the man and said it was a nasty thing. Standing in a hole in the middle of the monster, Swallow decided that since he had gotten bigger, he should take it a little more seriously. Turning into the monster's body, Swallow swallowed the monster. A bright light enveloped the area. Swallow stopped in front of Erebos and asked if it was time for him to tear down one of the 7 dungeons of evil. From the castle tower came Patrick's voice, shouting what place the boss was thinking. He sat with his head in his hands and said how stubborn Swallow was and when he'd realized he was a walking disaster. Lara and Rosalina covered their ears to avoid hearing Patrick's screams. When there was an explosion in the distance, Lara turned away and wondered what was going on. Leaning on his arm, Patrick said that the boss was causing him new problems, and more specifically destroying the undead army. Hearing this, Lara turned to Patrick and asked now his boss was saving Haston. But Patrick didn't answer. He just said that everything would work out somehow and she had nothing to worry about, and asked her to talk to him as before. Fortunately, there are no more undead in the village, as expected of Melju. Suddenly, Melju fell beside her and screamed that she was dying. Looking at her, Patrick said, "Remember the sun? Here comes the ray." Collapsing, Melju said the deed was done and it had been a long time since she had spent every last drop of mana. Patrick replied that he didn't know what he would have done if she hadn't been here, and Melju looked at him to see how Swallow was doing. And Patrick replied that Melju had done a tremendous job in comparison. Then Melju asked if the boss was back yet, and Patrick said that, as you can hear, the boss is still fighting. Melju looked toward the battle and said that Swallow's strength was incredible, and if you think about the damage, it was fantastic. And Patrick is amazed at how the boss manages to make trouble everywhere he goes. Rosalind's eyes were wide open. Patrick exhaled and said what he felt was a lot of work on his soul. He didn't understand why the boss was dragging it out like this when he could safely crush them, and it seemed like the boss didn't appreciate him cleaning up after them at all. Suddenly, Patrick turned to Rosalind and she turned around. As Patrick approached her, he raised his sword, and then he reminded that they had decided to let only the ruler live. Putting the sword to his face, Patrick said that he should finally deal with Rosalind. Then he put the sword on his shoulder and said there was no reason to let anyone but the ruler live. Rosalind fell and Lara ran up to her, shouting for him to wait and reminding him that Rosalind was one of those under her power. Waving his hands, Patrick sarcastically said that was a good reason not to destroy her. Looking at her, Patrick said that all the people in the alleys had been destroyed by the undead. There's nothing that girl can do alone. And she's in such a broken state that there's no need to deal with her. And if her removal would cause emotional turmoil for an already weakened ruler, it would be a great loss. Then Patrick made a decision about what to do. Patrick turned to look at Melia and called out to her. Patrick asked if she could put someone to sleep. Melju said as she stood up, she could easily do that. Suddenly, Patrick said he would like to speak to the governor alone. Using a spell, Melju told Rosalina it was time for her to go to bed. Rosalina cried out. Afterward, Rosalind fell to the floor and Patrick turned away and offered to start. Bowing to Lara, Patrick said that, as she could see, they were keeping their end of the bargain to save Haston, so it was time for her to fulfill her promise. He said not to disclose everything she saw here and thought such obvious things she shouldn't say, so he omitted them. Now Patrick will tell a story and Lara must listen carefully. The story is about a heroic ruler who suffered many insults. The ruler, noticing that her land was threatened by an invasion of undead, decided to protect the village for the sake of its inhabitants. But what to do? She's being stalked by the undead and the local troops can't resist. The only way out is to ask for help. But while help was on the way, the villagers directed their anger at the ruler, blaming her for all their troubles. The situation only got worse when many people died. And yet the ruler endured it. After what seemed like an eternity, the Empire's reinforcements arrived and defeated the undead hordes. And the village was saved. It's a marvelous story. And Patrick said that Lara is no longer the cowardly ruler hiding in fear. Waving his hand, Patrick said that she was a spokeswoman who knew everything from the beginning and sacrificed herself to save the people. And Lara asked Patrick if he wanted to deceive the villagers. Patrick waved his hand in the direction. And Patrick asked if Lara had ever said she wanted to live. Lara cringed when she heard that. She ordered that all the food in the castle be gathered and the remaining people be fed, and soon help and food would arrive from other villages. Suddenly, Lara asked how Patrick knew that help was coming to them. Patrick replied that he would organize it. They will take care of everything that will make the young ruler of Haston a heroine. There was silence and Patrick realized that it looked like the boss was done. Turning to Meljo, Patrick said that they should head to the boss. Meljo said that she couldn't use the teleporter because her mana was low. Stammering, Lara asked if she could ask one question, and she asked why they were going so far to save Haston. Lara thought they were dungeon monsters and couldn't be that friendly to humans. In response, Patrick asked again, Lara wants to Heath, and then she shouldn't try to find out too much about it. The time has come to destroy one of the 7 dungeons of a vast evil. Grabbing Erebos, Swallow said he felt sorry for him. He would have avoided it if he'd just sat quietly in his seat. Erebos' undead were so annoying and wouldn't even let up even when he stood still. His back was so badly pierced that it itched all over. Erebos replied that he never ceased to admire the ancient monster's power, and Swallow replied that he didn't need his admiration. But Swallow asked to be allowed to ask one question. Why Huston? If Erebos hadn't invaded this place, he wouldn't be standing here in front of it. And Erebos said that the route from Haston was the most suitable route to invade the Empire. When Swallow heard that, he realized that the asshole knew this was his territory, but he came here anyway. But Erebos asked Swallow himself why he thought so. However, Swallow cast a spell and the stakes impaled Erebos. Then Erebos laughed and there was an explosion. Erebos' head fell at Swallow's feet. Looking at her, Swallow realized that Erebos hadn't tried to use displacement magic. Grabbing him by the crown, Swallow thought it didn't matter because he was going to destroy him anyway. Tilting his head, Swallow looked around. His surroundings were empty. He began to wonder what he should do with all this. Someone started shouting, "Boss!" And Swallow looked up to see Patrick running towards him and Melia behind him. Patrick kept yelling at Swallow to stay where he was and not move. He said he'd come to him because he missed him so much and asked if Swallow missed him. Afterward, the skies over Huston cleared and it rained heavily. The puddles were lined with happy, drunken townspeople celebrating the victory. Rosaline was sitting against the wall. She was crying and saying there was nothing left. Cradled in her arms, Rosalind wondered if this was salvation. She was all alone. She sat under the awning and kept crying. Each time she kept saying that she hated everyone. She wondered whose fault it was. Who had done this to everyone? Pouring tea, Renee sprang up and shouted, "Welcome back, Mr. Swallow." A slumped Swallow replied, "Yes, welcome back to me." Patrick and Melju stood nearby. Renee kept jumping and shouting that she was patiently waiting for them. Suddenly, a piece of rock broke off the top. Jumping up, Renee smashed that rock with her foot, saying that while she waited, everywhere was cleaned up. Walking over to Renee, Swallow petted her and agreed with her, and Renee smiled. Melju fell to the floor saying she was very tired. Swallow and Patrick sat down too. Tapping her fingers, Renee said it looked like Mr. Swallow was pretty tired. And Renee asked if Swallow wanted to eat dinner first or take a bath first. Swallow replied that he wanted to eat his dinner with the bathwater. Turning to Bathory, Patrick asked what she had taught Renee while they were gone. Clapping her hands together, Bathory laughed and asked how it went. Swallow told her to just go away. In response, Patrick said that if you don't take into account the number of dead people, which is about 3,000, everything went super. Taking the handkerchief, Bathory asked what Swallow was doing there. Swallow replied that he was cleaning up the undead. Bathory asked if Swallow was sure his cleanup had only affected the undead. Pulling something out from under the weeping, Swallow said he had cleaned it up. Taking out his heads, Flood laid it on the table, saying he was going to bed and asking him not to be disturbed. Sweat rolled down Bathory's body. When she looked up, she realized it was Erebos. Suddenly, Bathory said wait. While Swallow was drinking something, he asked what else. Putting her head down, Bathory clarified, isn't it just a shell? Swallow, who had eaten enough, didn't even know what she was talking about, but Patrick and Renee looked at her in surprise. After assuming his true form, Swallow said it was true and the bastard used magic at the end. Patrick replied that he'd fucked up the cleanup. He'd said it was bad enough that the governor knew the truth, and now Erebos was alive. Patrick wondered what they were doing in Haston, and Swallow said that Bathory said Erebos had lost at least 70% of his life force. In Patrick's opinion, the conflict between the two dungeons of evil is still a conflict for whatever reason. Swallow would have to be careful. For now, Erebos won't bother them since he won't be able to do anything for a while, but it's time for Swallow to start taking this seriously. As Patrick already said, even though he can't take care of the consequences in Haston recruiting monsters in the dungeon, it's still Swallow's job. Leaning over the boss, Patrick asked if he realized it. Saliva dripped down the monster's face. Swallow was already asleep. Standing in the field in front of a tree with a pile of bodies hanging from it, Renee was silent. Turning toward Renee, she heard the men say that it was the third day they had been given rations, but what was the point of one man filling his belly if everyone was dead? Holding the sack, the man said he would rather follow his wife and children to the other world than live like this. Turning to Rena, one of the men said she was done and advised her to get full before leaving. But Renee asked why she would want to go anywhere else. She too is in so much pain that she just wants to run away. Clenching her teeth, Rosalina said it wasn't fair twice. People stood up. Rosalind told them not to direct their anger at anyone who wasn't to blame. She said that if they were going to die anyway, they should take revenge on those who had brought them to this point. The men stood up and asked what they had to do. Rosalina replied that they already knew. Her eyes turned red and she said they had to destroy all the undead. In front of the king in the castle, Ar was sitting on his knees. The king addressed him. The king said he was surprised that Ara's voice didn't sound tired from his long speech, as he had just noticed. In response, Ar said that he would not have dared otherwise. The king said that the fate of the raids would depend on Ar's words and actions, and so the king has high hopes for Ara. Ar said he would strengthen his resolve to fulfill them. A carriage driven by a homunculus flew over the city. In it sat Gareth and Ar. Gareth asked Ar was entrusted with full control of the raid center. Ar confirmed this and asked if Pyamor was wanted. She said that he was being chased, but since he was an aristocrat, he probably had helpers and it would not be easy to catch him. Looking out the window, Ar said it was enough for them to put out an APB on him. It's been a month since the Black Catastrophe struck Riaz. It's had a profound effect on the highest echelons of the Empire's government, and those who can't handle it end up getting eaten. A lot of things have changed. The carriage stopped in front of the palace. When she got out of the carriage, Gareth asked if Ar had forgotten that there was a meeting in 2 hours and what to do if he was late. Stepping forward, Ar replied that they should wait for him to come. Also, Ar asked if she was in there. Garrett replied that she must be inside. Opening the door, Ar shouted that he was on his way in. Wynn was sitting in the room eating donuts. Seeing her, Ar smiled and asked if Wynn Historia was well rested. With crumbs on her cheeks, Wynn smiled back and said his name. Walking between the rocks, one of the men told his partners to remember, if they even slightly smell the monster, they should scramble away. He asked to keep his ear to the east because this is the core of antiquity, and they are about to reach the first room. Looking at the entrance to the room, the men hoped that the information they had managed to get was accurate. Entering the room, the adventurer decided that the information that no monsters had appeared here since Burns' raid 2 months ago was true. Turning to his comrade, he said that he was sure there was something to pick up here. His colleagues supported him, adding that they would be rich. Both the second room and the third room were empty. The adventurers had already reached the boss's room. One of them assumed that everyone had known about this information for a long time, and other squads had cleaned out the place and taken everything of value. They were even beginning to doubt that this was the ancient core. After all, if they found nothing after going so deep, there was no point in going any further. Pointing with his hand in the direction, the adventurer said that the fifth room is where the ancient plant Anthropophago is located. He said it was a plant-type monster with numerous spiny leaves and stems. Rumor has it his body has the ability to turn into a rock hard as a mineral and is worth a lot of money, and if they take it, they will get rich. The third adventurer shouted that there might be monsters there and they were just a C-rank squad. And here, even the weakest monster could take their lives. The ringleader turned on him and asked him what he wanted to return empty-handed. He went ahead and said it was their business, and if they wanted to, let them go back, and he wouldn't hold them back, but then their share wouldn't be there. When they entered the room, they saw a pile of stalks. The man sat down and pulled out a knife and said that it was a good thing he hadn't turned back. But suddenly, it was as if water started dripping from the ceiling. It hit the knife and the leader saw it. A maw opened from the darkness and the troop rushed to flee. But a moment later, the leader's knife and his equipment fell to the ground. As Patrick threw the stuff out, he said he knew these guys didn't have anything worth having. And Renee said there's no limit to human greed. Wrinkling her nose, Renee said she hated people. Picking up his shoe, Patrick asked if it would be worth anything. Patrick looked up and asked what the boss thought about it. Swallow, lying on top of him, replied that they were 100 times tastier than the undead. Patrick said they didn't even seem to be from the Empire. According to the crest on their clothes, they were from the western kingdom of Krantal. Raising her handkerchief, Renee said that the people must have come from far away. Swallow looked at him and said that no one would have thought the delicacies would be delivered directly to their homes. Patrick felt that the dungeon could not be delayed any longer. Rumors about the lack of monsters in the ancient core spread quickly. Turning to the boss, Patrick asked how he could be so inhumane when it came to his dungeon. Now Patrick didn't care either. And Patrick asked Swallow if he thought he'd say that. He ordered the boss down before he quit. Looking at Melja, Patrick said they were lucky to have their guest with them in this situation. Thanks to her observation magic, she quickly spotted the uninvited guests. Melju laughed in response. Swallow came down and supported him, adding that Melja could be relied upon. Renee opened her mouth. Clenching her fists, Renee said she could use magic too. Swallow patted her and said she was amazing. Glancing at Renee, Melju said she was glad she had been able to help the great ancient core at least a little. Then Patrick exclaimed that it was all thanks to Meljo and they owed her a lot. Clutching her dress, Melju said apropos how much longer she could still stay as their guest. The monster bowed to someone and announced that the preparations were complete. Rising, the monster announced that it was time for the chief to go to Jadeka. His Majesty Ubar stood before him. It was night. Melju sat on a high rock looking at the moon. She thought her future seemed so bleak. No house, no wax, not even money. What a demon queen. She needed to make a decision, or the Demon King's banquet was in a couple days. Patrick came up to her and said that the air was refreshing today. Meljo looked at him and asked if Patrick could breathe. Patrick replied that no, because it's an undead joke. Meljo replied that it wasn't very funny. Patrick then asked what Meljo was doing here. She replied that, as Patrick could see, she had just gone out for some air. Meljo also clarified what about Patrick, and he said that he has no concept of sleep, so he devotes his free time to training. He told me that a swordsman's hands rust the moment he lowers his blade. There was an awkward pause, and Patrick thought it was the first time he had ever spoken alone with Melju. Raising his hand, Patrick coughed and said that the tentacle seemed almost recovered and Renee had already gone to him. So would Melju want to go too. When they went to see him, Melju said he looked only slightly regenerated. Patrick said such regeneration was amazing. Renee, who was standing on top, suddenly announced that it was only 68. Renee jumped down and said that although he was recovering, the process was very slow. Taking the papers, Renee said that it would grow 5 more tentacles at most. Touching the tentacles, Melju remembered how they fought Hishtalt's unit. Then Patrick asked Meljo about the castle near Riaze. It would be strange if she didn't know about it. Melju looked down and replied that of course he knows, because the punitive unit led by Bern Hishtalt is the strongest hero. This was the unit that had massacred her father. Melju immediately thought how strong the Tentacle Master was. He survived a battle with such a terrifying foe, if it were her like her father. Melju was very downcast. She thought that her dream of becoming a part of the ancient core would never come true after all. Watching from the side, Patrick said that now that Mr. Tentacle had recovered, he needed to convince the boss to hire monsters. Renee approached him and suggested that he hire only males like the golem guarding the 4th room. But Patrick disagreed. Melju spoke up, turning to Mr. Patrick and Mrs. Renee. Putting her hand on her heart, Melju said she thought she should go to Judecca. Meanwhile at the castle, Garou asked how Miss Wynn's wounds were. She exclaimed that there was not a trace of them left. Closing the chapter, Gareth said she'd better pretend she was still recovering in the current situation. It was advisable to hide that she had recovered so quickly. Opening the closet door, R said they had some snacks here and maybe the girls would like some tea. The girls reminded the commander that a meeting was coming up and R awed closing the door. Suddenly, R asked Wynn if the maid had been here today. Wynn replied that she didn't know because she had gone to get candy. Hearing this, R asked Gareth and Ms. Wynn to go first to the conference room. The girls asked what about him, and R said he remembered that he had something to sign and it wouldn't take long. They left and R was alone in the room. He wondered who the maid was wiping the cups. In the shadows appeared the silhouette of a masked man who said he would figure it out, and R told him there was no need to report back. There are thousands of confidential documents piled up in the office. The maid wiped the dishes without R's knowledge, so she might have read something. To his assistant, R gave orders to find this maid and eliminate her exactly 4 days later at dawn. When R arrived at the meeting, he sat in the center of the table and thanked those present for taking time out of their busy schedules. The man said that the Imperial Court had stated that the Black Catastrophe was not an ancient monster, and would R deny their words? With a wave of his hand, R replied that no, and that the announcement was just a way to reassure the people. The man asked how they could prove Swallow's involvement. R told me that he saw Swallow with his own eyes. The hero Wynn Historia personally confronted him, and the tracker Gareth lost an arm. The council members began to shout that this was nonsense and they had not heard such reports. Air said they had the proof in front of them. Garrett stood behind them. Noticing Wing's reaction, the man said that it seemed to be true and thought that even Wing was powerless. R went on to say that there were no preconditions for the Black Catastrophe, so they're here to prepare for the coming of Swallow. Everyone else was silent. Suddenly someone asked what Era's plan was and how he was going to set it up. The other man said he didn't think Riazia's defense was flawed, but that Swallow's offense proved it was useless against him. Looking at him, R said that Duke Roldos was right, and regarding his question, R would like to emphasize the need for 36 masterpieces. Somebody said they were already being actively sought, but even the Dandu teeth that were auctioned off ended up in Swallow's hands. The question was how many of them could stand up to him. Each one present was a diamond in the Empire, and even they were nothing compared to his power. Their weak human bodies, with the exception of Wynn, wouldn't leave a scratch on Swallow's body no matter how much they practiced. To make up for the table's bottomless gulf in strength, they vitally need to collect more masterpieces. And for that, R said Dad's recent actions are suspicious. Leaning on his arm, R said that he was spreading rumors among the people that the Black Catastrophe was a heavenly punishment sent to the Empire by God. The woman across from him jumped up and shouted that this was nonsense, and what the hell was Kara? Wynn said that the Empire had been suppressing regicide for centuries. The veins in the woman's face swelled and she shouted for Wynn to watch her tongue. She thought R's words could be considered an insult. Seeing that R smiled back at her, the woman went wild and screamed, asking if he found it funny. But R replied that he was only telling the truth, and that the woman was overestimating her strength. Someone put a knife to the woman's throat. The woman stood up and walked over to R and waved to her assistant. The creature disappeared and R said not to take it so lightly. If left to their own devices, the actions of the Pope's factions will split the Empire in two. 3 of his 36 masterpieces are kept under the guise of shrines, and to get them, we're gonna have to start a battle. A great holy battle. At the core of antiquity, Patrick asked Swallow this is all he would say. Swallow was slow to answer well yes, and Patrick yelled that Melju was gone. Looking at Patrick, Swallow said he had heard him, and now what? Leaning over to his boss, Patrick said he wouldn't understand if he had 2 pairs of ears. Covering his ears and curling up, Swallow said that I thought Patrick had said that Melju wanted to go to Judaica, so what was the problem? And Patrick took Swallow's hand and said the problem is that Meljo might not come back. But Swallow said she didn't say she wasn't coming back, and Patrick said, if you think about it, the boss is right. Holding his chin, Patrick said that in truth, Meljo's condition had been questionable even before the words about Judaica. Instead, I'll come back, Meljo said I think I should go. Patrick thought he was making sense where there was none. Renee came up to them and said that she too had sensed something wrong. Patrick assumed that Meljo was going to recruit an army of monsters again. In Renee's hands was a barrel of pink liquid. Swallow asked what she had in there. Removing the lid, Renee cheerfully said she had noticed their depression, so made porridge soaked in Renee's love mixture. Raising his head, Swallow shouted a shriek of doom. Patrick said he had heard it, but the result would be the same in the end. After picking up the porridge, Swallow said that Melju had left, and that's fine. But why are they all gathered here? Maybe they have something else to say. Falling to the ground, Patrick said that it's been 2 months now. We can't delay hiring monsters any longer. Renee agreed with him. Squinting at him, Swallow asked why Patrick kept shifting all the work to him. Rolling onto his back, Swallow said he wouldn't make a move from here. Renee laughed, but Patrick didn't say anything. In Swallow's opinion, Patrick is the gatekeeper, and shouldn't gatekeepers be filling in for the boss in these matters? And Patrick said that the boss was right, but it was unlikely he'd make it. He asked if the boss had forgotten. He gave him full power over Huston. He felt that Swallow should know how much there was to do. Swallow said that he was surprised that Patrick had agreed so easily, and who would go then? Pointing at Renee, Patrick said that of course she was. Looking at her boss with her round eyes, Renee asked him not to worry and leave the matter to Renee. Swallow remembered something and suddenly asked if people would have any questions or suspicions about her eyes. Patrick's eyes lit up and he said that the matter should be left to Renee to enjoy a welcome vacation. As he was leaving, Patrick asked about Melju if it was possible. The coachman stopped the carriage and putting his hand on the stall told Miss that they had arrived. Melju got out and the coachman advised her to take care of herself since she wanted to see the world at a young age. Looking ahead, Melju thought that she had heard so much about this place but never thought she would be here. The mercenary city of Connect. It's worth saying it lives up to its name. Everyone looks so menacing. This city lies between the borders of the Union of the Kingdoms and the Empire. Its affairs are not interfered with by either side. 1 in 4 people here have made a career out of raiding. Melju heard that's where the squads get most of their information. Looking around, Melju said it was the first time being in such an unfriendly place. She thought she'd have to look at the stars to see which way Judaica was. In front of her, Melju saw a large bolt just like the Demon King's castle. Around Melju felt a dense concentration of mana. There were about 10 people inside. All mages about the level of those in Riaz. She started walking toward the entrance. There was a guard standing there who ordered the boy to stop. But the guy showed him a gold badge and the guard let him in. Melju realized it was an ID card and it seemed impossible to get in without it. To her, it seemed like a lot of effort just for information. Suddenly, a blue mist appeared in front of Melju. When she saw it, she tensed up. She followed the mist into a dark alley. A foul odor appeared and Melju covered her nose with her hand. There were monsters sitting in cages. Some of them were injured. Melju realized that they had all been caught. From the back, a man approached Meljo, who wiped his hands and asked what such a lovely young miss was doing here. In one of the cages sat a wolf whose eyes shone and he howled. Standing among the many cages, the stranger asked what brought her to this place. Noticing her confusion, the man bowed and introduced himself as Poon of the Albright Trade Guild. He asked if Melia was looking for anything in particular. Looking at her, Poon saw that outwardly she looked very young, but since she came here alone, it was clear that the girl before him was no ordinary aristocrat. Then Poon decided that he had better be on her good side. After Meljo introduced herself as being of the Agrea clan and asked what this place was, Poon said that it was a storehouse for the spoils of raids. They're mostly used to make equipment or jewelry, but Poon just puts them up for sale. With a clap of his hands, Poon announced that they would have everything, and Melju could walk over and take a look. In one of the cages, Meljo saw a lycanthrope, a mighty monster who was her only army commander. He had won the last battle for the castle. Tears welled up in Meljo's eyes at the thought. At that moment, Melju decided that she was obligated to buy it, so she asked how much this monster cost. Surprised, Poon clarified that she wanted to acquire it, and explained that it was an extremely dangerous creature, and 4 of the squad had given their lives for it. After listening to him, Melju demanded that Poon just name the price. Taking the papers, Poon began to look for the lycanthrope on the list, thoughtfully mooing to himself. Finding it, Poon voiced a price of 250 ounces. Hearing the price, MLGU clenched her teeth. It was expensive. Melju was clutching a sack in her hands. It wasn't that she didn't have money. Memories came to mind of Renee handing her the sack, saying it was a small thank you, and thanking her for helping Mr. Swallow. Right now, Meljo has 500 ounces given to her by Mistress Renee. She can spend half of it on one monster before she even starts building her castle. Turning away, Melju said she would take a look at the others. Clapping her hands, Poon said sure. Meljo asked who it was, and Poon, covering his face with his hand, said that he didn't know much about the beast himself. He had heard that it had been found. He wasn't near his mother and he doesn't attack people. It just seemed like a big dog. When Melju heard that he was found without his mom, she called the dog a poor baby and reached out to him. Poon shouted that it was dangerous to do that and that it was a monster after all. Touching him, Melju stroked his muzzle and the dog stuck out his tongue. Looking at Poon, Melju told him not to worry because she would not prosecute him. But Poon, looking at the blissful dog, said he was more worried about the client. Melju looked at the monster with her childlike eyes and then asked how much money was needed for it. Standing in the middle of the field with the dog, Melju thought that even though she had bought him, he wasn't too big. Melju thought for a moment and decided that the fact that his fur blended in with the dark cage made him seem smaller to her. Only his face was visible. After a little thought, Meluge decided that the dog's name would now be Dwunzia. Meljo looked up and said that she had heard that night fell 30 minutes earlier in Necht than in other places, and that it had indeed fallen quickly. They sat and looked at the sky. Melju said it was very beautiful and the sky was the same in the ancient core. Looking at Dwunzia, Melju said that now was not the time to indulge in such nonsense, and she should rather get to Judeku. On the way, they met a deer on the road, and Melju said it looked like they had arrived. Turning to the deer, Melju said she was here and asked to be shown the way. Turning half-human, the stag told her that he was welcoming the demon queen. Pointing up the hill, the stag told her to head for the abandoned monastery just over the hill, and most of the kings had already arrived there. Melju and her dog walked past the butler. Suddenly, Meljo looked back at Dwunzia. Pushing him away, Melju asked why he was following her. She wanted him to sit here and wait like a soldier in her army. Stroking Dwunzia's head, Melju ordered him to sit here and wait for her, and if any humans came across, he should hide quickly. She said that even if Dwunzia was only with her for half a day, she couldn't take her there because it was very strict. After thinking about it, Melju said that the more she realized that the name Dwinchi sounded a bit disingenuous, and decided that another name was needed. Looking closely at the dog, Melju saw the silhouette of Swallow in him, and decided that he would be called Swallow. Taking off, Melju announced that she would try to return as soon as possible, so Swald should stay put. Already in flight, Melju thought that she would not be able to see Swallow again, and hoped that he would forgive her for that name. Looking at Patrick, Swallow reminded him that he had always said he would die in agony. Patrick replied that he had been cursing for 100 years and was not yet tired. Swallow responded by saying he hoped he had osteoporosis, and Patrick said that was new. Then Patrick asked his boss not to think bad thoughts, reminding him that the boss would be on vacation. Throwing something at Swallow, Patrick said to take it. Swallow covered his face with his hand. Swallow saw the bracelet in his hand and asked how many Patrick had. He said there were many more, maybe 30 or so. Swallow remembered that Patrick had said he was expensive and asked if he'd spent the entire dungeon budget on them. Patrick said it was cheap. And Swallow said that Patrick had lied to him. Patrick said it was all with the intention that Swallow would use him discreetly. Renee came up to them with a large bag and asked if Mr. Swallow was waiting. Renee was ready to go. Leaning on Renee's arm, Renee said she felt like they were going on their honeymoon, and Renee was so excited. Swallow grimaced. Patrick remained silent, and Renee kept saying that for a few days it would be just her and Mr. Swallow. Turning around, Swallow said that in that case they'd better go tomorrow, but Patrick grabbed him by the hair. He asked the boss to dispense with the tricks and get ready to go, and they both must not forget what they are going for. Patrick was already shouting for them to please stay out of trouble and go back. When they got to the street, Swallow asked where they were going. Renee said they were going to Snecht, a mercenary town with a lot of news about monsters. Watching them go off over the bump, Patrick thought he must have been wrong to send them together and thought he was going to lose his mind. Patrick decided that as long as they thought with their heads, there shouldn't be any problems. Entering the castle, Melju thought it had been a very long time since she had been there. The other kings had already gathered in the hall. The banquet of the Judek Demon Kings began there. Proceeding further into the hall, Melju walked past and caught a bunch of unkind looks. Then she picked up the glass of blue liquid and thought she hadn't been here in so long she was tense. She used to be the center of attention when she and her father came here. But now Melju stands all alone in the middle of the hall with her head down. Tears came to her eyes and she sipped from her glass thinking she had become a stranger. Suddenly, someone rushed past and it caused the liquid to splash right into Melju's face. Turning around, Melju grinned, shouting at the passing Cho didn't see. But Melju saw a man in front of her and he wasn't the Demon King. She started casting a spell. She was angry that some demon dared to touch the queen and said she would behead him. However, the man only smiled in response and then walked on, which surprised Melja. Behind her, the crowd laughed at Melju, shouting that this was a no-good demon queen. Watching them, Melju didn't understand how these scum dared to despise her so openly. She was silent and thought she would endure. She decided that she would endure it all and raise the greatest army. Someone came up to her and put a hand on her shoulder. It made Melja even angrier. When she turned around, she thought they hadn't seen enough. It was the girl who asked if she was really Melju. Melju recognized her as Marmolia. Throwing her arms around her, Marmolia shouted that Melju was alive after all, and she was so worried about her. And Meljo asked to wait, but Marmalie cried out that so many years had passed and it was like yesterday they were still learning and playing when they were children. Melju burst out screaming for Marmalie to let her go, and judging by her manner of speaking, she is too childish for the post of queen. Marmalie looked at those present and asked why they needed manners and offered to sit somewhere else. Arriving at next, Swallow and Renee paid 2 gold coins and asked for a better room. Flopping down on the bed, Swallow thought he would finally get some rest, and Renee frowned at her master. When he left, Renee smiled and said it was better now, and then asked Swallow if it was too early for him to lie down. Swallow responded by saying that they had traveled so long without rest, and Renee said that there was an errand board with dungeon raids nearby. Continuing to talk, Renee informed him that they just needed to select the right monsters through her, and if he went with her, they would be done quickly. However, Swallow only grabbed his head and Renee thought they should get to it soon, but he looked so tired. Renee's eyes shone with joy and her mouth drooled. She thought this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Her mind flashed back to a memory of Renee making porridge and being approached by Patrick, asking if she wanted to have a good time in the boss's company. Renee's eyes bulged and she asked if she was talking about a date. Patrick replied that it wasn't, and that she only needed to tell her boss a couple of times that she was going alone. With a clap of her hands, Renee asked if they were going on a honeymoon. Patrick wanted to say again that it wasn't a date, but gave up and just said yes. Swallow said as he rose, "I guess it's not his destiny to rest." And Renee thought of just following Patrick's advice, and here was Mr. Swallow volunteering to go with her of his own accord. For Renee, it was clear proof that she was important to Swallow, and she believed that now the boss would definitely be hers. Imagining the perfect honeymoon awaiting them and Swallow in costume, Renee delightedly decided she was a genius. While they were sitting at the banquet, Marmolia said that she had listened to what happened to Meljo Castle. Then Marmolia immediately sent her demons to scout, but all the surrounding areas had already been taken over by humans. Marmolia also said that everyone thought Meljo was dead and asked where she had been for 2 months, and Melju replied that she was just wandering around. She decided there was no need to mention her stay at the core of antiquity. Marmolia put her hand on hers. Melju looked at her questioningly. Melju cried and admitted that she expected Marmolia to react the same way as the other kings. Then Marmolia asked why, and Meljo reminded her that their fathers didn't get along. Waving it off, Marmolia replied that it was their business. The fathers' rivalry was left to the fathers, and it was none of their business. Marmolia then asked Melju if she had come for help. Melju exhaled and realized that Marmolia already knew everything. At that moment, Marmolia says she can help, and she's not saying it like the Demon Queen. If Meljo tries hard enough, Marmolia can help her. Marmolia noticed that she's so mature unlike her. Standing up, she held out her hand to Melje and said it was time for them to head back. Holding out her hand in return, Melju thanked Marmolia for choosing to help her, and she would restore herself by all means. Helping her up, Marmolia smiled and said that Melju would definitely manage. Little Melju screamed that her daddy was stronger and he was a true descendant of Asmodeus. Little Marmolia cried and screamed that it was her daddy who was stronger and had cooler horns. They've had a strained relationship since they were kids. Not that it was a difference of character or anything, it was natural for them. They often quarreled, and perhaps it was their father's influence, though they had gotten along quite well in Meljo's memory. Their relationship may have been a mess, but there was no denying their closeness. From that moment on, however, they began to change. At least that's what it seemed to Meljo. Walking down the corridor, Marmoria showed Meljo where to go. Following her, Melju pressed her lips together and said that she never grew up. Marmoria turned to her and asked what was wrong with her. Melju asked where they were going. Marmoria explained that it would be nearly impossible for her alone to help her retrieve the demon army. However, there are kings who share her intentions. Of course, Meljo couldn't believe her ears and asked if it was true. Marmoria opened the door and offered to see for herself. Little Melju entered the room and saw the kings, but apparently they were not happy to see her. A surprised Melju looked at her seemingly friend, and in the meantime, Marmoria bowed to the kings and announced that she had brought her. And yet Meljo never grew up, and Marmoria hasn't changed a bit. Looking at Melja, Marmoria said she was a loser from the beginning. Falling to her knees, Melju listened to her name being called Melju de Rimph Agria. She was standing in front of a direct 4th-generation descendant of Satan Ubar. He said he was disappointed. Once again, Marmoria awed and told Meljo that she was stupid. Leaning closer, Marmoria whispered if Melju really thought that a queen who had lost her army would be welcomed in Judek. Meljo knew she shouldn't expect a warm welcome, but she didn't think she'd be treated so coldly. Ubar turned to the descendant of Asmodeus, saying he was giving her time to justify herself. Bowing her head, Melju replied that it was a misunderstanding and she didn't lose to humans. One of the kings asked, since the Demon Queen was the only survivor, this is a victory. Somebody suggested her execution, and this king asked her to look at her current state, and what else can you call it, if not a loss? With a curl of her lip, Melju realized she had nothing to say. The king was to blame for the death of the demon army. Without raising her head, Melju replied that it was all her fault. Somebody shouted that she was in trouble. Another king asked what kind of nerve it took to come to Judecca with a calm mind after such a thing. They believed that in order to maintain their authority, they should remove her as Demon Queen. The kings could not allow the banquet to be disrupted for such a lowlife, and decided to postpone the decision until the final day of Judecca. Exhaling, Ubar ordered the sinner to be put in the dungeon now. Night had fallen. Swallow and Renee approached the building. The man at the entrance said it was an errand center, and they had to show their insignia if they wanted to pass. Looking at them, the guard saw that the beggar and the maid were in front of him, and it seemed that the guy was barely standing at all. However, Renee showed him 2 gold tokens that said they were A-rank squad members. Swallow looked at her and asked where she'd dug them up, and Renee said she'd found them when she'd cleaned up the bodies and picked out only the cleanest ones. In response, Swallow suggested that there must be plenty of such junk. Renee agreed with him, thinking that there was certainly no shortage. As they approached the booth, Renee said that it seemed to have all the information about the dungeons. Swallow asked if they would have time to see it all. Looking at the pile of ads, Swallow asked Renee to remind him exactly who they were looking for. Taking one of them, Renee replied that they needed a strong monster that, despite repeated attempts by humans, had never been defeated. Sighing, Swallow asked if they could recruit monsters from the other dungeons of the Great Evil, but then he decided against it. Turning to Renee, Swallow asked if they could use a lower-ranked dungeon. Renee asked him to wait. Holding out a stack of papers to Swallow, Renee replied that it was a list of suitable ones. Swallow yawned in response and said, "Glitter." The tavern owner came up to them and scratched the back of his head and asked if they wanted to come back tomorrow, because they would be closing soon. Folding her arms, Renee said she would like to stay a little longer, and asked if there was anything she could do. The man said there was nothing they could do. Clenching her fists, Renee thought that if things dragged on until tomorrow, the date plans would be over, and they'd have to come here tomorrow. Here, Renee thought that in that case, she'd better straighten the man out. Picking up the coin, Renee clarified if they had any more requests for the raid. The host looked shocked. Then he asked what exactly they were interested in. Renee thought that they had taken so much and still didn't have enough. Raising her hand, Renee pointed her finger at the board and asked for those requests. It's been half the night. All the requests have been reread. However, they were not very good. Reading another paper, Renee said there weren't many worthwhile monsters this time. Swallow asked about the ancient metal slug. In response, Renee said that it didn't seem bad, but the dungeon was too far away. Leaning back, Swallow said that they should have just hired Melju. Renee replied that for the role of Meljo's room manager. Swallow finished Swallow's sentence for her by saying she was weak. Renee said that given the level of people challenging the dungeons. According to Renee, Meljo would have lasted 3 years at the most, and maybe that's just her opinion. It seemed to Rena that the Demon King only showed his full glory when he remained king. Continuing to lie head down, Swallow said she was right, and it was worth asking Melia. Swallow also said that Melju had been very helpful in finding Renee, and that he had probably been wrong to let her go. Touching her cheek, Renee listened to what the boss was saying, and Swallow thought that if you thought about it, he was the one who'd blown her castle to smithereens. Sitting down on the table, Swallow asked how long Judecca would be open. Renee replied that as far as she knew, it would be 2 days. Renee also said that if Swallow decided to go there, he had to get there before the banquet was over. Swallow said he should try. Clenching her fists, Renee said that the only way to tell where Judecca was by the stars, and that was something only Demon Kings could do, and Renee wasn't too familiar with it. Swallow was silent for a moment and told him that he could read the stars. Standing in the middle of the field, the deer butler told the dog that he felt kind of awkward. Swallow approached them, and the deer ordered him to stop asking who he was. The deer saw that the creature in front of him was clearly not the Demon King. The dog also turned around. Swallow kept walking, but the deer said that only kings were allowed to set foot on this land, and if he came any closer, he would lose his life. Here, the deer became furious and shouted that after so many continuations, he was continuing, and then he told that he was a faithful servant of the great Ubar Bamut. And now, as long as he stays here, Swallow's guardian will not pass alive. Swallow only groaned in response. Looking at the deer, Swallow said, "He sure has got a lot of nerve." Upon arriving at the dungeon, Marmolia asked how Melju was doing and if she was doing well. Knee-hugging Melju remained silent, and Marmolia said she looked even better than she thought. Smiling, Marmolia reminded him that they were friends after all, and said that at the punishment discussion, many people wanted to kill her for the sake of the others. Melju looked sadly at the floor and remained silent. Marmolia said that since she was her friend, she couldn't let it happen. Marmolia straightened up and said it was hard to change their minds, and asked if she knew how hard it was. She also asked what Melju thought about what they ended up agreeing on. She reported that Melju would have his horns cut off and his fangs ripped out as punishment. Melju lowered her ears. Marmolia began to joke that the poor girl would be left without her charms and how many demons would mock her. Almost sticking her head in the cage, Marmolia said Melju can't even imagine how long and masculinized she's been waiting for this. She kept saying that if Melju lost his horns and fangs, he would no longer be able to claim the role of Demon King. The jokes continued. Marmolia asked how Melju could become her servant and said she would give her a chance. And who knows, maybe Melju will even get the chief's job if he bows down and licks her boots. 2 monsters approached and informed Mrs. Marmolia that they had been ordered to bring the sinner to court. Watching Melja being led away, Marmolia thought she was bored, even though the fun was just beginning. One of the kings in the audience shouted that a trial was beginning. As a monster ruler who betrayed the loyalty of her subject, and being guilty of undermining the authority of the Demon Kings, the court sentenced Melja to have her horns cut off and her fangs removed. Also, Melja was told that she has rights to appeal the decision and may have something to say in her defense. And Melju said that even though her stay in the dungeon wasn't long, she had a lot to think about. Raising her head, Melju announced that she understood that the weak drop out and the strong survive. She said the army was recruited to protect her, but they were weak and died, and she being strong survived, so what's the problem? Others began to shout what kind of demon queen she was if she treated her subordinates so lightly. Looking at the crowd, Melju asked if they really thought she had abandoned her subordinate. Then Melju decided to clarify if they knew what kind of relationship she had with her subordinates. The others remained silent, and Marmolia spoke up, saying that apparently Melju had finally decided to make a fuss over the army she had lost. Melju looked at her and replied that she was more than sane, and no matter how much she thought, wasn't it all absurd in the first place? She said that they were accusing her of something she was not guilty of and that the punishment had been decided before the trial. When Mamoli heard that, she got angry. Meljo looked at Yubar and asked if she was wrong. After listening to her, he remained silent. Hearing Yubar address Marmolia turned blue and covered her mouth with her hand. However, Yubar said that the mouth of someone who has lost everything does not hurt him. At that moment, Melju realized that no matter what she did, the outcome would not change for her. Smiling, Melju said that the supreme creature and they should meet the real supreme, and anyway, all these kings are so ignorant. But the thought didn't really make her feel any better. The king shouted that the defendant would be given a second punishment for such an action. But first we have to do the first one. The monster with the saw came over and said he'd be happy to help. Drawing the blade, he said it would hurt a lot, so he would ask the demon queen to enjoy. As the blade set against the horns, there was a dog barking and everyone raised their heads. Hearing the barking, Melju couldn't believe that Swald the baby had come running here. Suddenly, someone's voice said that listening to a dog barking was more pleasant than all that nonsense. Meljo couldn't believe he was here and thought it was just a hallucination before his demise. Tears came to her eyes and she thought that if she turned around he wouldn't be there, but turning around she saw Mr. Swallow. Placing a chair in the center of the room, Swallow looked at Melia and said hello to her. Smiling, Swallow joked that as he saw Melju was in trouble. Night fell. The Demon King dropped dead to the floor. Swallow said it was the last one. Standing on the mountain of bodies, Swallow realized that they had fought for nothing, and that they were kings. But in fact, they were nothing. Suddenly in the mountain, he saw movements and thought that someone survived, and if there are horns, it must be the Demon King. Swallow asked how old the monster was because it was hard to tell with kings, unlike humans. When the brat raised his head at him, Swallow said he had fine horns and clarified his name. In front of him stood a little boy whose face was covered with sweat who stammered and couldn't say his name. Sitting across from Yubar, Swallow addressed him. Yubar hesitated. At that moment, Svald pounced on his mistress. Melju cried out. Blinking at the licking, Melju asked if she hadn't told him to sit quietly and wait. She realized he'd gone after Swallow. Looking at this happy picture, Marmoria clenched her fists and roared. Looking at Swallow and Renee, Marmoria screamed what kind of demons they were and who their king was, and apparently they had completely lost their fear. This angered Renee, and she yelled back at her to let her know her place. Swallow told her to calm down and said she was right. Apologizing, Swallow explained that he didn't mean to interrupt them, and they didn't have a king at all. They were just passing through. Swallow stood up and walked forward and said he was interested. So they're ashamed of Melja because she managed to lose everything. He clarified that's why there's so much noise about punishment and stuff. Then Swallow suggested that if he ruined their property, then logically they would all be punished in the same way. One of the kings called Swallow an upstart and said that he dared to come to Judecca and insult the kings and threaten Mr. Yubar. Looking away, Swallow said he was just asking a question, but the king shouted for him to shut up. The king, furious, grabbed his weapon and said that he would tear Swallow into such pieces that he would never be able to put them back together again. Watching the king attack him, Swallow just grinned with his mouth open. The king fell short of his target. Swallow asked what the people around him were looking at and said he had nothing to do with it. Swallow lifted his head and explained that he had done it. Everyone looked in the direction he had pointed. They saw Gopodin Yubar stretch out his hand to cast a spell. Everyone wondered why. Yubar then asked how dare he show such disrespect to the greatest. Yubar then said he welcomed the supreme creature of Mr. Swallow. Hearing the name of the monster in front of them, they all realized that it was the boss of the ancient core. Next to the king's body, Yubar fell to his knees with his head bowed before Swallow. The king lifted his head and asked in a whisper why Yubar was doing this. Yubar thought he was a fool not to have noticed. Looking at him, Swallow said he looked familiar and clarified that they had met before. Yubar thought that if he hadn't, Renee would have beheaded him. Yubar was sure that not only he but all the demon kings here would be exterminated. Looking down at his hands, Yubar asked the supreme creature what had brought him to this place. Swallow remembered that the creature in front of him was called Yubar, and said that he had grown so big that he hardly recognized him. Closing his gaze, Yubar replied that it was all thanks to Swallow's favor 900 years ago. Sitting down next to him, Swallow told Yubar to get up because that wasn't why he was here. But it was impossible for Yubar to forget that fear. It was just like that time, when he suddenly appeared 900 years ago. Swallow repeated the boy's question of why I had come. Smiling, Swallow asked what Yubar thought why he had come. Then Swallow asked Yubar not to worry because maybe the fear of the past hadn't let go of him yet, but this time he was really after someone else. Yubar asked why Swallow had come and he said it was for Melju. When Meljo heard that, she was stunned. Turning to Melju, Renee called out to her. Meljo called Renee's name in response. Renee said that after much discussion they had come to the conclusion that she was needed in their dungeon. And she clarified if Melju wanted to become a member of the ancient core. Melju couldn't believe it and asked again. And Renee asked Melju if she came here to bring back the army and how she was doing. Smiling, Renee said that if Melju agreed, she would be the manager of one of the rooms in their glorious dungeon. She added that it would of course house the monsters that would become part of Melju's army. When Melju heard that, she opened her mouth. After showing the class, Renee said that every member of the ancient core would help her recruit monsters. Swallow interjected, saying that except for him. Turning to Yubar, Swallow said that's why they're here. Crouching down on one knee, Swallow held out his hand to her and asked for permission to ask a favor. A crying Melju looked puppy-eyed at Swallow and held out her hand to him. Marmaria ran up to them. She waved her arms and shouted against it. She kept shouting that a lowlife who can't manage his own army would be ruler of the core of antiquity. It's ridiculous to her. Ever since she was a child, she's been compared to Melju and told she's not as good, and now Marmaria finally has a chance to dethrone her. Reaching out her hand to swallow, Marmoria said he was the greatest lord, and she was sure the rogue Melju was deceiving him, and how could he ask her? Putting her hand on her chest, Marmaria said that if Swallow would let her take Meljo's place, she would give him her body, heart, and soul. At that moment, Renee intervened in the conversation and swung her sword to cut off Marmaria's arm. Glaring angrily at her, Renee asked, how dare she stretch her mercurial hands toward Mr. Swallow? Grasping her palm where half a finger was missing, Marmoria screamed. Bowing again, Yubar apologized to Swallow for such rudeness. And Swallow said it was okay, but Yubar said that if he gave it to them, they would punish her properly. The two kings grabbed Marmaria and began dragging her out of the room while she screamed to be let go. Turning to Meljo, Renee asked if she regretted it. Meljo didn't understand what she meant, and Renee explained that she was about what happened, and should she have asked Renee, she would have beheaded all those kings. With her lips pressed together, Meljo said that there was no benefit to the ancient core in this. Of course, Meljo didn't decide this out of any mercy. After all, the kings will now consider her a force to be reckoned with, so it's better to let them live. Out of curiosity, Melju asked how they had found Judaica in the first place. With a clap of her hands, Renee happily replied that she could read the stars. Pointing her finger at Svald, Renee said that there was an annoying guard at the entrance who refused to let them through, but that this monster had helped them. Throwing her arms around him, Melju said that this was what she expected from the first soldier of her army. Stroking it, she kept saying that she would do her best to become a worthy member of the ancient core. Melju was sure that the past managers were much stronger, and now she had to take their place. Of course, she would work hard. And Renee cheerfully said that Melju doesn't fit the criteria, and she doubts she'll last at least 3 years and may not even survive tomorrow. Falling to the floor in tears, Melju said she knew it, but hearing it to her face was like a knife to the heart. Petting the dog, Renee informed him that they had come here for them because Mr. Swallow wanted them to, so she must not disappoint him. Getting up, Melju smiled and said that she would try her best. Puffing up her cheeks, Renee prefaced what she wanted to say in advance and announced that she had received permission from Swallow to confess. Suddenly, Meljo asked where Mr. Swallow himself had gone, and Renee replied that he was now. There was silence in the hall. Yubar sat silently in the center, leaning on his knees. Björman approached him, saying he dared to speak on behalf of the Northern Demon King. He said that it is common knowledge that Swallow is an ancient monster and also the strongest among the dungeon bosses of the vast evil dungeons. But this kind of behavior... In general, Björman thought it wasn't exactly acceptable for a supreme demon, and lays it out respectfully. Yubar stood up and replied that he would listen to his words with all his soul, and that he was afraid that Yubar would undermine the authority of the kings. His interlocutor replied that this was partly true. He believes that if something like this continues in the future. Yubar shouted that they were all worthless fools. He cast the hand of the giant spell. A huge hand grabbed the king and he screamed. Yubar asked him if he thought he would take his insolence for noble bravery and forgive him. Frowning, Yubar asked Björnman was looking to capitalize on his actions. He said since Björnman was so worried about the burden on his shoulders, let him try to put it on his own if he could. Behind him, the kings asked Mr. Jubar to temper his anger. They realized that this way, Björnman would die. Yubar responded by unclasping his hand. Björnman's body fell, and he said that if anyone else thought that he had bowed his head out of weakness, they were free to voice their thoughts. The kings knelt down and bowed their heads and said that they begged forgiveness for their ignorance. Yubar replied that they were all free. The thought in Yubar's mind was that this should serve as a lesson to them. Turning away, Yubar exhaled. He thought of how a child of the Agrea family had bonded with an ancient monster. The kings headed for the exit. Swallow looked into the room and said, "There you are." When Yubar heard his voice, he turned and shrieked. Yubar turned to him and asked Swallow if he needed anything else. Swallow scratched the back of his head and said he didn't want to do it, but thought hard. Then Swallow told him that he did need something. Yubar thought he had already bowed his head and had nothing to lose if it was for survival. While Swallow was getting the papers, Yubar had already sat down on his knee. Swallow asked him why he was so tense. The next moment, Renee told Swallow that she couldn't even believe he hadn't been lazy enough to call a sudden meeting of kings for their cause. And he replied that he had such wonderful friends and he didn't think they would make such an effort. Renee replied that she was very happy, and Swallow said he didn't have to try anymore. He thought he was good enough to trust the Demon Kings instead of doing it himself. In the building, Meljo called out to Mr. Swallow and Mrs. Renee. They turned around. Watching Meljo approach them, Swallow asked if she was done with all their chores. Meljo replied that she was. Renee smiled and clarified whether Melju had definitely solved all her cases. Melju looked back and said that she didn't need anything else here since her goal had already been accomplished. In a dark alley, someone asked God if she was better. Marmolia raised her hand and saw that someone had healed her with magic. Raising her hand, Marmolia remembered her horns. Her servant shrieked, saying they were horns. Touching what was left of the horns, Marmolia said it wasn't a dream after all. The servant said that Marmolia had slept all day and asked if everything was all right. Marmolia replied that it was not important and asked what was wrong with Meljo, and the servant replied that she had left with the ancient monster. When Marmolia heard this, she cried out. He asked Marmolia not to worry about the horns, and Kings promised to find a suitable explanation for their absence. Marmolia clutched her dress. Raising her head, Marmolia ordered the servant to shut up. She said that this bitch was not her friend, and how dare a servant say such a thing. Biting her fingernail, Marmolia said that Melju must die. She felt it was useless to rely on other kings and needed someone strong, someone who could stand up to the core of antiquity. Smiling Marmalie said that they had someone who managed to make him their enemy. Standing in front of the priest, R said he had a question for the third eye. R wanted to ask the priest something about the homunculi, and they answered him. Again, Swallow and Renee returned to the inn and Knecht. Melio looked surprised at the table. There were a bunch of monster ads lying around. She noticed that they were so detailed, and she said that the Demon Kings had done a good job. Smiling, Renee said that Swallow had told her that the kings only took away those who were as good as themselves. Swallow, meanwhile, was already asleep. Putting her hands on the table, Melju told Renee that even strong monsters didn't suit her. At this point, Renee stammered. One of the ads was for Elizabeth, Queen of the Scoobs. According to Renee, her race and data speak for themselves, and she's a slut, which she uses to her advantage. Tearing up her ad, Renee shouted that she was no good. Looking at her, Meljo suggested something else. Meljo pointed to the monster and said it was a giant Lamaya from the foothills. But Renee replied that the description said it was graceful and beautiful. This announcement was shredded by RN's knives. She screamed again that this monster was no good. Melju pouted and said that there were only a bunch of mediocre monsters here. Meljo was silent as she listened to this. Suddenly, Melju remembered Renee saying that she didn't fit the criteria. Melju realized what she had said then. Melju realized that Renee was wary of her beauty, but she decided to continue looking for suitable monsters. Sitting in the castle, R was flipping through papers thinking that for the safety of the Empire, he needed to destroy Swallow. Someone knocked on the door and then Gareth's voice came from behind the door, informing the commander that it was her. R invited her in. Entering the room, Gareth asked the commander if he had managed to find out anything. R replied that he would like a cup of tea first. Gareth remained silent. Then she waved her finger and magically placed a mug and teapot on the tray. When the tray reached, Aragoroth started his tea and clarified if it was enough. R told me that from what he had found in the book, the only reliable information was about the core of antiquity. Even though the facts are common knowledge, R noticed something troubling as he read. Gareth clarified what it was. Opening the book, R pointed with his hand to the lines about the identity of the gatekeepers and the dungeon's raison d'etre. He said that the tentacles could be omitted because many of his kind are of unknown origin, but there is no record of the other two. Even taking into account the various variables, there are still many oddities. Many dungeons of great evil seek to expand their power. Most importantly, Swallow's purpose was still unrevealed. Gareth listened and remained silent. Then she told R to listen to what she was going to report to him first. Then R came to his senses and asked why Gareth had come. She joked that he had asked promptly. And Gareth told me that an urgent message had come from the Third Eye. Demon Queen Marmalie is requesting negotiations with Aram. When R came to the priests of the Third Eye, they thanked him for responding to the table of unexpected challenge. R said he'd gotten word that the Demon Queen had requested negotiations. The priest replied that it was so, and that the place had been chosen by that party, and seemed to have been hastily chosen. He would not recommend going to the meeting because it could be dangerous. There was a clatter of heels behind the priest's back and the entry gave out just about. Marmalia said she expected to see an old man at the head of a human organization. Smiling, Marmalia continued that they had a young and rather handsome man here. In response, R introduced himself as the commander-in-chief and remembered that the message said she was to come to the meeting without an escort. But Marmolia replied that apparently they weren't the only ones talking like that. The ox beside her grinned. The priest intervened in the conversation and invited the honored ones to begin. Marmolia's servant began to serve the drinks. Seeing this, R suggested getting straight to the point. Marmalie sat down and replied that R was too impatient. She told me there's a village near her castle called Rosoid with about 400 people. If R does anything, her army will destroy the village. Hearing this, R said it was very petty of them. Gareth cast a spell. The tea was spiked with something that was discovered, and R said that he would refuse the tea, and he wanted them not to resort to such things in the future. And Marmalie said that she thought he was just an aura or magic, but apparently R is not so simple. But R asked to get to the point, and Marmolia revealed that one demon queen would soon be leaving Knecht. Marmolia's request was to massacre this queen. R clarified she was asking them to move against the demon king's army. And R asked if he should take it as a request to become cannon fodder. But Marmalie said he only needed to kill a demon queen named Melju. If they kill her, Marmalie will reward them. Pointing at the Arets, Marmalie clarified that those people in robes needed monsters for biological experiments. Without answering her question, R replied that he had to refuse. Leaning toward him, Marmalie exhaled. She clarified what the problem is and there may be an insufficient reward, but R replied that it wasn't that. Marmalie asked what it was about. Sweating, Marmalie said that since the commander-in-chief was in a hurry to come here, they needed something too. During the conversation, R was analyzing Marmolia. He saw that she was missing her fangs and should have horns, and she had the behavior that she was in bugs. A demon queen they'd never had any contact with suddenly asked for negotiations in a hurry. R assumed it was either a trap or something else. Noticing his reaction, Marmalie asked the man what was making fun of her. R asked if she was hiding something. He said that Marmolia was asking for help in getting rid of a demon queen named Melju. These words frightened Marmolia. Of course, R knew that Melju must have some kind of patron, so he clarified it. Seeing Marmolia's hands trembling, R realized he wasn't wrong. Standing up, R decided there was no point in him getting involved in the throne games of the Demon Kings, and he ordered Gareth to return. Marmalie shouted at them to stop. She began to tell them that Melju really did have a patron. Continuing to walk away, R replied that it was already understood and they should pretend that there was no negotiation. When R took hold of the doorknob, Marmolia informed him that it was a Drenian monster from the evil dungeon of Swallow. Looking down, Marmalie said there must be a way to deal with this bitch away from Swallow's eyes. Suddenly, R answered well. Marmalie could not believe her ears and raised her head and asked again. R announced that he had agreed to a deal and they would eliminate the demon Corleva Melju de Rimph Agrea. Suddenly, Marmolia realized that she hadn't given Melju's full name. It came to her that people already knew about her. R asked how he could not know about the demon queen next to Riese. She said that Connect would be leaving Melia soon and that we should hurry. It seemed strange to Marmolia that the man clearly smiled when he heard Swallow's name, which meant something was wrong. And Marmolia told Aru whatever he was thinking he should leave those thoughts behind and reminded him that they had 400 people from the village as hostages. Arahunal turned around and said that these people could be destroyed by Marmolia. Hearing this, Marmolia was stunned, and R informed them that they would die for the great rebirth of the mighty empire. In Ara's opinion, it would be a special honor for the humans, and he smiled. Clenching her fists, Marmalie asked how dare he dare, and R replied that since the negotiations had taken place, it was time to receive the reward as agreed. Looking at Marmolia, R said that she promised to provide monsters as test subjects. One of the monsters was right in front of a room. It was a red spider. However, R said that the Demon Queen was a very suitable model for them. When Marmalie heard that, she screamed at him. Clenching her fists, Marmalie thought that now this filthy man wouldn't take her seriously. Then Marmolia shouted to her underlings to massacre the humans. Morning came and Renee began to wake Mr. Swallow. When Mr. Swallow heard her, he got up. He saw Renee fixing her hair and asking Swallow to wake up. Falling back on the pillow, Swallow asked for 5 more minutes, but Renee replied that he had said the same thing 3 hours ago. Raising his hand, Swallow asked what kind of morning it was. They didn't care if it was morning or night. Looking at Melju, Renee said it was time for her to use it. Melju asked her about the forbidden spell of total destruction. Raising her staff, Melju began to cast a spell. A flash appeared above the city. Swallow shouted, he stood up and asked for everything to be knocked out. The bright light blinded him. Looking at Melia, who was clapping her staff, Swallow asked if demons could use holy magic. She answered that it was light magic. Renee came up to them with a cup and said that since Mr. Swallow was up, let him eat the breakfast Renee had prepared. The plate from Renee's words was roasted goat meat with stewed vegetables. Taking the plate, Swallow wondered how he'd gotten that out of him. It looked more like a homunculus. Swallow sat down on the bed and Renee told him that on the day they were returning from Judea, the answer to the letter she had sent had come. Holding out her palm, Renee replied that the letter from Patrick contained this. Swallow didn't realize it was glass or mirror. While Melju was explaining to Renee what this magical device was, Swallow hid the roast under the bed. Renee asked if it was the exact device, and Melju explained that mana had to be injected into it. When Melju did, they saw Patrick in the glass. Swallow noticed he had strange nostrils. In response, Patrick said they'd just gotten in touch and Swallow was already picking on him. They put him on a pillow and Patrick asked if they could hear him. He said he'd contacted them to help with hiring monsters too. Swallow wondered where Patrick had gotten the thing. Patrick said that there was a large mirror in Bathory's room and that this was a shard of it. Remembering which mirror Swallow was referring to, he asked if she had lent it to him so easily. And Patrick told her that she wanted blood in return. But he's bloodless and tearless, and Bathory needed the blood of a homunculus, so he'd give it to Renee. After Patrick said that, he clarified Renee wasn't with them right now. Renee appeared in the glass and told Patrick she was happy to see him. Suddenly in the glass, Patrick disappeared and Renee wondered where he had gone. Patrick reappeared to say the connection was finally established and again said he was calling to help. Renee replied that it was late and her blades were sharpened. Meljo behind her said she thought it was late too. Taking the paperwork, Patrick said he had looked at the requests Renee had sent and found no notable monsters, and sent them the information on the others. Taking the envelope, Renee said she didn't remember seeing the information with the letter. Meljo asked if it was attached to the back. Renee took the requests and told them that there were monsters they hadn't been offered. Patrick replied that he had to work hard to collect everything. Individually, they are nothing special, but together they can be a real threat, and some are even able to take advantage of the caves. Hearing that Patrick had had his eye on them for a long time before he and Renee even went looking for monsters. Suddenly, Patrick was gone again, and Meljo said that this time they really did pass out. Renee said she thought so too. Standing among the bodies, R said the Demon Kings are really unreliable. Who would have thought they'd come here with an army like this? Looking at the wounded Marmolia, R told her to give them the reward they deserve. Raising her head, Marmolia asked the man he thought would go unpunished after something like this. She said that the other kings would come after him, and R replied that he didn't care about them, but she helped them out a lot. He said she gave them a chance to deal with Swallow, but Marmolia laughed and repeated the word "sort out." Looking at her, R asked what had made her laugh so much. And Marmoria asked how not to laugh because what R just said was ridiculously ridiculous. She asked who's going to deal with who. She thought it was absolutely impossible, and R had no idea how terrible this ancient monster was. Gareth intervened, saying there was no need to listen to her further. The priest thanked them for their excellent material. Turning to him, R asked if he could do it. The priest replied that he would, even with all the splendor. He's already decided he'll make the best homunculus out of this demon queen. One of the monsters was being flown by Renee, Melju, Swallow, and Swallow over the canyon. Swallow remembered Patrick saying that the most important thing between a subject and a lord was loyalty, and to achieve that loyalty, the boss had to hire the monsters himself. Suddenly, Melju interrupted his thoughts and informed him that they seemed to have arrived. He looked towards Swallow and said, "It hasn't been a year." The others turned around too. The first candidate on the list is the Guardian Golem guarding Connect. Patrick said that it instantly regenerates from the stones around it. Looking at the cliffs, Swallow realized that this must be the location of the Guardian Golem Patrick had spoken of. Approaching the huge rock, Melju said, "Wow," and then clarified, "This is the monster." Renee told him that he does recover instantly, and it is possible for him to do so with the magic stone inside him. Swallow asked, listening to him, if all they had to do was find the stone and get it out of him. Pointing her finger, Renee answered him that even if they could do it, would this huge thing fit in the cave? Watching the monster run straight at them, Swallow replied that if he could do it, so could this monster. Looking at him, Melju replied that he seemed very strong. Tilting her staff, Melju began to cast a spell saying that she would hold him off while they should get the stone before the monster regenerated. Standing up, Swallow informed her that she could relax and thanked her for delivering them. Flying up to the monster, Swallow said they'd deal with it quickly. He jumped down and Melju screamed his name. The monster made a fist and Swallow flew right at him. The monster Renee and Melju were sitting on flew down to circle it. When Swallow slammed into the monster's fist, the monster slammed him into the ground. However, Swallow said Patrick was right for him. The monster tensed at the sound. Stone rained down on the monster's head from above. Swallow clenched his fist and said he liked the monster. Melju and Renee looked at them. There was an explosion, and the area was covered in a cloud of dust. Turning to Melju, Renee asked her not to stand her pillar and find the stone. Swallow, lying on the ground, picked up his cloak and began to shake it off. Then he asked who was next on the list. At sunset, the team arrived at a deserted peninsula. Someone asked if they had heard the news. The monster in the cave said that after yesterday's earthquake, a golem disappeared from the quarry. He also said that it was rumored that the pack of silver wolves that had been in control of the plateau above the gorge had been destroyed. Looking at his comrade, the monster asked if the humans had done such a good job. If so, they could be next. The monster sitting in the center said that there was no use worrying about it ahead of time because no one knew where their dungeon was located. Melju, coming up behind him, asked Renee if no one was true. She noticed that the Cyclops were all so huge. When Cyclops saw them, he shouted who they were and how they had gotten in here. Renee gasped and replied that they were here with an offer. No sooner had she said that their dungeon needed monsters than the Cyclops screamed that they were the ones exterminating everyone in the area. Armed, the chief Cyclops called them minnows and told them not to think the Cyclops would surrender without a fight. Sighing, Renee leaned on her hand and took the blade in the other and told Melj that words were powerless. After a while walking through the forest, Renee said that the Wicklops were weak. She never imagined she'd cut them in one fell swoop. Renee then asked who was next. Meljo answered that it was a monster named Yaksha. Suddenly, someone nearby said that they had gotten here. The girls turned around at the voice. There was some man hanging upside down from a tree who said he heard they had fallen the Cyclops that way. Watching him jump off, Renee noticed that the news had gotten to him quickly. The boy asked why they thought people hadn't found them yet, and he told me that they were getting information at a great speed. Renee smiled and asked if that meant they already knew about it and didn't need to explain. The man replied that it was and clarified that they wanted to recruit him into their podzemelier. Immediately, he said he'd do it on one condition, and he turned to the one in black. Behind Renee slept the same Swallow the stranger had addressed. Renee asked what kind of disrespect this was. The man offered to fight Swallow, admitting that he had always wanted to know how strong the ancient monster was. Growling at him, Renee asked how dare he address the Lord on a first-name basis, and asked Swallow to disagree so she could teach him a lesson herself. But Swallow said he's okay with it, and now they're gonna see what the monster can do. Bringing his fists together, the man cast a spell and said that was fine. Pointing his fists at his opponent, the man asked to show Swallow his full strength. Night fell. When he checked into the hotel, Swallow flopped down on the bed and said he'd had enough. Leaning back, he grumbled that they'd been stomping for 2 days without respite and said that doing anything out of the ordinary could end badly. Renee approached the gentleman with a plate of food and asked Swallow if he wanted to eat. When he saw the food, Swallow was taken aback. Renee said she had shopped in town. While Swallow devoured the food, Renee took the sheets and said that so far from the list, they had only managed to hire a golem. She was saying out loud that Cyclops and Yaksha were going to the other side of the world. Renee didn't expect Yaksha to fly away with a single flick. Turning to Swallow, Renee said they had a big catch. They had a successful raid, they wiped out everyone and got the treasure. Swallow asked them seriously. But Meljo was curious about what was inside these chests, for they were trophies from a human hunt. In their haste, they did not see what was inside. Looking at the chests, Renee said that they were expectedly full of magical items. Swallow bent down to pick up one of the chests. He wondered if there was an object that would put holes even in Patrick's bones. In a pile of junk, Swallow found 3 red flowers. He didn't know what they were. Bowing, the priest thanked Sir Ara for providing him with such valuable material. Ar responded by saying it was all in the name of the Empire. For him, every sacrifice was for that cause. Turning to Marmolia, the priest said that the specimen was truly excellent, and he didn't think that Aru would be able to obtain such a specimen. Watching Marmolia hanging from the tubes inside the liquid capsule, Ar thought what the word beautiful meant. As he came closer, R smiled and said that the specimen was certainly beautiful. Turning to the priest, R said that appearance does not play a special role because the purpose of the experiment is to check the suitability of the sample. In response, the priest said that they were doing their best, but if they removed this hastily created body right now, it wouldn't last 2 days. But R thought what they had was enough. The priest kept saying that the process of suppressing the personality and whether the monster would be under control was still unstable. R stood his ground and said it was no big deal, but since the priest said so, he was sure they would get the results they wanted. Smiling, R thought he had already found a purpose for this creature. Looking at the flowers, Swallow asked Melju, is it also a magical artifact? Melju replied that it seemed similar, but apparently it had already been used, and now there was only magic left on the flower to keep it from withering. Melju came up to them and asked Lycoris. Renee thought it would look cute in her hair. Meljo agreed with her. Swallow grabbed Renee's head and told her to stand still. Renee staggered back and almost fell with her arms outstretched. Looking at them, Melju covered her mouth with her hand. Renee clenched her fists and shouted. Swallow stepped back and said it was done and put his hands on his sides. Melju continued to stare in rapt attention. Renee's hair was braided with those same flowers. Swallow said it was beautiful. At the time, Swallow thought that Renee always tried harder than anyone else, but since arriving at Necht, Swallow had noticed her mood swings frequently, and though he wasn't sure exactly, it seemed like Renee was expecting something from him. Besides, he'd never given her anything. Meljo told Renee that she looked good on her. Looking at Swallow, Renee asked if she really looked good, and Swallow replied that she could be sure, but if she didn't like it, he would buy something better. Renee bowed to him. Raising her head, Renee said with tears in her eyes that she was very happy. With a smile, Swallow asked truthfully. Suddenly, Swallow remembered that he was done with business and could finally rest. Watching him leave, Renee replied that they actually had 2 more places to visit. Lowering his head, Swallow sighed sadly and said he didn't want to. Lying in lockstep on the couch, Win said she was bored. Then she stretched. With Win curled up with boredom, she started swinging her legs and arms. Exhaling a breath, Win went limp on the couch, hanging her head and arms down. She remembered Gareth's words that when she recovered, she had better refrain from using her power in front of anyone. Of course, Win realized that she was afraid of being taken to the front lines again, but just sitting around doing nothing was even harder. At this very moment, someone in the Empire might be in danger. Win wanted to at least make sure that Riaz was peaceful. Like a cat, Win jumped onto the balcony and hummed thoughtfully. She figured she'd be out for a while without anyone noticing. Suddenly, R came into the room and asked where she was going again. Hearing him, Win screamed in fear and R smiled and asked if they could talk. Sitting down on the couch, Win wrinkled her nose like a little child and screamed that she should have been warned. R replied that he thought this was the moment when Win might escape, so he sneaked in. And Win said she would never ever run away. R asked if that was true. Looking away, Win apologized for lying. Pouring tea, Win began to say what she still couldn't ask. But R said she could talk, and Win put her feet up and asked how Gareth was doing now. Ever since the day of Black Disaster's attack when Gareth's hand became like this, Win couldn't dare to talk to her. Win was convinced that Gareth had lost her arm because of her and clenched her fists. And R said she shouldn't have to shoulder all the worries of the Empire on her own shoulders. R also said that of course such an attitude is commendable for a hero, but Win must remember, all members of the Knightly Order Edelbrace Black Wolf are willing to sacrifice themselves for the Empire. That includes Gareth. Her hand was sacrificed in the name of the Empire. Win was silent when she heard that. Besides, according to Era, Garat herself doesn't think much of it. He thought it was her way of taking care of Miss Win. Also, R clarified if he could ask Win for one favor. When Win clarified what R was talking about, he explained that it was about the remnants of the artificial creatures that had been developed in the Empire in the past. It was recently reported that anomalous phenomena have been detected in the research laboratory in the mercenary city of Knecht. It was said that whatever creatures were still in the facility escaped. Fortunately, the lab is far enough away that there were no casualties. Win jumped up and said she had to report to Knecht as soon as possible. Suddenly, Win realized, if the escape gets publicized, it will embarrass the Empire, and since R has the Emperor's trust, he should handle it quietly. The case requires minimal participation and silence because it's a covert mission, and Win's in no position to go to the front lines. In response, Win asked what she should do then. R replied that he had made arrangements with the controller of the teleportation center at the western gate of the palace. The coordinates have already been handed over, and Win should be coming to him in 3 hours. Hearing him, Win shouted that in that case, she ran to get ready. As she was running away, R called Win's name. She turned around, and R said she had to be here in exactly 3 hours and showed me on his fingers. She left and R exhaled, thinking he should hurry up too. R went to the door and reached for the handle, but someone opened the door. There was some man standing outside the door, and R replied that it was kind of him to open the door. Papa Juranesia III appeared in front of him. He smiled and told Eru that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. He then asked if he should more correctly call Ara a commissioner. Looking at him, R clarified what brought Juranesia here, a man who serves someone other than his majesty. Laughing, Juranesia said, his words still as sharp. After Juranesia said that he just wanted to see how a hero and pillar of the Empire felt. As far as Aru knew, the hero of Winistoria and Papa had never crossed paths before. Turning away, R asked even if he did. Did Dad think he'd believe he'd show up so unexpectedly just to inquire about her well-being? When R said that he had business to attend to and went, Juranesia asked, what if he said that he had come to meet him? Would R believe him then? He asked R for a few minutes of his time. Era was silent in response. It was dawn. Standing on R's balcony looking out over the city, I wondered what was on Dad's mind. R kept wondering what to do with such a ridiculous suggestion right now. A celebration was going on in the city. People shouted enthusiastic congratulations to Daeyoung Unrock's punitive unit. Looking around, R thought connect a mercenary town with a third of the population involved in raids. He knew that Swallow was hiding out here somewhere. To eliminate this ancient monster, they need more information. And to do that, they would have to take some risks. A subordinate approached R and called out to him. Sir Stormin stood before him. He informed the commander that the preparations were complete and they were awaiting further instructions. R thanked him. The priest next to Stormwind reported that they had everything ready as well. Then he asked permission to ask. He wondered how R was going to find that demon queen who was said to be hiding at Connect, and R answered that as a simple man he has neither means nor special methods for this. The priest asked how then, and R replied that someone was already looking for this demon than them, and he intended to take advantage of that. Without turning around, R asked Sir Stormin how much time they had. He replied that it was 78 minutes until the hero arrived. R was confident that demon kings could easily detect their own kind, so Melju would be easy to find. Turning to his subordinates, R said they were about to see a rare sight. Clinking glasses of beer, the vacationers shouted that they would drink, because this time the dungeon turned out to be damn dangerous. The tavern was resting with a crowd of people who were happy that they had escaped without casualties. One of the men asked Burkus where he was going. With a wave of his hand, Burkus replied that he was going to take a piss. When he went outside, Burkus began to unzip his pants, saying that his stomach was twisting very badly, and he had been drinking everything for nothing. A sound came from somewhere, and Burkus turned around, thinking that someone had probably had too much to drink. Having done his business, Burkus walked towards the sound, asking how the man was doing. Putting his hand over his mouth, Burkus said, "What a stench." However, he saw a monster in front of him that attacked the man and was devouring him. Grabbing his weapon, Burkus bailed out and screamed as the monster infiltrated the city. The monster reached out and repelled the attack. Burkus didn't understand why he was so strong. With all his might, Burkus tried to raise his weapon, but the monster continued to press, and the blade came closer to his face. Suddenly, a whole horde of similar monsters unknown to Burkus appeared behind the monster's back. Stepping outside, the monster hunter clenched his teeth and swore. The city was spreading out before him, ablaze with fires. The hunter turned around and said that even for a commissioner of the empire, it was all ready. After a moment's thought, he shouted that it was too much even for his majesty's order. The priest advised him to watch his tongue. He knew the Third Eye was conducting inhumane alchemical experiments, but to commit a real massacre in the center of town. Watching them from the hall, Commander R simply remained silent. Then he said that he shouldn't worry too much, because it wouldn't come to total annihilation. The hunter turned on him, stammering, and asked what that meant. There was an explosion on the bottom floor of the tower. Looking down, the hunter asked what now. At this point, R stood up, saying that he finally showed up. In the center of the army of monsters came an even bigger monster. The hunter looked at it and asked if it was a homunculus too. Splinters of buildings flew in different directions, and the hunter asked if, at this rate, it wouldn't come to total annihilation. He shouted that if these creatures went on a rampage, Connect would be in even more danger. He thought that at this rate, the town and the people would be in danger. At that moment, R tensed up. He thought that it couldn't be, and it was all true. And the hunter realized from R's smile that this was all planned. Turning to the hunter, R asked him to calm down, saying that these were just small casualties. R believed that by Connect's condition, Swallow had no intention of destroying him. The fact that an ancient monster came to this city and not only doesn't destroy it, but doesn't take any action at all, probably indicates that he has another purpose. AR suggested that depending on the situation, he could prevent the homunculi from destroying the city. After thinking it over, R laughed. Looking at the burning city, R asked the allies to look at the picture and asked if it was not marvelous. To him, it was the sacrifice of the citizens of the empire for the prosperity of the state. But the hunter thought the bastard had lost his mind. Looking at the fire, Swallow asked if that was their hotel over there. Renee said she thought so. After her answer, Swallow screamed, "No, not again." He was worried about his crib. As they walked through the forest, Renee noticed that there was a large tree just like the one in Graf's forest. Swallow noticed that this forest was also very old. Exhaling, Swallow said that now that they had the hiring sorted out, the rest of the day was free to lie around. Renee replied that they would have a good rest and could go back. Suddenly, Meljo noticed that something was wrong with Dunsia. The wolfhound growled. Melju covered her face with her hand against some kind of spell. They saw the city going up in flames and realized that their hotel was that way. When Swallow worried about his bed, Renee told him he could lie on her lap. Meljo looked at her sullenly. Melju's eyes shone. She tensed because she sensed some demonic energy. Sitting on the wolfhound and looking at the burning city of Melju thought it might be Marmolia. Swallow also asked what kind of idiot spews mana into the air. Melju clarified that he could feel it too. Looking at Melja and noticing her frown, Swallow asked her what was wrong. Clutching her wool, Meljo turned to Mistress Renee and to Mr. Swallow. Turning around, she asked if she could go first and scout out the situation. There was carnage in the city. The monsters destroyed the hunters and continued to destroy what was left. The strongest and most agile hunters armed themselves and gave the homunculi the slip. Burkus turned around and shouted to the peasant to run away. The man thanked him. When Burkus looked around and saw a bunch more monsters, he thought there was no counting these things. A guy ran up to Burkus and thanked him for his assistance. He asked if Burkus was a hunter and said that they were from Red Ursus. Upon hearing the name Red Ursus Burkus realized that this was the same A-rank squad where every member is an elite. Their help would come in handy. The boy said that they had almost cleared the area and asked if Burkus knew anything about these monsters. Burkus replied that he had no idea. They look like artificial creatures, but Bursk said they don't look like chonic homunculi. Not at all. But anyway, the main problem is that thing. Turning to look at him, the young man agreed with him. He said that this thing was their target. He also said he'd have to get closer. After looking at him, Burkus said he'd go with them, and you might not be able to tell from him, but he's also A-rank. However, the hunter objected to him, saying that it was a one-way trip for Burkus. Putting a hand on his shoulder, the hunter said he wasn't immune either, but asked him to listen. He also said that on the way here, he listened to someone searching for Burkus. Burkus noticed that the hunter was trembling, and then he realized it was his trembling. Hunter said he understood that he wanted to protect the people of the city, but he had to take care of himself and his loved ones. The hunter asked that the rest be entrusted to them, Red Ursus. Burkus looked back. With a look at the hunter, Burkus agreed and told the hunter not to let him down. In response, the hunter said that Burkus could rely on them and immediately rushed towards the monster, and Burkus fell to his knees leaning on his sword and lowered his head with an exhale. In the smoke came a voice that shouted that he was here and someone should help him. Covering his ears, the hunter said that it was so annoying. His colleague noticed that it was scratching his eardrums and suggested that it was magic. One of the guards stammered and asked what it even was. Everyone looked in the same direction. In front of them was a huge monster on 4 legs. This was a monster they had never seen before. They realized that this monster had destroyed their city. That thing had a colossal mana reserve. Someone was yelling for people not to let themselves be fooled because the monster is much stronger than it appears. The Red Ursus hunter shouted for everyone to move back. As soon as one of the hunters spoke of danger, the monster was already there. The mage behind the hunter told him that it was detection magic and not an attack spell. The hunter asked what the monster was looking for. The hunters realized that if they wanted to destroy it, they'd better do it in one fell swoop. The squad armed themselves and the mages gave them seals of protection and assistance. The squad leader ordered everyone to open fire. When the monster was attacked and fire began to blaze around it, it roared. The magician shouted that their actions were working perfectly. He reported that we must not stop attacking. Looking at the homunculus, Stormin realized something was going wrong. The hunter's attacks don't actually damage the monster. Suddenly, the monster started attacking back. The hunter swung his sword at the monster and shouted for it to die. This only made the homunculus more angry, and it roared. But the hunter did not give up and continued his attacks. The whole place was illuminated with light. There was an explosion and the monster raised his head and howled. The city was ablaze with yellow and green colors. Captain Stormont fell to the ground and coughed. His mouth was bleeding. Stormont realized that this monster was no match for a human. The homunculus survived all the attacks. A familiar silhouette appeared in the sky and hovered over Stormont, asking if he was the one they were looking for. Looking at the creature that was flying, Stormont assumed it was an angel. The homunculus across from her, Melia recognized. It was Marmalie. Melju noticed that her friend had once been very ugly. Then Melju clarified whether Marmalie had such a strong grudge against her. However, instead of answering, Marmolia only roared Melju's name and rushed to attack. Raising her staff, Melju said that she needed to put an end to this. The sky above Melju's head turned pink. They used the supreme magic of black annihilation. It's been a few days since Yudeka's graduation. Marmolia has no reason to stay in Negt after what she's been through. As Melju flew into the epicenter of the battle, she realized that this demonic energy that was calling her was definitely... All in all, this energy definitely belongs to Marmolia. Melju tried to get there as quickly as possible. Being in front of Marmolia, Melju asked she, even in this state, can't forget to hate on her. Applying the spell, Melju said that even though she didn't know what happened to Marmolia, she wouldn't feel sorry for her. A pillar of light appeared which was directed at the homunculus and it roared. The people watching as half of the homunculus disappeared realized that the demon queen had defeated this monster. The people didn't understand why she did it, but they were reassured by the fact that she didn't seem to be interested in them, so they decided to retreat. Melju looked at the homunculus and thought that even though she was using pure destructive magic, it was impossible for the monster to die so easily, even though the people who fought her before were A-rank hunters. Suddenly, something began to happen to the homunculus's body and one of the mages noticed it. Turning around, he felt that the mana properties had changed. Melju realized it too. A blue slurry emerged from the homunculus's body from which an arm emerged. Clenching her teeth, Melju watched as Marmolia's new body regenerated and she rose. The hunters and mages saw that something came out of the monster's body and that it was still alive. The rebellious Marmolia used the mid-level magic of the Smolderless Dagger. A green blaze appeared that hit the city's residents with a shockwave and killed some of them. The homunculus moved into the crowd of people. One of the hunters tensed as he approached. Once again, Marmolia used Magic Blast. The place they were in was practically blown to rubble. The homunculus stood in the center of a huge pit. Everything around him was ablaze with fire. Melju, hovering in front of her, said Marmolia's name, and she barely whispered her opponent's name. Marmolia started saying that her body was melting, and she was in a lot of pain. Grasping her hand, Marmolia said she seemed to be dying, but she was. The most important thing for Marmolia was that she would have time to take Melja with her. Raising her head, she growled at Melia, but she responded with a ground-piercing caprice spell. Melju also used a spell and stakes grew out of the ground on both sides of her opponents. With her arms open, Marmolia stopped the attack that was coming at her. Small pits appeared underneath Melju that Marmolia had created, and Melju didn't understand what they were for. and then a beam of light struck the sky from those holes, aimed at Melja. Throwing herself at Melja and grabbing her staff, Marmalise said that she now looked like a demon queen. There was an explosion of blue and pink flames where the battle was taking place. Standing behind the commander, the priest asked if he was satisfied. R replied that he was, and now he understood why the third eye was so sure. The priest laughed as he came closer and asked him to wait a little longer, and then R would witness an even more fascinating spectacle. R smiled and asked if it was true. Without waiting for an answer, he said he couldn't wait. Everything was going according to Ara's plan. Melju continued to repel the Marmolian attacks. From Melju's blows, Marmolia's body continued to melt. Melju knew she had almost no mana left, but it was clear that Marmoli's body wouldn't last long either. Just hold out and Meljo would win. Pointing the staff at her opponent again, Melju said to make Marmolia freeze in ice. Suddenly, several blades stabbed into Melju's stomach and her mouth bled. Marmoli was using the full capabilities of her body. Melju grabbed her arm and called her a creep. Pulling Melia to her, Marmoli grabbed her by the neck and swung her other arm. Squirming, Marmolia laughed and told Melia that it was about to hurt a little. She squeezed Melju's throat harder and harder. Melju glared angrily at her enemy and clenched her teeth. She managed to cast the Sylphid's rejection spell, aiming it at Marmolia. It made them scatter in different directions. Melju fell to her knees. Smiling at Meljo, this Marmoli said out loud, "I thought she had used up all her mana." There was a similar situation when she was defending the teleportation center on Mr. Swallow's orders. Then he appeared and she fell, and then... Grasping the wound on her stomach, Melju crouched down and laughed to herself, thinking she had found something to remember. Raising her head to the sky and looking up at the stars, Melju realized that this was what it felt like to go to the next world. She went soft and apologized aloud to Gasod and Swallow for not even having time to get started on the job they had assigned to him. After that, Melju fell face down with a thud. The last thing she said was "Daddy." Watching the fire, Renee put her hand on the wolfhound and asked if Melju would be alright. Sitting by the tree, Swallow replied that she could handle it because Melju was stronger than she looked. Renee remembered that demonic energy, but Swallow told her not to worry because Melju may not realize it herself, but she is a very outstanding demon queen. And Swallow turned to the wolfhound and asked if that was true or not. The wolfhound nodded. Coming to a creature, Melju lifted herself up and thought it was Swallow's doing. Watching the city go up in flames, R told the priest that the demon queen had finally been defeated. Changing the formula as expected showed excellent results. AR specified what exactly the third eye had changed. The priest said that in the past they tried to achieve crushing power by minimizing side effects like with Nifrim. But in Marmolia's case, they chose to focus solely on strength while turning a blind eye to everything else. Though unstable, the magnitude of its power to the third eye was undeniable. According to Era, all of this was necessary for the upcoming raid. It's all about measuring Swallow's strength. R said that was the plan, but he's taking his time. R was wondering if Melju had nothing to do with Swallow after all. If that's the case, it'll be over before Win arrives. Then R decided he had to get some information on him before it got out. But where's Swallow? Stormin leaned over to R and asked him to look over there. R looked up, and then he saw what Melia had seen. Around her was Mr. Swallow's mana. An emaciated Marmoli stood across the room and coughed. She saw Swallow in front of her, and then she screamed. Her eyes of capital black, Mana Swallow attacked her. Enraged, Marmoli made a claw out of her hand and rushed to attack. However, as she approached, Melju raised the Pobo, using Swallow's mana and cast a spell. The spell was an ice spear that pierced Marmolia. It was so strong that even Melju's legs gave out. Letting go of her staff, Melju stepped back. She didn't realize how it had happened. Marmolia had turned into an icy figure with a hole in her stomach. That was a first. To have her spell Yes with U powers. The trail of ice continued a few meters back behind her back. Melju realized that she had definitely used all her remaining strength to repel Marmolia. In such a state, she should have died from exhaustion. Looking at her hand with mana swirling around it, Melju wondered how the Lord's mana had gotten inside her, and all her wounds disappeared. Melju assumed he'd done something to her in Riaz. She decided to make sure and applied the Detect Life spell to Marmolia. From the icy figure of Marmolia came a voice that said to let Melju die. Putting down her staff, Melju thought finally this was all over. Melju thought that if she had been careless with this black mana of Mr. Swallow's, she would have been torn apart before Marmolia's scythe struck. Melju exhaled, thinking that this was dangerous and that she should return to Mr. Swallow as soon as possible. Suddenly she heard something. When she turned around, Melju saw no one and thought that she was dreaming of sounds. But through Marmolia's icy figure, the homunculus form broke through once again. Seeing it, Melju opened her mouth and wondered what else it was. Marmoli felt like she was inside the slug. Melju felt like she was being swallowed by it. Then Melju realized that he was absorbing Marmolia's mana. Then Melju decided that she didn't know what it was, but she didn't have to deal with it. Taking off, she began to fly away, deciding that since Marmolia was dead and she had done her duty as her friend, she thought she would distract the monster with a simple attack and escape with teleportation magic. Suddenly, Melju coughed up blood and then fell to the ground. Lying on the ground, she cursed the recoil. It was the price for using someone else's mana. Mentally, Melju forced herself to move and stand up. The monster attacked her and Melju clenched her teeth. When the monster tried to attack again, the ropes wrapped around Melju's body and she was able to avoid the blow. Renee came to her rescue. She used the ropes to lift Melja up. Frowning at the wolfhound, Melju shouted Renee's name. When Melju saw Dwanzia, she cried. Turning back to her, Renee said that she was beginning to worry why Melju was gone for so long, and renders this is what she encountered. Swallow came up to her and asked how long Meljo could wait, for he had almost fallen asleep. With a thumbs up, Swallow asked Renee if he could do the ropes like she did. Renee replied that a rookie could cut himself, but Renee decided to put Swallow to rest by telling him he'd make it, but Swallow said he would abstain. Meljo looked at them sullenly again. Turning to the monster, Swallow said that they have a snot here and it only seems to be getting bigger. Sighing, Swallow asked what the fuss was about. Taking the rope, Renee said she would take care of it. Tensing his arms, Swallow contradicted her, informing her that he would take care of it himself. The monster tried to strike at his opponent, but Swallow put his arm out and deflected the attack. Pulling away from him, Swallow asked the slug what he wanted to shake hands on. While the master was dealing with the monster, Renee took out a cup and a teapot, asking if Melju wanted some tea. Meljo asked where she got it from, and Renee replied that being prepared for this was a common thing for a maid to do. Grabbing part of the monster, Swallow lifted it up and then plowed it to the ground. From side to side, Swallow slammed the monster against the ground. Dust rose around him. Sipping her tea, Melju clarified nothing that Swallow was tossing the monster around like that. Renee replied that she needn't worry. Watching Swallow fight bravely, Renee replied admiringly because it is Mr. Swallow. Standing in front of the slug, Swallow said he thought it looked sturdy. Reaching out, Swallow decided to try something else, then he touched the monster. But suddenly the slug began to grow upward. That's not what Swallow said. The monster shattered into small pieces. Standing in the rain of slug blood, Swallow thought he'd used too much mana. Renee took out the umbrella and said, "That's disgusting." Melju looked at her and asked where she'd gotten the umbrella from. Looking at the remains of the monster, Melju thought that this creature was incredibly strong. He was even stronger than most demon kings, let alone ordinary dragons. Twisting his tail like an umbrella, Swallow yawned and said he was sleepy. Renee approached him and told him to be careful in case the slurry got in his mouth. When a wolfhound ran up to Swallow with a piece of monster, Swallow pulled his hand away and asked why bring that stuff in. Behind him, Melju said sadly that it was a piece of Marmolia's flesh. Swallow turned around and asked who. Renee immediately remembered what Meljo had said about the wily fox. Swallow said he seemed to recall something. Melju asked if it might be some kind of parasite and added that she was confused about a couple things. But considering how many of them there are around, it seems to be true. The wolfhound began to twist his muzzle from side to side. Swallow recoiled and called out an abomination. Melju ran toward him, yelling, "You!" Turning to Swallow, Renee said she understood what it was. Swallow asked what it was. While Melju was fighting the pet, Renee revealed that it was a homunculus. One of the priests told a colleague it couldn't be. His new creation seemed the pinnacle of alchemy. His partner replied that even by the standards of evil dungeons, this creature should have lasted at least 3 minutes. The AR commander standing in front told them that they shouldn't be so desperate for excuses. To him, it was expected. Whatever monster alchemy had created was still no match for Swallow. R turned around and said that since he had dealt with him so quickly, calling for Win was unnecessary. R gave the order to return to Riaz. Approaching the Tower Master, R asked if he was okay. The Master stood up and said yes. As R passed by, he announced that this was the end of their deal. The Vogister exclaimed that. Waving his arms, he shouted for a moment, but Captain Storman and another guard were already blocking his way. Waving his hand in the direction of the city, the Magister zakoichal that they called it a sacrifice for the future of the Empire, and how he could leave so easily. To the Magistrate, it seemed like everyone who died was a wasted sacrifice. Walking up to him, R patted him on the shoulder and asked in vain. He led him to the edge of the Balkan and told the Magister to look at what Necht's brave warriors had successfully defended the city. Whispering in Master R's ear said that the damage was half what they had predicted, wasn't it? As he left, the Magister fell to his knees and R thought they had gotten something out of all this. They were convinced that such mediocre strength was not enough to defeat Swallow, and they found out that he had someone he was willing to act on his own for. But the main thing is that a battle will break out over this catastrophe. The destruction in Necht will be perceived as normal skirmishes between humans and monsters. From the looks of it, no one would know it was homunculi. Captain Storman said there's a teleporter leading to Riaz beyond that alley. His subordinate is there right now. Storman looked at something and raised his hand, humming thoughtfully. R called his name questioningly. When Storman said there was a report of an unknown intruder in the transporter center, and then there was an explosion in front of them. Covering his face with his hand from the dust, Storman reported that he was only one, a monster in a maid's uniform. When R heard that, he realized what kind of monster it was. He realized that they were trying to block their escape routes, which meant that they had found out about the humans' involvement. That's when R realized that homunculi can recognize their own kind. Turning to the priest, R ordered them to return to the Mage Tower immediately and set up a temporary teleporter there. The guards were attacked, but the knight was able to fend them off. He shouted to Sir Storman that he would stay here and asked him to take care of the commander. Storman told Gwyn that he did not doubt his strength and courage, but how he would manage alone. However, Gwyn shouted that time was running out and Storman must hurry. Obediently, Storman frowned and told R that they needed to go. R whispered to Sir Gwyn. Also frowning, R said that he would not forgive a death not in the plan. Looking at the silhouette in the distance, Gwyn said, "Talk, she took thousands of hunters' lives." Everyone had heard of her notoriety, and Gwyn told the monster to show herself. Drawing her weapon, Renee walked forward. Gwyn knew it was the monster maid with the blade. Following the commander, Stormwind reported that his aged mind was not entirely clear on his will. He clarified why R had allowed Gwyn to be left alone, and R replied that Stormwind was well aware of Gwyn's abilities. Stormwind replied that he was aware of it, which made it even harder for him to understand. He should have left at least one knight to help him. But R said a knight would only get in the way, for Sir Gwyn is blessed with spirits. When Renee attacked Gwyn, pieces of earth flew up and flew towards him. Gwyn ran backward. Renee's eyes burned in the dark. She said that Mr. Swallow had told her to destroy the teleporter and kill the suspicious people. Looking at Renee, Gwyn asked her what she was going to play with him since he was the only one left, and Renee ordered the man to stop talking nonsense. She saw that he was looping to buy time for the escapees. Climbing up, Renee attacked Gwyn holding 2 blades in each hand. She asked the man what she thought Renee wouldn't guess. Taking a swing, Renee said he was holding up pretty well for one man. Then Gwyn summoned the spirits. Renee realized he wasn't just a swordsman and had been hoarding mana all this time. In addition, it was foreign mana to Renee. After a while, she saw spirits near the man. They rushed to attack Renee, but she managed to dodge them. One of the spirits was throwing huge cobblestones toward Renee. One of them flew right at her. The spirit woman stood on the stone monster and ordered him to have fun with the monster. Shattering the stone, Renee crouched between the rubble looking into the ground. Raising her head, Renee saw a wall of wind and rocks. She felt that this typhoon was made up of a huge amount of mana. The spaces are literally imbued with the power of higher magic, and Gwyn thought it was to the monster for underestimating humans, and it would become her dungeon. Standing in the middle of typhoon, Renee thought that controlling 2 supreme spirits at the same time was entertaining. Connect. Temporary shelter. Someone shouted to Burkus to stop because Ursus's unit had been defeated. When Burkus opened the tent, the girl asked him what he was going to do alone. Burkus answered that he didn't know, but he couldn't stay here. In the tent, he saw 3 people standing around the fire. The girl asked the looter to stop Burkus because his body had not yet recovered, and the leader informed Burkus that this time he would not allow him to act alone. Going out to the people, Lidio informed everyone that there may be embroiderers in the Errand Center and Mage Tower, and they are their target. He said that Dian Unrock's squad needed to clear a path to these places. Shouting as hard as he could, the leader announced that they were all speaking together and driving those damned monsters out of their city. One of the men pointed his finger somewhere and shouted for everyone to look over there. The men of the camp saw that a sentinel had appeared, a golem from the Necked mountain range. They assumed he had come to save them. The girl holding Burkus's hand looking at the golem said that it was very good because his power would help them a lot. Clenching his teeth, Burkus answered no. Looking at him, she asked what was wrong, and Burkus shouted for everyone to run. At that very moment, the golem swung. When the monster hit the ground, rocks flew in different directions. A little earlier, Patrick called the boss and asked if the boss had done something wrong again and decided to make up this nonsense. And the boss asked who he thought he was. And Patrick told them that the place to create homunculi was the Imperial Alchemical Community, judging by the scale of the empire involved. He kept saying that Marmolia had come into contact with humans, and in the process, a conflict arose in the Zealotat, of which she was captured. While Patrick was recounting his assumptions, Swallow almost fell asleep. Patrick also thought that if people had turned Marmolia into a homunculus and released her into the city, then they had some kind of devious plan. Swallow thought something was wrong too. When he was looking for Renee, he'd seen a homunculus that could fly, but the one here was on another level. In the past, Swallow has trashed everything, so all research materials must be destroyed. And Patrick said that at this rate, in a few years, they'll see a lot of results at Renee's level. Imagining all this, Swallow whimpered and said it was already scary. Falling on his back, Swallow said he was sick of it all and that he couldn't leave it alone and how to find out what people were up to. Patrick said yes, and Swallow was even surprised that he agreed with him and lifted himself up to look in the mirror. Looking at Patrick, Swallow asked if he was being followed. Patrick said that they had touched Melia and were following him, but it wasn't enough for them. When Patrick asked if he should act, Swallow replied that Patrick had decided to do so himself, so he couldn't complain later. Patrick responded by saying that if he had to, Swallow could level the city. Swallow raised his hand and said theatrically that their great Patrick had given them permission to tear it all down. Meljo and the Wolfhound rejoiced. Turning around, Swallow saw the stone monster and said what kind. He assumed that all the people had gathered there and it was easier to track them. Looking in the other direction, Swallow asked if the teleporter was that way. From his mana, Swallow could sense that there were 2 higher spirits there. He realized that since he was the cool type here, the Imperial bigwigs were probably still around. Melju replied that there was no need to worry about the gate. Regarding the gates, Melju reported that she is monitoring them through the general view and no one will slip past. Placing her hand on Melju's chest told her that her body was almost recovered and asked her to leave it to her. In response, Swallow said that if everyone was doing it on their own, he should do it too. Ripping off the bell and raising it above him, Swallow decided to begin. Swallow looked around, wondering what was conspicuous about the place. Then he saw the tower. He threw the bell at the Banshee, figuring he'd start with her. He crashed into it and destroyed half the building. Walking over to Aru's Stormman covered him with his hands. The priest looked up and asked where it had come from, and thought it had been thrown by an ancient monster. Then they screamed that the tower was falling on them and scattered in different directions. However, the commander ordered to throw a punch, and the priest put their hands up and used a defense spell. The tower shattered into pieces and flew apart as it slammed into the dome. Turning to Aru, the priest informed him that the temporary teleporter, just like the crystal in the teleportation center, needed to accumulate mana. It would take about 10 more minutes for the tower to collapse. He turned to Stormwind and asked how long it would be before Wynn arrived. Stormwind answered for about 5 minutes, and Air began to think that the teleport that Renee had destroyed was just a device. If Wynn confronts her and Swallow, the captain was certain that Wynn without a completed apocalypse was completely powerless against him. R knew that this time Win would definitely die. Stormin approached him, asking him to give him orders to return to the teleporter. Sir Stormin gave his word that he would bring Win Historia here, and R has given the order. Standing on the battlefield, Gwyn reflected on the fact that the power of spirits is not omnipotent. Summoning requires a significant investment of time and mana. It takes so much mana just to maintain them that time is against Gwyn. However, with this typhoon, Gwyn decided that the advantage was his. Even if Renee broke through, he would just block the path with the Earth Spirit. But it's important to remember his goal is not to win. Gwyn's mana will be depleted in 3 minutes. Suddenly, Gwyn fell down and didn't even realize what had just happened. Then he began to remember. As a child who marveled at Gwyn's heroes, Gwyn sat through a story about an object with a telling name. High in the sky, it appeared to be a dot. A small dot until it gets bigger as it rises, like a guillotine. Gwyn still didn't understand how it happened, but Dandu's teeth was one of 36 masterpieces. As Gwyn left life, the spirits began to fade away as well. Lifting his head, Gwyn said aloud as, "In the dust was seen Renee, who said that this blade and trom can freely extend tens of meters. A hurricane like this would be no problem for them." Walking up to him, Renee asked the man possesses the blessing of patronage of spirits. Then Renee took the sword and said that even if there was half a man left and disappeared, it would not bring him back to life. Raising her sword, Renee finished that it wouldn't hurt to make sure she was sure. Suddenly, someone shouted a maid with a blade, and Renee turned around. Behind her back stood Stormin with a hammer. He thought Renee made a great stop. Sir Gwyn has a blessing and needs to buy some time. And then Stormin noticed that Gwyn wasn't moving and had a sword sticking out of his stomach. That pissed Stormin off, and he went on the attack, and Renee said it looked like you could hear more from him than from a dead man. And afterward, Renee threw Dandu teeth tied to a rope towards Sir. Staring at the blade that was flying towards him, Stormin raised his hammer higher, realizing that it only had a tiny blade. But minutes later, a huge blade was flying at Stormin. Stormin was shocked that it had gotten bigger. Stormin's hammer was not easy either, and he fended off the maid's attack and the blade flew backwards. Swinging the hammer again, Stormin thought it was a mistake to drop the weapon. Renee ran toward her opponent, swinging the ropes. While Sir was looking at his approaching opponent, he didn't notice the blade attacking him from above. At the last moment, Stormin raised the hammer above him, trying to counter the blade. However, Renee stood up and told the man to tell her about Marmolia and the homunculi. Renee also had the ropes in her hands and said otherwise. Then Stormin noticed that the blade had gotten even bigger. Already kneeling, Stormin told Renee that she would win. Renee looked at him questioningly. He also added that Renee had wasted so much time on the old man. At that moment, someone approached Renee from behind. It was Win. She shouted, "Hey, monster," and brought her fist up to hit Renee. Leaning on his hammer, Stormin, looking at Win, thought this was what he expected from a hero. With one blow, she threw the maid back with the blade. A wide and long rut has formed where I was standing. It's still an incredible force. Covering his face with his hand, R thought their priority was to return unharmed, and the temporary telephorus would work without much trouble. In the meantime, Sir Stormont will bring Win to safety. There should be no deviation in the plan now. Suddenly, R heard a familiar voice asking what he would do then. The priest turned to him and asked the Lord what was wrong. They saw that R had fallen to the ground from a rock. The priest ran up to him and asked if he was all right. R answered that everything was fine and asked how long it would be before the teleport was activated. The priest replied that it would be another 3 minutes. Sitting on the ground, R began to wonder if it was a hallucination. He assumed that the fear lodged in his memory would not go away. Someone came down to Aru and said that the great commander himself had fallen and had made such a mistake. Gareth stood before him holding out her hand. She told him that the master of Tower Polaris had sent a request for help and she had intercepted it. R replied that he did make a mess of things, but since Gareth is here, it means Gareth simply said yes. Every last one of Edelbrace's Black Wolf Knights has arrived. Gareth also said he didn't know if it was part of his plan, but Gwyn died. Stormin is wounded and Win has entered the battle against the maid with a blade in his stead. R clarified to Gareth that she hadn't received instructions from Sir Stormin, and Gareth replied that she had headed straight here as soon as she arrived and was not aware of any instructions. R ran past him and shouted to Gareth that they had to hurry. Gareth shouted after him where he was going so suddenly. Clenching his teeth, the frightened R shouted that all the knights needed to get out of here immediately. Watching them from the roof of the building was Melju, who said aloud that she had found them. She turned to Swallow and he turned around, smiled, and asked incredulously. Renee continued to stand in the puffs of dust, glaring angrily at her opponents. The knights helped Stormin up. Stormin said they were not allowed to fight her. The knight asked why, since they were in the majority. Looking at him, Stormin replied that it was an order from the commander and they couldn't stay here for long. The knights turned to Wing and shouted that they had to leave now. Win heard this and exclaimed why. Clenching her fists, Win asked giving her some time and she would deal with this monster. However, they had already been approached by R, who replied to her that they should retreat now and regroup. Looking at him, Wing shouted, "Why, well, after all, this was a chance to destroy the gatekeeper of the ancient core." Instead of explaining, R held out his hand to her and told her that the chance would surely come again. Lowering her head, Win said, since R says so, she'll go along with it. Turning to the knights, R ordered them to head immediately to the temporary teleporter. However, they were blocked by Dandu's teeth. Renee asked where they were going. Out of the darkness came Renee with burning eyes, saying that Mr. Swallow had entrusted Renee with this place. She said no one was leaving here. Renee also realized that the black-haired man was their leader, and the situation seemed to be getting more complicated. Standing up, Win yelled for Gareth to teleport Era and she would cover them. Continuing to look at her opponents, Renee realized that the blue-haired girl was quite strong. She had fought many A-ranked units that had invaded the dungeon, but not a single person had displayed such destructive power. Turning to Wing, Renee said she would kill her first. Win was surprised that the monster still had a name and shouted to let her try if she could. It only made Renee angrier that Win had censored the name given to her personally by Mr. Swallow. Gareth noticed that there were butterflies around. She told the commander it was magic. Win opened her mouth when she saw it. Somebody asked what we had here. Walking up to the crowd, Swallow said he was here for Renee. Ara's eyes went wide when he saw Swallow, and Swallow added that everyone was already here. Swallow looked at Ara and said hello. His eyes shone with a yellow light. Swallow looked at them and said they looked familiar to him, and then he remembered them. He told the troop that he thought he would never see them again, for humans are short-lived. He kept saying they'd met again, and there are so many people in the Empire, it's a miracle. R realized that if the ancient monster didn't wipe out the city and came looking for the guilty, then there was a reason. Falling to his knees, R said he was honored that Swallow had ponied him and asked how Swallow's welfare was. Swallow grinned and said that he shouldn't be making nice now because he knew he had it coming. But R replied that he apologized and they had nothing to do with the incident. Swallow asked what was the big deal here. He knew they were from the capital. Raising his head, R said that they had come solely to address the situation, and if Swallow wished to find the culprits, they would be happy to help. Looking at him, Swallow hummed thoughtfully. R didn't know what that meant. Turning around, Swallow replied, okay. He ordered Renee to leave because he was very tired. Renee answered, yes, Mr. Swallow. Swallow looked at her and saw the blood on her forehead and shouted. Sweat dripped on the ground and off Ara's face. He couldn't believe that his plan had worked. As he was getting excited, Swallow leaned over to him and asked why R was grinning. Seeing that the monster had returned, Win shouted Ara's name and rushed towards him. Swallow asked R that he really thought he could get off that easy. In Swallow's opinion, he certainly owed him a debt with Riaz, but this time people crossed the line. Extending his hand over R, Swallow said that in particular the Cheru was crossed by R. Arrows flew in their direction, against which Swallow used his shield and the archer shouted to Win to get started now. At this moment, Win grabbed Ara and rushed to run in the other direction. Gareth shouted to all the knights to cover the runaways. Looking up, Swallow said, here we go. Dust kicked up and Swallow said with an outstretched hand that people were always getting on his nerves. Arrows flew after the fugitives. R stopped coughing and said they could not escape. However, one of the knights covered them with his back, taking the full brunt of the blow. Smiling, the knight told Mrs. Wing that this time he was faster. Falling to the ground, the last thing the knight said was for Win to take care of the commander. This made Win furious. She shouted and moved toward Swallow. However, R grabbed her arm to stop her, but Win angrily asked why he was stopping her. Watching them, Gareth thought it was important to prevent Win and Swallow from colliding, and to do that they needed to use teleportation. For Gareth, this black mana around them is like a poisonous gas. It's getting harder and harder to breathe. The knight's movement slowed down and Gareth found it difficult to calculate the exact coordinates for the teleportation spell. Crouching down, Gareth whined. She knew they had to find a way to get through at all costs. Suddenly, Gareth shouted Einar's name with all her might. One of the knights turned around to look at her. He shouted back to Gareth that he understood. Swallow looked at them and asked how many times. Pulling out his shield, Einar decided to discard the black mana to allow time to focus on teleportation magic. And it can be done. Einar had the third of the 36 masterpieces of the Mind Wall. He needs to block Swallow's energy. Watching Einar run with his shield at Swallow, Win shouted his name. Screaming, Einar clutched his shield tighter and swung, but the next instant his arm was cut off. This knife was thrown by Renee, who told the man that she didn't know what he was up to, but as long as she was here, he wouldn't succeed. Looking at her, Einar wrinkled his nose and then fell to the ground. Win was furious as she watched. She yelled that she was going to kill Renee. R got up and grabbed Win so she wouldn't run away. Holding Win, R said he couldn't lose her. He asked Win to stop. Looking at them, Swallow asked what the hell people were doing out there. Suddenly, Air turned his attention to Sir Stormin, who had picked up the shield of the fallen Einar. Pulling out his shield, Stormin activated the Mind Walls. An unknown force attacked Swallow. The mana he was sending out hit the shield. Stormy raised his head and wondered if he had blocked it. When Swallow saw that, he opened his mouth and said, no way he's that tough. Squinting at him, Swallow thought maybe he should be more serious then too. Then he changed his appearance. The shadow of the monster covered Sir Stormin. Swallow opened his mouth and absorbed the magical seals. Gareth thought that the magic teleportation circle would be ready in a little while. She needed Sir Stormin to hold out just a little longer. Legends say that the 36 masterpieces were created by a god. Gareth thought that no matter how powerful the ancient monster's magical attacks were, there was no way he would be able to do anything about it. Stormin's eyebrows furrowed at what Swallow was doing. His legs shook. There was an explosion where Stormin was standing. Win and R fell between the rubble. Hovering over them, Stormin told the commander to run. Raising their heads at him, they exclaimed, Stormin asked to leave an old man like him and leave sooner rather than later, and he admonished Win to take care of the commander and the Empire. Blood was streaming from Stormin's eyes. He whispered that it was an honor to serve his commander. Behind him, Swallow asked the man still alive. Win took a step forward. R immediately yelled for Win to stop because she couldn't handle him now. An exasperated Win, continuing to go at her opponent, replied that it didn't matter to her. In a blunt attack, Win shouted out that she was a hero. She's the one who protects everyone. Looking at the blue crystals in the chest, Renee noticed that they glittered very nicely. The three of them were sitting in the cart the wolfhound was pulling. As they left Connect, Swallow thought they hadn't come to town for that. In Renee's opinion, at least they had a good time. Swallow stretched and replied that they had. Turning to Melga, Swallow said that he still wanted to see what the golem could do, Throwing one of the crystals, Swallow said that no sooner had he finished than he ran out of mana. They'd have to recharge it and come back. In Melju's opinion, there was a catch. Swallow looked at her questioningly. Melju raised her hands and shouted that they would be back for ages because the golem weighed like a mountain and Dwintia was dragging it alone. Melju even thought he'd lost a little weight, and any way you look at it, that's monster abuse. Swallow said he'd give him Patrick's finger as a reward. Raising her hand, Renee said she had an idea. She said that since they felt so sorry for the dog, they could switch with him halfway through the journey. At the same time, she suggested they try dragging the wagon on all fours, but Meljo shouted that she was the mistress of Dwintia and she mustn't lose face. Swallow was silent, and Renee once more suggested that Meljo get on all fours. Looking at the dog, Swallow said that Dwintia is strong, and what do they have to worry about? Remembering Meljo, she asked why Mr. Swallow hadn't killed those people. Renee seconded, saying she was curious too. Renee also noticed that Swallow's transformation into his true form was much slower than usual. Clutching the crystals in his hand, Swallow said he could, of course, just swat them. But if you remember how that bastard messed up Swallow, Boss was wondering how to explain it to him. After a little thought, Swallow said it would be too easy a death for them. In the cemetery this afternoon, a blue flower was thrown into the new Magilla. The girl who threw it went the other way. It was Wynn who remembered Byrne's squad that challenged the ancient core. The man beside her said that this time they only lost 4 knights and 1 masterpiece. This is Barisic, a member of the Black Wolf Knighthood. He said that a lot of people survived because of Wynn. Clamming up, Wynn replied that she knew all that, and yet someone behind her said it was a beautiful flower. Turning around, Wynn saw Gareth, who said she was sure everyone would be grateful to Wynn. Glaring angrily at the flower, Wynn replied that she wasn't. Wynn thought that everyone must be angry with her. She remembered a smiling Gwen and thought about what if she had come just a little bit sooner. If she were any stronger, she'd take out the maid with the blade. Wynn shouted that then surely she could straighten out Swallow and save everyone. Tears rolled down her cheeks and her eyes turned red. Wynn kept screaming if only. Someone had said that Wynn would definitely defeat him. It was Garut. She said that the day would come and she would defeat Swallow. That one victory is what everyone fights for. Gareth fell to her knees and hugged Wynn. She asked Wynn to put the past behind her. While listening to this, Wynn continued to cry. Clutching the blue flower in her hand, Wynn burst into tears again no matter how hard she tried to contain herself. Sitting in his office at night, R thought how he was still alive and why. R didn't understand why Swallow hadn't finished him. He had the opportunity to finish him off at any time. As the battle was going on, Gareth used teleportation magic and Uin was transported to Aru in the world. Then Swallow called out to Ara, addressing him as, "Hey, black-haired man." The ancient monster's next words Ara could no longer make out. He wanted to look into it, but there were too many eyes on him right now and he couldn't act rashly. Even at the funeral of his comrades, R couldn't attend. He sat alone in the study opposite the window. On his way up, Air thought he'd do his reports, but his eyes suddenly blurred. The pressure built up and Aru felt like his eyes were about to burst. Grabbing his face, R whined, not realizing what was going on. When I went to the mirror and looked at it, I wondered if it was the pain of fatigue. Suddenly, in the mirror behind his back, R saw the eyes of an ancient monster. Frightened, R fell backwards, knocking over the candle and screamed. After that, R lost consciousness. His eyes became bright and someone kept calling Ara as commander. When he opened his eyes, he saw Gareth asking if he was all right. Rising, R clarified he had fainted and asked how long he had been unconscious. Suddenly, R coughed and spat out blood. Gareth was startled and asked what was wrong with the commander. Turning to the men, Gareth ordered them to call for a healer, but the commander kept coughing, and his white gloves were already red. At that moment, R realized what had happened. Swallow wasn't going to let him live. Looking in the mirror, R cursed Swallow as he remembered his last words. Then, on the battlefield, Swallow had said he had 6 months left. Returning to the commander's office, Gareth saw that the entire floor was strewn with shards of broken mirror. Squatting down, Gareth cast a spell and asked if the hallucinations were intensifying, or if he was imagining things. Holding a wet towel over his eye, R replied that it was okay because he was used to it by now. Looking at Gareth, R thought he should be glad people still seemed human to him at all. Putting the shards in the trash, Gareth said it had been 4 days and it was only a matter of time. Aru's healing isn't working. However, R knew full well that the source of this contagion was Swallow, and it would probably never be cured. There was only one thing left to do in the current situation. He had to get the towel wet again, and Gareth ordered that no one should know about it. Even Wynn can't know about this. R said he had to complete the apocalypse before his doom came. To do this, the first thing to do is to restore the ruined masterpiece and make up for the losses among the Order of Knights. Gareth replied that the squads had left a couple hours ago, so they should have made contact with the targets. R realized where the Knights and Wynn had gone. Watching Gareth leave, R asked why he wasn't informed right away, and Garoth asked in his present condition why the hassle. Turning around, Gareth reported that on the way here, she had seen someone he commander clearly disliked. When R clarified who Gareth had already disappeared before he could ask who had authorized her to use magic here. Someone knocked on the office and R turned around and told them to come in. Papa Juranisia came in saying that he had heard the news and decided to visit so that their conversation could comfort Ara at least a little. Holding up the blanket, R said his word of honor. Then he stood up and said he didn't know if it was because he was religious. But according to Ara, Juranisia is not good at lying. He knew that Papa had come to hear the answer. Juranisia smiled and said he would not deny it. Turning away, R asked why he wanted them. And Juranesia replied that he wished the Order of Edelbrace, one of the strongest units in this country, to be with them. Dad also said that in the current empire, religion is considered a tool to maintain relations with the Sacred Kingdom. Looking out the window, Dad said that sometimes his life is put on the same level as that of a mere aristocrat. R responded by saying that if you listen to him, you might actually believe that they oppress the creeds, but in this empire, God is only the emperor. Looking at Ara smiling, Dad replied that it goes without saying, but only for now. For soon the blessing will spread to every corner where man has ever set foot. Juranesia opened his arms and said that then they would get rid of the oppression and spread the doctrine to even more communal lands. R has noticed that Juranesia speaks as if she is about to start a holy battle, but Juranesia replied that it was too much. He could hardly hold a spoon as well as R. Dad smiled again. Turning around, Juranesia said that since Ara had an unhealthy look on his face, he would adjourn at this point, and they would assume that Ara had not yet given an answer. Juranesia looked back and said, "God's will be with you." The doors slammed shut and R thought about that answer. He decided that he would give an answer, but not the one Dad was expecting. Standing in the middle of the fourth room, Patrick turned to Meljo. She raised her head and looked at Patrick. After looking around the room, Patrick said that from now on it belonged entirely to Meljo and her demon dog. Hearing this, Meljo opened her arms and shouted that it was just perfect. Looking at the dog, Meljo shouted that they were part of the very core of antiquity, and it was as if the dream had come true. With a wave of her hand, Melju said there was enough room to build a new castle and suggested that Dwunzia think about how to set up the place. Seeing her reaction, Patrick said he was glad that Meljo liked it. Swallow noticed that Patrick was pleased too, and Patrick replied that Connect's destruction was really worth it, and Swallow brought in a great gatekeeper. Then Swallow decided to poke fun at Patrick talking about the Dwunsies, and Patrick smiled. Then he said that frankly one Dwunzia was enough for this room. Patrick also asked if he had been brought to Meljo. Swallow answered with a yawn that she had, and that she had given him the name too. Patrick said that she clearly had a talent for selecting subordinates, which was not true of her choice of names. And Swallow said it was, but Meljo apparently still doesn't know the true nature of this dog. But Patrick thought it meant the time wasn't right yet and she'd find out someday. Renee came running to them and informed them that the golem was now located in the third room. The magic stone is fully charged and safely hidden in the wall. Ordinary people can't find it. And Swallow praised her, saying that Renee had worked hard the last few days. Renee thanked him. Patrick, watching from the sidelines, said he thought he had already seen the scene from the sidelines, and the two of them didn't seem to have changed a bit. And then he screamed that as his head was rotting from it all. Then Patrick said he couldn't take it anymore, so they had to get to the main thing. When he realized what Patrick was saying, Swallow raised his hands and said that if he had to go, he could go and he could stay here. Patrick said that's just what the boss wanted. Patrick also ordered that this time, the boss shouldn't even leave the dungeon beyond the threshold. After all, too much had happened lately, and now an entire city has been destroyed. Swallow said there's no arguing about it. What's more, the rumors reached the other dungeons of the Great Evil, and apparently they found Swallow's actions strange. Leaning on his arm, Swallow asked, and so what? They wouldn't come to visit. Patrick thought they would. Hearing this, a surprised Swallow looked at Patrick and asked what. Renee was also surprised and looked at Patrick, and Patrick said Bathory told him about it. Looks like the other dungeons of evil have something to say to Swallow. Sitting down, Swallow scratched his head and asked when to expect them. Patrick answered that it would be today. Looking at Patrick at first, all three were silent, analyzing the meaning of the words, and then exclaimed that Zawaya Swallow said he was still very much at home. Bathory called him a Zavon. As she came closer, she asked Swallow if he had any idea what everyone was doing here. And Swallow asked what? New Year's Eve cleanup. Kicking Swallow's leg, Bathory screamed what the hell New Year's Eve was all about. The shocked Melju, looking at them, asked them that often dungeons of immense evil gathered like this. Going through the drawers, Patrick turned around and answered no. Patrick walked over to her and said that if she meant meetings like Judaica's, it had never happened before. Judaica aims to strengthen the bonds between the demon kings. For this kind of dungeon, the evils have too many racial differences and more. Smiling, Melju clenched her fist and said so for the first time. He was excited to witness a historic event. Turning to Swallow, Patrick said that was generally true. Patrick didn't recall the evil dungeon masters getting together. Also, Patrick said it basically means the boss's lawlessness has crossed the line and he doubts its cause for rejoicing. Taking out the papers, Patrick said it was worth it just to look at the text of the letter. It said we were headed for the core of antiquity. They didn't even bother to ask permission or disclose the purpose of the visit. Melju said disappointedly that there was not an ounce of respect in the letter. Squeezing the letter, Patrick said that monsters were so rude. Tossing the paper away, Patrick added that they had no manners at all. Since Melju had detection magic applied, she informed Patrick that someone had invaded the dungeon. Patrick turned to Melju and asked her to tell the others. Melju rushed to Dwunzia to spread the news. And Patrick decided that he would go first and find out the purpose of their guest's visit. The center of the Union of the Kingdom of the Great Desert. Through this desert ran the main trade route connecting all 5 kingdoms. The camel driver noticed that the ground was shaking. It was as if something was moving under the sands. A huge mountain formed in front of him and the coachman shouted, "What the hell?" Until a sudden dungeon took over the trade route entirely. The people gathered to take over the underbelly. Their leader shouted that they would end it and take back the land. He said all they had against them were giant insects. With their mighty army drawn from the 5 kingdoms, they'll drive these things out. However, after a time when these insects were devouring the invaders, people cried out that they didn't want to die like this. The knight sitting in the center was saying that it was impossible from where the monsters had an army tens of times superior to theirs. Sitting amongst the bodies and pools of blood, the knight screamed that this was all a nightmare. From the sands came the mother of all insects, lord of the desert. Despair has gripped the 5 kingdoms. Running through the cave, Patrick ahead saw the same movements he had seen on the projection. In front of him stood the dungeon boss of the huge, evil sand hell dungeon, Mother Hexabel. She said that apparently they hadn't fully replenished the monsters yet. Patrick heard a clumsy imitation of a human voice. He'd heard that among insect-like monsters there were those who imitated the voices of people they'd eaten. But more important now was what Hexabel had said. He wondered if she was trying to assess the combat capability of the core of antiquity. Like Patrick thought he'd have to take action until the boss got here. Swallow came up to them and asked if they were going to play peekaboo. Running behind him was Renee, who was yelling for Swallow to wait for her and Melju. And Patrick, with his back to Swallow, told the boss to stay behind and he'd handle it himself. And Hexabel saw Swallow and exclaimed, "Teacher." She fell at Swallow's feet and said that it had been a long time since they had seen each other, and that he was still in great shape. In response, Swallow remarked that Hexabel had gotten even bigger. Hexabel said, "How can you say that to a lady?" Patrick was shocked by their dialogue. Swallow said he'd heard that Hexabel was doing well. She replied that it was because of his guidance. Renee shuddered at the lady's words as she looked at the monster. Swallow noticed that Hexabel's face was glowing. Remembering his subordinates, Swallow patted Hexabel on the face, if you could call it that, and said they could get acquainted. This monster is the former gatekeeper of the core of antiquity. Blushing, Hexabel apologized for not introducing herself sooner. They all gathered for tea. Swallow said that in summation she had been the guardian of the blue path before he came, and the question about replenishing monsters was asked simply out of concern for their dungeon. Patrick decided to do the interrogation. Swallow looked at her and asked if it was true. Hexabel blushed and said she didn't know how to say hello. Patrick looked at his boss and asked why they hadn't told him before. Swallow replied that he had been so busy that it had slipped his mind. Sighing, Patrick said that even though she was a former gatekeeper and friend of the boss now, she was the head of another dungeon, and there was no way they could relax. Leaning over to Patrick, Hexabel exclaimed that she was a big fan of his. That surprised Patrick. She said that his swordsmanship is unrivaled, and even though he is a skeleton, he is called the strongest swordsman. Embarrassed, Patrick smiled and said that Hexabel could make herself at home. Turning to Renee and Meljo, Patrick asked if everyone had heard that the boss of the other dungeon was a fan. Renee rolled her eyes and answered that it was a horror. Hexabel turned to Renee and Melje and asked who they were. Renee said that she was the current gatekeeper. Meljo said she was the queen. Smiling, Renee apologized for the indelicacy and said that Hexabel was called the mother of all insects, and that her calling herself a lady had to do with gender. A little uncomprehending of the question, Hexabel informed him that she was a female, if that was what Renee had in mind. For Renee, it meant that until her arrival, Hexabel had been the only woman around Gospodin Swallow. This angered Melja, and she began to shout that from her experience in lovemaking, there must have been something indecent between them. Patrick covered her mouth, and Renee said it was just a parasite. Patrick yelled for Renee to calm down. Turning to Hexabel, Patrick apologized for the chaos. He said that when they found out that other monsters were coming to them, everyone became very nervous. In response, Hexabel said that all she wanted was to see her teacher, but that it was up to her. Looking at the cave among the trees, the girl asked, "Is this the ancient core?" It's the boss of the vast evil underworld, Marga Aji Dahaka. She said this time she's going to let Swallow know he can't go on a rampage. A dungeon of great evil. The ice palace of Marga is set amongst the icy cliffs. The three-eyed dragon asked means she was leaving. He stood in front of the Lord of Aji Dahak. When there was a conflict between Swallow and Erebos, the heads of the evil dungeons, neither of them bothered to explain themselves. Same with Necht. Aji Dahaka felt that this was enough and Swallow's actions could no longer be overlooked. And now the head of the dungeon stood at the entrance to the ancient core. She is Aji Dahaka, Lord of the White Mountains and the strongest of the dragons. She will never let others look down on her. Next to her stood a little girl who shouted enthusiastically to her sister to look at her. Getting on all fours, she announced that she could now turn into a human too. Turning around, she told Ozzy to look at the tail and confirm that it was cool. Looking at her sister, Ozzy began to remember that she was going to come here alone, but her sister whined that she wanted to come with her. Addressing Fafnir, Ozzy asked to be called boss or lord at official events. Fafnir agreed with her. Fafnir called her sister Sezalitl and exclaimed that her tail was smaller and it was so cool. At that moment, someone approached them. The man said to bring the child to the meeting of the evil dungeon bosses. Ozzy looked at him and replied that he had come on his own without hiding his aura. Before her stood the dungeon boss of the immensely evil Nilkambal Kurak. Looking at him, Ozzy realized what kind of boss Kurak was. He looked like an ordinary orc, but they said he became a boss through his own power. And Ozzy told him, even though she may look like this in appearance but in strength, Fafnir is many times more powerful than normal dragons, and he could keep his comments to himself. Passing by, Kurak said that if so, then fine, but she a dragon lord should consider. He said that losing a comrade could be lost in an instant. Watching him walk into the cave, Ozzy saw his facial expression. Turning to Fafnir, Ozzy told her to stay close to her no matter what. Pressing her lips together, Fafnir wanted to call her sister, but answered, "Yes, Lord." When she entered the cave, Ozzy pointed her finger at Fafnir and said that she should also walk on two legs. Fafnir said it was more comfortable. As she entered the cave and approached Kurak, Aji noticed that there wasn't a soul around. Taking out the book, Aji said that according to her, there are hundreds of glacia known as cave demons swarming around here. And it's weird. Kurak suggested that some squad had already exterminated them. Aji exclaimed that it was impossible. This is the core of antiquity, not some rundown dungeon where they don't care about their own monsters. Agi assumed it was a trap. Stepping forward, Aji fumed, wondering if they had decided to test her, and if they thought she would give up so easily. When they entered the next room, Fafnir shouted that it was empty here too. They reached the golem who was sleeping. Ozzy didn't realize these Macentras needed sleep. Fafnir clarified with the Lord that this was also a test. The vein on Ozzy's face swelled and she became furious at what she thought was an insolence. Taking off, Ozzy screamed how much longer they were going to abuse her. Her eyes lit up and she said that if she did, she would respond seriously and burn this cave to the ground. Someone said they saw more people coming. Patrick came out to them and said that Melju had informed them of the new guests. Looking at the girl, Patrick clarified that she was Aji Dahaka, and the man next to her must be Kurak. He also asked if they had come together, and Kurak replied that they had just crossed paths at the entrance. Patrick replied that it was even better because the others were already waiting and they could start. Kurak asked what to start, and Patrick replied that this would be the first dungeon boss meeting of the vast evil dungeons. As they walked, Fafnir asked her lord what her plan was. Following behind, Agi said that most of the people here had suffered from Swallow's antics. There was only one thing left for them to do. They would have to band together and put an end to his rampage, even if it meant fighting him. As she entered the room, Aji smiled. It was just as she thought. Everyone here had something to say, and it showed on their faces. Except for Hexabel. Aji had no idea what that look could mean. When a silhouette appeared from behind Patrick's back, Aji wondered what type he was. As Swallow approached, Aji felt his energy and realized it was him, Black Catastrophe. The most terrifying of the evil dungeon bosses, Aji even opened her mouth to look at it. As Swallow approached the table, Patrick pulled his chair back for him to sit down. Sitting across from him, Aji wondered if she could even look at him, or if perhaps her eyes might burst. Mentally, Aji asked herself to get a grip, reminding herself that she was a representative of the dragons. She thought that surely everyone felt the same as she did. But because of the pressure of this monster, they were silent, and Aji decided to speak first. However, the first to speak was Bathory, who looked away and said that she thought she would have fun at such a gathering. But why did everyone keep quiet? Leaning over Swallow, Bathory asked if he would stop pretending he wasn't involved and act like a real boss. At this point, Aji opened her mouth because she couldn't believe that Bathory of Chata Castle knew Swallow, and it looks like they're close. Hexabel spoke next, saying that she had nothing to say because she just wanted to visit her teacher. That surprised Ozzy too. Bathory replied, saying that she came in after all this time and it was boring. Turning her attention to Aji Bathory, she noticed that she seemed to want to say something and should be allowed to speak. Clenching her fists, Aji decided that she should speak up since Fafnir was looking at her. And so Aji said she was going to march with an army on the Empire to start the battle. There was a pause and Aji realized she'd babbled too much and then whispered that she hadn't said it. Next to her, Kurak announced that he had said it. Aji looked at him in surprise. He began to say that he himself had sent out a message to everyone about his intention to go to the ancient core, and he wanted to take this opportunity to address the bosses. Deciding to be blunt, Kurak revealed that their dungeon master, Nilkum Bal, was planning to destroy the Empire before winter. There was silence in the cave and only water dripped from the ceiling into a puddle. Folding her hands on her knee, Bathory clarified what the request was and if Kurak wanted to ask for help. But Kurak replied that that was not why he was here and would only ask that he not interfere in the battle between Nilkum Bal and the Empire. Hexabel answered him, asking if he knew how long it was until winter. Kurak replied that it was 1 month. Then Kurak said he would repeat again that Nilkum Bal planned to destroy the Empire within a month. On their side, the preparations have already been completed. All the warriors of Nilkum Bal are just waiting for Kurak's order. In Hexabel's opinion, their orcish troops are not enough to defeat the Empire. She asked how many warriors Nilkum Bal had. And Kurak said that this is the only chance while it is in unprecedented chaos due to the death of the hero of the Riaz Connect incidents and other events. And most importantly, there are allies within the Empire who share their goal. There was silence again. Agi wrinkled her nose. Bathory stood up and approached him and asked him menacingly if he had united with the humans. Swallow intervened in their conversation and said that if they wanted to fight, let them fight among themselves. He said his house was no place for them to fight. Kurak looked at him, and Swallow asked if they wanted to take a chance on him. With a snort, Bathory said she had nothing more to talk about with someone who had traded her pride to a monster. As Bathory moved towards the exit, Renee ran after her. Kurak stood up too and told everyone to see you later. Tilting his head back, Swallow said he knew it would end this way. After a while, Patrick came up to Swallow and said that everyone had been buzzing for them to get out, but that they had ended up dispersing them themselves. The lying Swallow waved his hand and said that this whole mess didn't start with him. Sitting down next to the throne, Patrick said that the way Kurak spoke about these Sobsniks, they had enough influence. Turning away, Swallow said that destroying the Empire was such a trite dream. Patrick replied that only he could talk about it that way. And Swallow said that means it's not time yet. Not yet. As they flew, Fafnir asked the Lord if he really thought Kurak was going to destroy the Empire. Ozzy replied that looking at the people who try to jump over their heads, she also thinks about exterminating them all. In Ozzy's opinion, destroying the entire empire is not an easy task. She remembered Kurak's words about losing a comrade in an instant, and Ozzy wondered if it might have something to do with that look on her face. Suddenly, Ozzy saw something fly by. She realized it was Hexabel. Ozzy stopped and noticed Kurak beside Hexabel, but she thought they were leaving separately. But why are these two together all of a sudden? The answer to that question was unknown, southeast of the Obaf Empire. A bowl of soup stood in the middle of the table, and the man replied that he didn't want to eat yet. The young man said it looked like no one had come this early but them. Win, who was sitting next to him, was silent. He asked her how long she was going to be like this. As Barisik devoured his food, he said that starving himself would not bring back his dead comrades. Then he realized why Garoth had sent them here together. The other knights went in search of Cian. At that name, Win looked up. Barisik's clarification of the hero's name piqued her curiosity. He also said that he must have disguised himself again and was hiding somewhere. Then Win asked if they could bring him back. Barisik replied that the most important thing was to find him. He thought he could at least be adequately spoken to. Difficulties were more likely to arise on their part. Barisk got up and told Win not to get up until she had eaten everything, and he would take care of business. Win only mumbled in response. As Barisik left, he shouted to the chief. The cook came out of the kitchen and said he was coming. Wiping his hands from the water, the chief asked how he could help him. Barisik said he was looking for someone. He said he had been told this man could be found here, and showing the chief the portrait, asked if he had seen him by chance. Leaning on the table, the chief replied that he didn't remember such a face. Maybe he had seen it, because he serves dozens of guests every day. Barisik drew his sword and stabbed the chief with it, saying it was strange because he looked a lot like the man he was looking for. However, the chief was able to prevent the attack. In fact, he was Rushmir's hero of the past. In response, Rushmir replied that he didn't know what Barisik was talking about. And Barisik noticed that he blocked his sword with a simple knife and continues to pretend like nothing happened. Raising his sword again, Barisik entered the battle, saying that he had come to the past. But Rashmir did not let him finish and replied that he refused. Stopping, Barisik replied that he hadn't even finished his sentence. Rashmir said he doubted that the Empire needed a cook and was sure they wanted a warrior in the field. This made Barisik laugh, and Rashmir replied that they'd better split up while they could still laugh. Smiling, Barisik said that Gareth had warned him that Rashmir would cut the conversation short at this point. But beyond that, Gareth gave instructions on how he should proceed if Rashmir refused. The trump card up Barisik's sleeve was one of 36 Bloody Mary masterpieces. Raising his sword, Barisik said that he was a member of the Black Wolf Knight Order. Rashmir replied that he was just a cook. There was a strange sound like metal scraping. Rashmir didn't care though. He lunged forward, grabbing Barisik around the waist. As Barisik flew into the wall, dust rose. Rashmir stretched his arms and said that the long break had taken its toll on him. Win came over to Barisik and helped him up, asking if he was okay. Barisik asked if he couldn't be a little gentler. Watching them, Rashmir analyzed the situation. That girl had shortened the distance from that spot in such a short time. Sitting on the floor, Barisik looked at Win and warned her to be careful. Walking over to Rashmir, Win nodded her head and said she was honored to meet the hero of the past. Then she introduced herself. In response, Rashmir asked if the country's hero had decided to pay the old man a personal visit. Win said that there was a reason for that, because the Empire was in crisis. Win asked if Rashmir knew about Sir Burns Gaberry. Rashmir frowned when he heard that. Then he whispered that it meant the rumors were true, and Win asked if Rashmir could join them. Then Rashmir asked if Win knew why he was holding a kitchen knife instead of a sword. Clutching his knife, Rashmir said that swords had no place in their time, for Riez lived in wealth and prosperity like no other country. In Rashmir's opinion, the Empire continues to stuff its insatiable mouth under the pretense of raiding dungeons, throwing the young into the jaws of doom. Frowning, Win clarified Rashmir was now questioning the noble mission of the Empire. Laughing, Rashmir said Win had a very stern look in his eyes and asked that Win arrest him for treason. Taking off her cloak, Win said that since Rashmir was refusing her polite request, then she would disarm him and deliver him to Riaz. She lunged at him with her fists, but Rashmir was able to dodge the attack. He was pleased to see how spunky the young people were. Win turned around and clenched her teeth. She tried to strike again but missed and hit the wall. Trying again and again to strike, Win wondered why she couldn't hit her opponent. Barisik, who had been watching the battle, realized that Rashmir was playing with Win like a small child. He tried to get up. Then Rashmir noticed that tears were already welling up in Win's eyes. And Rashmir told her that face so-and-so says Win can't take it. Without straining, Rashmir raised his arm and Win flew backwards from the blow. Rashmir turned to her and noticed that Win's blows were too predictable. Twirling the knife, Rashmir assumed it was probably because of her honest nature, but such a simple style of attack could be fatal to her. At that moment, Win remembered the silhouette of the main opponents, Renee and Swallow. As she was about to pounce with blows again, Ara's throaty voice called out from her cloak. She turned around. Also, Ar asks her Rashmir is also there, and Rashmir asked who is saying this. On the other side of the device, Ar introduced himself as the commander-in-chief of the raid center. Ar then told Win to leave her and Rashmir alone for a while because he had an important conversation to have. Ar apologized for not being able to appear in person and having to communicate this way because he really wanted to talk to him directly. But Rashmir said he had nothing to discuss with His Majesty's loyal servant. Ar realized that he still harbored a grudge against the Empire's top brass. But Ar knew that it was all because of that incident. Rashmir's eyes went wide at those words. And Rashmir asked it looked like they had done some good digging on the case. R replied that it could be called the minimum preparation for a successful dialogue, and Rashmer said that Aru should know why he can't return to the Empire, and that's the end of the conversation. R reported that there were not 6 of them. Rashmer looked at the device and asked what he was talking about, and R began listing the names Jacob, Brenda, Arnold, Kenneth, Vig, and Reinhardt. Tensing up, Rashmer asked how R knew those names, but R went on to say that there were not 6, but 8 of them. He told them that there were 2 others that Rashmer had missed. Wynn and Barisic listened intently. Putting his hands on the table, Rashmer angrily asked if it was true. R replied that it was. He also added that he knew the names of the 2 men. Rashmer was overcome with rage. Watching the boss waffle, Patrick said that in the current situation, it is true that minimum effort is needed to maximize the result. And Swallow told Patrick to think for himself if he got into trouble before or after, you'd be wasting your energy. In Swallow's opinion, if efforts were made after the problem had occurred, they would definitely bear fruit. Patrick asked why he thought that. Collapsing again, Swallow said he would rather choose guaranteed happiness in the present than uncertainty in the future. And Patrick replied that then for the sake of his happiness he would go on vacation right now. Swallow shouted that he would do anything. Patrick said that the dungeon should be tidied up first and could be considered self-organizing, especially since the first and second rooms are empty. As he ran away from Patrick, Swallow asked why they needed to self-organize since he was already perfect. Patrick coughed and Swallow replied that he was going to look at rooms. With a snort, Swallow said he'd have to quietly steal his resignation letter and tear it up. Walking up to one of the rooms, Swallow hoped he hadn't gotten anything mixed up and that was where the food was kept. As he stepped onto the floor, dust rose. Swallow realized he'd have to look around too. In front of him, however, Swallow saw Patrick. He said the boss had come quickly enough. And Patrick clarified that Swallow hadn't just run through all the rooms. Swallow scratched the back of his head and replied that the problem had been discovered more quickly. Hearing that, Patrick asked what the other problem was. He didn't understand why the boss was so serious. And Swallow reported here at the warehouse they were out of food and lowered his head. The man in front of Swallow fell to his knees and breathing heavily began to apologize and bow. Observing Melja asked the Monster Trade Guild personally visits them when there are problems with provisions. Patrick replied that they did. He said that in their case, it was not just a VIP relationship, but a mutually beneficial partnership in which they provide protection to the leprechauns. Leaning on his arm, Swallow said so. He asked the leprechaun where North was. Melju shouted out if Swallow even remembered the names of the guild members. Patrick replied that he did, and North was especially talented and liked the boss. The leprechaun looked up and explained that a few days ago, most of the guilds had suffered from looting. Then Swallow asked if they were the only ones who had been robbed and who had done it. The leprechaun replied through gritted teeth that it had been orcs. When Patrick heard that, he said that it must be Nilkumbal. When the leprechaun heard that, he turned around. He remembered standing in front of the orcs and shouting that he couldn't give it all away because some of the goods were for Mr. Swallow. The leprechaun said that North had tried to stop them, but the bastards wouldn't listen. Swallow clarified that they killed him. The trembling leprechaun replied that they had dragged the go along with the supplies. With burning eyes, Swallow asked if it was true. The leprechaun shouted how dare he lie to him, and Swallow asked where they had gone. The leprechaun looked up and asked him again. Things were more complicated for Swallow than he thought. Who knew that Nilkumbal would dare to rob a monster guild for supplies for a camping trip? Patrick got into the conversation and said the food could be returned, but the problem was different. But Swallow himself knew North was the problem. So he ordered the leprechaun to take him to the orcs. Watching the boss leave, Patrick asked if he should go with them, but Swallow said he would show him what such sneaky plundering of food leads to. At night, Swallow arrived at an orc settlement with a leprechaun. The village was in the middle of the forest. One of the orcs called the leprechaun a fool, adding that the revision should have been given for good. Another orc sitting by the fire asked, didn't he say it was food for the evil dungeon? Leprechaun North, hanging from his spear, let out a groan. The orc turned on him and told him to shut up. The orc also asked how he could believe it since he's just a coward. His partner remained silent, and the orc went on to say that he really wanted them to negotiate with other evil dungeons instead of looting. Tearing off a piece of meat, the orc asked if the chieftain should be reminded that the battle was at hand. Even if it came to conflict with other evil dungeons, the orc believed as long as he was here, no problems would arise. When the orc said at least let the ancient monster come, the leprechaun asked if he was sure he wouldn't regret it. Turning around, the orcs recognized the dwarf as the leprechaun. Behind him stood Swallow. Clenching his fists, the leprechaun said they had come for North. The orcs laughed and asked if he thought one mercenary would help him. However, the leprechaun would not listen to them and asked where North was. The orcs had ordered that bearded man to be brought here. The orc chieftain stepped forward and said, since the leprechaun dared to return after escaping, they would return the prisoner to him. And then the chief held out his hand where North was hanging. Leprechaun shouted, asking what they had done to him. The chief replied that he had annoyed them. The orc then threw North with all his might, telling Skobina to pick him up. Skobina ran forward and tried to catch Old North, and Skobina, crying, told him to run. Then the orc threw his spear after North and it pierced his chest. Blood splattered in Skobina's face. Putting his spear on his shoulder, the leader said that the leprechaun would have died anyway, so Skobina could be grateful for putting him out of his misery. Watching Skobina cry, the orc said it was the price for daring to cover himself with the core of antiquity and challenge him to Gakundar. In the next instant, all of the chief's subordinates were blown to pieces. Gakundaru's eyes went wide. He was clearly frightened by what he saw. Gakundaru clenched his fists and said it was for nothing, but Swallow was already standing in front of him. He said he wasn't going to resort to force despite the fact that they stole provisions and desecrated the core of antiquity. Swallow added that at least Norm shouldn't have been touched in front of him. Gakundaru wondered if it was really him. An ancient monster like that dwarf said. It was true. Turning around, Gakundaru asked the shaman to teleport him because he couldn't die here. Behind him, a shaman with a staff began to cast a spell. Swallow said that the orc was not as simple as it looked. And when Gakundaru told Swallow to see you soon, Kurak appeared out of the portal in front of him. Gakundaru shouted to the shaman that he had asked to teleport him and not the boss. Kurak looked around. In the next instant, Gakundaru's head flew off his shoulders before he said he could explain everything. When the subordinate's head fell at his feet, Kurak said it was his fault. He told Swallow that it was his stupidity that led to his subordinate's insolence, and he takes responsibility for it all. Towering over him, Swallow asked for responsibility. Then he said it was good and he had a great idea. He asked Kurak if he was going to destroy the empire within a month, and Swallow told Kurak to bring him 20 times as much food. Also, Swallow said that Kurak has a month and even 3 weeks would be enough for him. Then Kurak thought it was absurd, and where would they get so much food? But if he refuses, not only Nilkambal, but the orcs of the entire continent face extinction. The only thing left is to attack the Empire as soon as possible. There's no other way out. When he arrived at the castle, Rashmar folded his arms and said that he wasn't the only one who had been summoned. In front of him stood R, who confirmed his words, adding that he had something to say to both of them. The second person invited besides Rashmar was Circean. The window opened and the wind blew into the room. A girl ran into the room and shouted that it was noon and how long he would sleep. As she approached, she took the blanket and reminded her that they were going to go herb gathering. Lansler was lying on the bed. He said he was going to get up.